Welcome to Wild Rift.
Apologies for that. What a way to start. But you know what is a great way to start this reset that is in store for this week as the North Luzon group stages enter their last week. Time is ticking away for Galaxy Racer and Action PH, and it is going to be do or die for these two teams. The big question for today is whether we will be seeing the same Galaxy Racer and Action PH going up against Team Secret and Nexplay Esports, or will an entirely new beast emerge ready to stand up against the Titans here at day 4 of the North Luzon group stages here at the 2021 League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Summer Season Philippines. Mika Fabs over here leading the panel along with Otlus and Osiris. Yuko is around, by the way. Calm down, everybody. She's around. She will be on the caster's desk later on. But Otlus and Osiris, we have quite a day today. It is very, very important. But before we get into that discussion, we of course want to thank all of our sponsors. Thank you so much to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the Philippines, organized by Mineski Philippines and Globe Telecom.
And we also have our official mobile partner get the ultimate gaming experience with the all-new Oppo Reno 5 and Oppo A94. Enjoy all-day gaming with long-lasting fast-charging battery, a powerful processor, and a vivid screen display. Picture life together with Oppo Reno 5 for only 18,999. Oppo Reno 5 5G comes with a price of 23,999, and you may also get Oppo A94 for only 13,999. And the best way to get these phones is by going to the Globe online shop. Get the Oppo Reno 5 with Globe's G Plan $14.99, and it comes with a freebie, an EB51 wireless earbuds. So you also have the option to go for the Oppo Reno 5 5G by going with the Globe's G Plan $19.99. Comes with a free T3 Pro smartwatch and a 1,200 pesos cash out. The best deal that we have for April is getting Oppo A94 with Globe's G Plan $99.99. Also comes with a 1,200 peso cash out. So what are you guys waiting for? Get your G plans today.
At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapo. Kahit buong araw nang naglalaro, hindi mukhang na GG. Fresh pa rin at fresh all day. Bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash that cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
I love it. I love it, Osiris. But you know what? We have to invite the whole community to come over and hang out with us as we get hashtag OL together now, as virtual hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments, just like what you guys are watching right now. Just download the Globe One app and click on the virtual hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. While you're at it, you can also reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Explore the path of ascension when you top up on Wild Cores at Coda Shop via Globe. Now, Autolutes, Osiris, you know, as I mentioned, we have quite the day today. It is a very important day for Galaxy Racer and Action PH, as they have been trailing behind in our standings as Team Secret and Nexplay Esports continue to dominate the North Luzon group stages. And we have a slightly different game this week. We'll get into that a little bit later on. But for now, as we check out a little bit of a recap of what happened last week, Galaxy Racer and Action PH, I want to get your thoughts on why exactly they seem to be struggling. Autolus, let's start with you.
Okay, well, they are faced with a very strong team in Team Secret and Nexplay. There's no questioning that, right? And Action PH and Galaxy Racer did not really find the right ingredient to match up with these two behemoth teams or two Goliath teams. But I believe that this week is going to be very different. We are in for a new patch, a new strategy. will come into play. And if we're talking about Galaxy Racer and Action PH, we also have to concentrate in their coaches, right? We have to highlight their coaches. They have Coach Prey and Coach Lion Nation. And when you have a very good support team, when you have a coach with the least amount of time or with the short amount of time that you have to prepare, that is when the coaches will shine. So for Action PH and Galaxy Racer, they just have to take it one game at a time. And even though the playoffs really is a bit dark right now, I still believe that they can get a series win over our favorites in Team Secret and Nexplay.
I do think they do have some strong points, as we're seeing over here in our series highlights, this match between Galaxy Racer and Action PH that happened last week. Osiris, I want to get your thoughts on, what are the strengths of these two teams?
Well, in terms of strengths, there is something about Action PH and Galaxy Racer that somehow coincide with their own strat, because we've seen how close these teams are. They really know how to manage their objectives. It's just a matter of who's going to step forward or the first one to hold the vision game. And Galaxy Racer, they came out on top. But Action PH, they are showing that potential. They are showing that team fight prowess. It may not be as solid as how we've seen Nexplay and Team Secret, because they're not there. There's still room for improvements. And that's what's good about this. It doesn't matter if you are fairly behind with the top teams. You are taking everything as experience right now. And remember, we are currently on Luzon, and this is only the first time. They still have those chances from numerous tournaments, and this is a rare chance for them to face Nexplay and Team Secret. So I think Galaxy Racer and Action PH, the potential is there. It's just that they're not yet at the peak, but we'll get there.
Thanks for bringing that up. This is actually still the North Luzon group stage. We do have the South Luzon group stage coming up, as well as Visayas and Mindanao. South Luzon group stages, by the way, I feel that it's going to be incredibly intense. But going back into the series that we have for today, I am really curious because, as we mentioned, we have a slightly new game this week, and I just want to have a moment of silence for Alistar, for Mundo, and for Galio, who have been nerfed so
Our
much.
chunky boys.
Yeah, no chunky for
I know,
you.
RIP. But I did mention that we probably won't be seeing that Team Secret chunky boy composition again. But Autolus, I just saw this on your social media. You made a bold prediction that Galio's pick rate actually won't be affected as much. You think that he's still going to make an appearance in our matches today. Why is that so?
Okay, well, his damage did get nerfed, but his utility, his presence is still there. It's very on point. And when you talk about Galio, he's a very beefy champion that can go from one place to another in a snap. And I think that if there are teams that can really make it work, we're talking about the pro teams, right? You put in the Hextech Ultimatum, which is, by the way, the most big champion that we have in the Camille. Partner it with Galio, it still is going to be a problem to any teams that is going to face it. So yes, I still believe that Galio will remain hotly contested in the next couple of days.
Doing a little jump for joy over here. Osiris, I wanna know your thoughts on this as well. As we're seeing right now, we have Nexplay Esports versus Galaxy Racer. We're going to see a little bit of that action once again, a little bit later on. And just from what you're seeing on these highlights, what do you think could be different, especially since we have the new patch coming in? What could Galaxy Racer possibly exploit to maybe give them a win over Nexplay Esports, even though I know that's a lot to ask? Osiris, what are your thoughts?
Well, in terms of the patch 2.2a, we are leaning more onto the laning phase. We wanted to make sure that the supports that we need is going to play on the Dragon Lane. Remember, Galio and Dr. Mundo is already nerfed. So you can play Galio. I believe that he's going to be open than the usual, because it gives you a lot of potential. Alistar being removed on the support role, so it might be going on the focus of Galio or Braum or Janna. Still depends on the support. And also, one good thing about the support role is we are getting a Leona buff. And in terms of talking about the Targons, not just Leona. Pantheon and Diana is there. So we are mixing a different type of duelist that might affect the Baron lane and the mid lane. But I'm really curious how the support role will play, because there's already a vast pool of choices. We are not going to rely mostly on a single champion. You can make plays with even a Pantheon can be a support. So the flex pick is there. We are moving on to a more diverse type of lineup. And I really wanted to see how Galaxy Racer and Action PH going to press the reset button.
Yeah, right. To be more precise about the points of trying to lean into a more standard laning phase. Remember last week, we have seen teams go for the 1-3-1 strategy. Now that is the question that is going to be answered by our pro teams. Will they still employ the same exact strategy, or will we see a standard in where it will actually feature the lane bullies? So maybe this is the day, or this is the weekend that we will see the Draven.
Oh, very interesting. And I know that you were saying that this could possibly be the first week that Pantheon actually makes a debut over here on the summer season of the Sea Icon series. So that is interesting as well. Diana, she also has, I believe, a huge buff. With this, we could possibly see her as well. So this is what's so interesting about the game. As we're coming out, as new teams are forming, new metas are also being developed by the week. So it's incredibly interesting, and I hope everybody is paying attention. And you know exactly why they have to pay attention, because we have a giveaway ongoing for our community. First up, we do have a major prize to give away, a few major prizes actually, to 10 winners. That will be 1,650 wild cores to give away while you guys are watching the Sea Icon series live stream. We did have that last week as you guys were watching the Team Secret versus Nexplay Esports match that's going on over here. But to do that, just like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, post a photo of yourself virtually hanging out with all of us here at PPGL, the Wild Rift Sea Icon series summer season. And make sure the post is public with the official hashtags, hashtag Sea Icon series, hashtag SISPH, hashtag PPGL Wildrift, and hashtag OL together. Now that is for our major prize. The mechanics, I'm sure, will be available to you guys on social media, so just pay attention to all of those pages, and who knows, you could be taking home 1,650 wild cores at the end of the week. The winners for this giveaway will be announced at the end of the broadcast week. That will be on Sunday. But we do have giveaways for today as well. We do have some minor prizes. Osiris, what do they have in store?
Well, get a chance to win 380 wild cores by voting your favorite team. All you have to do is like and follow Oppo Philippines Facebook page, like and share the stream. Of course, make sure that's in public, and your caption is which team are you rooting for. And don't forget the hashtag. That's hashtag Oppo Game On, Oppo Reno 5, and hashtag Picture Life Together, hashtag Oppo A94, and hashtag Live Life at Full Speed. Don't forget that's the hashtag, and make sure it's in public, team you're rooting for, and 4 winners will be picked at the end of the day.
Yeah, and if you are not winning, do not worry, because Coda Shop will always be there. You can always top up your wild cores using Coda Shop, using your Globe Sim. That's very fast, right? So if you want the champions, the skins, right? Skins wins games. Ladies and gentlemen,
Stargazer,
go to Coda Shop.
It does. It definitely does. You do know that there is that hidden buff to morale that helps you win games with those amazing skins. By the way, this giveaway is only applicable to Facebook. So if you're watching us on the English stream that is on Twitch, please do head on over and like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. We are also on YouTube and on TikTok as well. But for this giveaway, just please do follow us on Facebook so you can take part in that. Now, heading into our first series of the day, there is a lot riding on this match that we have here, Action PH versus Galaxy Racer. Just checking out our standings currently, we do know that Galaxy Racer and Action PH are currently at the bottom. We have Nexplay Esports and Team Secret on top. Now, the gap is widening between Galaxy Racer and Action PH and Nexplay and Team Secret on the other side. It feels like the door is slowly closing on these two teams. And this coming series is, I feel, where they go up against each other. It feels like this is going to set the tone, set the momentum for the day. So I feel like this is incredibly important. We're going to get in depth with that discussion a little bit later on, but just checking out where exactly we are in the entire summer season. We're currently at the North Luzon group stage. As mentioned, we do have the South Luzon group stage coming up that is going to be incredibly intense, and we have Visayas and Mindanao too in the upcoming months. So it is a packed April and May for us, guys. I think we know that. And of course, every single series is so important, as the winner of each series actually gets 50,000 Globe Cup points. Now, each Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso. So as we can see, Nexplay Esports and Team Secret with 200,000 Globe Cup points, Galaxy Razer with 50,000, and Action PH yet to get on the board. But who knows? Maybe today's gonna be their lucky day. Maybe we don't know quite yet, but we will be seeing them battle it out against other teams twice today. And as we mentioned, Galaxy Racer and Action PH, this day is so important for them, and important, I guess, to the entire North Luzon group stage, and important as well to the overall format that we have here at the Sea Icon series. Just to give you guys a little bit of a brief sort of overview on what exactly this tournament means for everybody here in the Philippines, let's check out this video.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
As you can see over there, the stakes just get higher and higher with each day that passes. And as it does for Action PH and Galaxy Racer, the first teams in our first series of the day, as we keep mentioning, I feel like this is doomsday for them in a way. This is when they have to just bring everything that they have to the plate. I feel like the new patch also possibly throws in some wild cards in there, maybe some unexpected surprises that we have. But whatever surprises they do have up their sleeve, they have to bring it out now. I feel like there's no other choice. There's no other choice, and they do have to do that. So taking a look at Action PH's lineup that we have over here, Audaluz, I want to get your thoughts on what exactly patch 2.2a might do to help Action PH as they go up against all of the teams that they have for today.
Well, Action PH is known to be very good in playing around their Baron laner, and if Pantheon and Diana is a champion that Yamada is very comfortable in using, then I can really see them getting a game or getting a series win today. Again, Action PH is under their coach in in Prey, and also they have a very, very supportive manager in Moxie. So I'm pretty sure that Action PH will just bring out the guns and glory today. And this will not be a doomsday for them, but rather a comeback day for them. Now, I want to highlight on Yamada since we have highlighted Yamada earlier. And this guy is just a wow. Okay, he's a very, very impactful player. If you're going to look at his resume, he has won multiple titles already. And if you're looking at the champions that he has been using in the past, that Akali, that Fiora, that Garen is even or was even given a first blood. So that's really a strong point for them. And I still think that if Action PH wants to win that 50,000 gold points, they really have to play to their strengths and play around their Baron laner.
Okay, this is so interesting and this excites me quite a lot. Yamada could hold the key to Action PH's victory now if he brings out something unexpected. Like you mentioned, the Pantheon or the Diana, something that, patch 2.2a has thrown a wrench in the plans of, all of the other teams, especially Nexplay Esports. Osiris, do you agree? Do you think that there's actually a chance if they play around what Yamada could possibly pick today?
Yeah, I mean, they are a bit of a Baron lane centric type of team comp. They can go for it, especially or it's just that you can mix it up. Since we are getting a lot of buff from the duelists that can play on the Baron lane can roam around, can respond to the objectives freely. And one good thing about that is from what Autolus told us, that the Pantheon, the global presence, is something that you need to watch out. And then you can put a support into a Galio, then everyone is going to jump into the party. But the thing about that is Galaxy Racer is somehow a team fight. They got this team fight prowess that they are the ones who's ahead in terms of the objectives or in terms of team fighting. I believe the shot call is really looking solid because there are few hesitations whenever they commit into a solid engage. So I think also that Lion Nation, as from the coach of Galaxy Racer, might pull up a really good strat from patch 2.2a. We might see still a Mundo actually. Yes, he got nerfed, but well, I think he's still viable. It's just that he's not the usual face first type of champion. It's just that he's currently removed from the meta because the Targon champions is currently on top. Remember, that's 3 champions up for the Targons, and then you can just put Mundo into a different kind of role, but is being separated being the most as how Alistar also being removed. So there's still a huge chance. It still depends on how standard the lineup is. It's just that they are not the most favorable ones, but they can be surprising still. So I still think that a Mundo and an Alistar can still put something into the table. It's just that there are so many options right now. So the openings from different champion pool, from being the flexible pick, we still have the Gragas, Akali remained untouched, Camille remained untouched, so they're still there. I'm still looking forward to more of those surprising picks that we can see. That patch 2.2a filled us up. Even a Corki is being nerfed, or it's just they wanted to put him onto the dragon lane. They don't want that roaming package anymore. They don't want that kind of threat into the lane. So I think we still got Corki onto the line. It's just that you need to be more precise in terms of you need to choose your engage, as how Vi also being touched with the cooldowns. So there's still a lot to play onto this table, and I really love how the patch 2.2a can go favorable to Action PH or can switch it up to Galaxy Racer.
Now, so many interesting points over there, and just you mentioned Galaxy Racer. Taking a closer look at their lineup that we have over here, we put a lot of focus onto the Baron lane of Action PH over here. It could be the same for Galaxy Racer, but I do want to highlight something that Autolus mentioned about the coaches and how they're sort of like the unsung, the hidden heroes of today's match. Because as you mentioned, bringing out a new patch just in the middle of a tournament can sometimes throw a wrench in everybody's plans, but the coaches are there to save the day. Otlus, what are your thoughts on this? What roles will the coaches have in the series that we have coming up?
Very big, very huge, because when we're talking about a very short period of time to really prepare, just like as I have pointed out earlier, that's when the coaches, the strategists really, or the drafters really shine. And if we're talking about Galaxy Racer, we also have to highlight Icarus, which if I'm not mistaken was highlighted by Yuko in one of her posts. Let's look at this guy. This guy has a very good balance. He can carry Baron laners in the Camille and the Akali, and he can also go very tanky, very mobile in that Singe. Now, one thing that I would like to take note as well, when it comes to Icarus, he's also multi-titled, so we can say that the highlight of this matchup is not just not just the underdog story, but we're also going to carefully look at the Baron laner as to how they will unlock their team into victory. Now, when it comes to victory, what is better way to see it or to do it than having a very fed dragon laner? That's also a key player clash that I would like to look at as well, because last week we have seen Kaisa, and we also have seen Saya, we also have seen Ezreal. And the question is, with patch 2.2a, will we have a different champion? And there you go. The KDA that we have is 1.32 for Riot, and Zivs has 1.93 for the damage department. Almost equal. So this is very equal when it comes to the performances. But then again, this is taken from game to game. What I'm more interested in is as to what champions will be brought out by this too.
Yeah, and considering also Zivs showing around damage per minute of 987, Riot's is way ahead. But the KDA is there, the kill participation is there, but it's fairly sure that Riot's is the one who's providing a lot of damage from Action PH.
I want to ask you guys so much more, especially, building on what Osiris mentioned a while ago, just, all of the different things that patch 2.2a could possibly do to help boost these teams that we have. And, but I feel like right now we have to throw it to our predictions going into the first series that we have. So just starting with Otilus, I know you have some predictions over here, not just with the champions that are coming up, but how do you think this series is going to go? Let's start with you.
Action PH all the way, my friends. I'm just one of those faithfuls that will be rewarded at the end of the series, because it is going to be a 2-0 or a 2-1 in favor of Action PH.
Very interesting.
Well, as for me, I'm going for Galaxy Racer. I think that the team is really looking good, especially Lion Nation as their coach. Faithful to this, guys, and wanted to see a 2-0, but 2-1 as respect as Action PH also showing a great potential.
And I will have to echo Osiris over here. I'll probably say that it might go in favor of Galaxy Racer.
No.
And very, very strong thoughts and opinions from Otilus over there. We'll discuss that after the series. I think, there's no other way for us to settle this other than by jumping into the series itself. I believe we are ready. So casters, please do take us into the Rift.
It is a new week, new possibilities. Thank you so much, panelists, Mika, Fabs, and also Osiris. Of course, Otilus as well. I'm Kisaya. With me is Riku. Man, Riku, this is our second week for the Philippine Summer Season, North Luzon, for the Icon Series. And how do you feel about it with the progress that we've had so far, and now we are on the second week?
Yeah, we've got insane matches since last week, and I'm pretty sure it's not going to be any different for our week number 2, especially what the panelists have mentioned. It's going to get even more and more intense because of how this is a do or die for some of these teams, and this is our matchup, which is Action versus Galaxy Racer. They only have 5 series left to play. They've got a little bit of catching up to do when it comes to the points.
That's so true. A while ago, they had this voting again. So, of course, we're not going to be passing that one since I think it's also really nice if we actually put our predictions in here. So, maybe I'll just start with you since I'm the
me first.
anchor.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Riku.
Okay, so since day number 1, I really liked how Action PH managed to play around with their draft. I mean, they gave Nexplay, I believe, last week at the very first day a bit of a hard time, I suppose. So I'm going to vote 2-1 in favor of Action. I know it's been a rough start for Action, but you know, this is a new week for them. They got 1 week to practice a little bit more, to learn from that first weekend. So I think it's Action 2-1.
Whew, this is so tough actually between Action PH and Galaxy Racer. Last week I can remember I was also vouching for Action PH, but I think this week Galaxy Racer might have the upper edge on actually getting a game from Action PH. So I think I'm gonna give a 2-1 in favor of Galaxy Racer. One thing to note though, one prominent champion that we've been seeing a lot on the side of Action PH is actually Vi. However, Vi received some little bit of nerfs coming from the patch. Riku, would you like to run us through what actually happened onto Vi?
Yeah, for Vi, I think they really do want to eliminate that pick potential, especially when it comes to the later stages of the game, probably because of how impactful and Assault and Battery is when it comes to getting a pick before the next objective spawns. Maybe the Rift Herald, maybe the next few dragons. So I think this is a pretty good nerf on towards Vi for that little bit of balance, considering that you mentioned, you know, AIM has been using Vi a bunch of times. So I wonder if they're going to be falling back into that champion, if he's going to be falling back into that champion. I mean, there's still a bunch of options. He did use that Jarvan before, and we'll have to see, because Lee Sin has been that common mutual champion among all the other junglers here in the scene.
Yeah, especially if we're gonna be talking about who's gonna be chasing who, you know, between that Vi and of course that Lee Sin. So it's gonna be very interesting as well because, you know, adjustments happened while we're actually on this North Luzon group stage for the summer season of Icon series, and I'm so excited to see what changes will happen as well, especially on the laning phase. Like, we've received some adjustments again in the turrets, Reeker, right? So it's gonna be up until, instead of 3 minutes, it's now gonna be up until 4 minutes before that turret will be viable for some early takedown.
Yeah, I think it nerfs a little bit of the early game tower dives for the bunch of the teams to get early game turrets. Now they have to wait till 4 minutes to do that, or either trade the first Drake in exchange for the first Blood Tower. But we've been seeing, based on the North Luzon stage, that we've only seen that strat once. It was Team Secret versus Nexplay, where they've managed to trade the early game tower over the first Drake. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out too well because of, among other factors. So I feel like the common trend still would be that 5v5 or get an early game pick in the first pre-4 minutes of the game.
Oh, yes, this is gonna be very interesting indeed. And I'm actually thinking if we're gonna be seeing more like 5v5 fights in contestants, or if there's gonna be some first blood turret chase in this, you know, in this continuation of the summer season North Luzon group stage. But we'll see about that. Also, we have to check what other champions will AIM actually pick right after this Vi gets her nerf. Because I'm also thinking about, well, I think he picked the Lee Sin as well one time. If it is Action PH trying to utilize the ultimate of Vi, then another replacement for that could be the Camille. But of course, there's a difference in terms of how fast these champions can clear onto the early stages of the game. But how about you, Rika? Apart from the jungler on the side of Action PH, what other things do you think might be or actually are getting affected right after the patch?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you mentioned already the Camille. Whenever we see a Lee Sin, you basically have the same concept when you pick the Vi up, when you pick the Camille up, with a lot of their pick potential, I suppose, and able to isolate these targets. But I suppose people can fall back into the usual, where if you lock in the Jarvan 4, that means you will be able to sort of assemble your 5v5 much easier. You have strong engage in the laning phase as well. Not the best lockdown like the Vi, but it does work out. And this fits well in the, the 5v5 that we were talking about earlier. And of course, the Wukong, which was used by Xperia at their very, very first game in the North Luzon group stages, which is also that, strong, heavy engage wombo combo that is easily paired with maybe a Katarina.
We'll see about that, but I guess we're not prolonging that intro any further, as we'll be heading on to the draft. Again, this is our first series for the week 2 of the North Luzon group stages for the Icon Series Philippines. On the blue side, you can see Action PH. Red side, Galaxy Razor. Braun is still getting a ban, a prio ban in here. Riku, still respected.
I like this change. I like the switch up. Normally, you usually maybe ban out something else, maybe the Fiora, maybe the Camille. But of course, you don't want to ban that. You are on blue side. But now we're seeing an Akali ban. They do not want to see that on Ikaros' side, so might as well leave a bunch of things open. Now, will they ban out Galio? That is the biggest question. They're still going to ban out Galio. That means a possible first pick Camille.
Still respected. Galio in the bans, despite, getting a little bit of nerfs coming from the most recent patch. And I like the prio on the Camille. Again, Camille, a real good setter for as long as she is part of the fight. And he can actually change the momentum of the game. You can just follow up all her targets and then just bring it on. But we'll see about that, because Ikaros is thinking about something else. Maybe just trying to stop the Camille from wanting to do her thing. What do you think about that, Riku?
Yeah, I think, whenever we'd see the Gragas, we'd always say, hey, that's a really good flex pick. We've seen the Gragas played by Chule last time in the mid lane. So it is possible for JC as well, considering the fact that it does sort of fit well into this playstyle, even though we see him most of the time on that carry position. But now, that's the locks being locked down, and as well as the Corki, this is a lot of poke coming from Action.
Definitely, and I'm actually wondering if they're still going to be doing that 1-2-1 rotation or laning phase in the early stages of the game, because that's the usual trend that we've been seeing. If the team is actually making use of a utility support, then they're going to be placing the duo tandem in the middle lane. So we'll see about that. It is for us to explore as well in the high competitive scene like this. But for the meantime, look at the change that we've been seeing. Like in the past few months, the supports are usually the initiators, the tanky frontliners. But now we can see that utility supports are coming into play in the current meta.
Yeah, gotta love these utility supports. I think Gragas and Janna have been paired so many times already since last week. So very nice to see that double disengage and as well as double protection to your Kai'Sa pick, which Zivs is going to shine in the later stages of the game. But we're seeing an Ahri lock in and as well as a Vi.
I'm loving the draft so far. Right now I'm just thinking, okay, which draft am I going to side on? And it's just hard to pick right now, because both of them has the pros and cons. Like both the Vi and the Camille can actually pick off targets, especially the squishy ones like that of the Janna. If she doesn't have her ultimate, definitely gonna be a good target. Also the Kai'Sa as well. So we'll see about that. There's a lot of CC in here, or engage potential coming from the side of Action PH. Meantime, lots of disengage potentials coming from Galaxy Racer. What are your thoughts about the draft so far, Riku?
I'm loving both of them. I'm loving both of them. I suppose Action PH does have a lot of single target hold down, a lot of CC on their end. You've got the Charm, you've got 2 ults that isolate targets in the form of the Vi, and as well as the Hextech Ultimatum, and a bunch of roots. So a lot of long range, a lot of assassination potential. So this pick potential from Action PH's roster is so good. And that's the reason why when we look at Galaxy Racer's composition, that's the reason why they have a Janna, that's the reason why they have that Gragas for that casket. And I really love this. And the fact that they last picked Fiora as well, leaving it out, just trying to sense whether or not that Camille is going to be in the jungle or maybe at the Baron lane. They're like, hey, the Vi's locked in. That means top side will be Camille. That means I'll get this Fiora versus Camille matchup. That means I'll have a comfortable laning phase.
Ooh, this is gonna be very interesting. But I guess if I'm gonna picking just one draft, I guess yes, I voted or I predicted a 2-1 score in favor of Galaxy Racer. But I guess if I'm just gonna be basing on the draft, I'm loving Action PH draft in here. I love the engages, the lock-ins that they can do. 2 sources for that one, by the way. So I think this is gonna be very useful, especially if we're gonna be talking about number games, winning in terms of numbers. So we might expect Action PH going on to a 5-man objective take, while Galaxy Racer might be going for a 4-1 rotation. Going to be trying to utilize the split push potential that the Fiora can do, but I worry about that, especially in the early stages of the game, especially because of the turret, the defense adjustments in the 4-minute game time.
Yeah, that's true. It's going to definitely change how a bunch of these teams will be less aggressive earlier on in the tower dives, and just 4-man tower dive someone and try to remove that tower, chip in a little bit of that tower. But what I like about Action PH is, though, I think the panel brought it up on how Galaxy Racer Action relies heavily on Yamada at topside to sort of grow and be one of that really scary threats as the Fiora. We've seen his stats, they're really, really good. But because of the Vi and Camille jungle duo with Ikaros and Xpear, you gotta think that that's a little bit troublesome because there's only so much a Fiora can do between these two lockdown champions.
Oh yeah, that's so true. But we'll just see about that. It will still matter on the execution of these teams. They can prove us wrong, and we'll just see about that. For the meantime, again, we are going to be heading on to the game anytime soon. This is the first series for our week 2 of the group stages here at the Philippine Icon Series. We'll be your casters. I'm Kesaya. With me is Rico. Rico, I think you haven't mentioned your preferred draft in this one, or do I feel like it's really going on to the side of Action PH?
That's a good question. But first, I'd like to correct myself because I said earlier that Yamada's one of Fiora, but it's a swap. It was Ikaros that should be a little bit worried because of that Vi and Camille tandem. Yamada and AIM, they're hoping to get Yamada in a very comfortable spot, get that Camille going, and be that for real scary threat for Zivs in that Kaisa pick. And you know what? I said 2-1 Action. I'm going with the draft for Action PH.
Oh man, let's see. I'm loving the draft of Action PH as well, to be fair. Because so far, no one's actually starting on a 1-2-1 rotation. Seems like these teams are going on the usual, the standard ones.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of that standard. We haven't really seen the 1-3-1 as much compared to day number 1. Really good binding by Simon there.
Just a little bit of folks here and there who's gonna deny who. Everyone's just starting passive, not that much of some action, except for the top side is just trying to bait out the skills and ultimate who's gonna deny who. Basically, that's gonna be it.
Yeah, a little bit of tug of war at the top side of the map, making sure you do want to get ahead in the lane for sure for both of these duelists. Considering we've seen this 2 matchup time and time again. In the later stages of the game, I usually see the Fiora win over the Camille, but we'll have to see. It's Yamada this time on this Camille pick. It could go differently, considering if you add in the junglers into the composition. Spear will be on the Gragas, very scary duo as well. If we consider the roaming by JC, the potential roaming from the early game by this Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, for sure. And just to add one up, but hold a thought, there might be an action. No, not really gonna go for that. No ultimate as of yet for the Vi. But yeah, going on to the top side though, it was a free Camille first pick. So definitely if you go for the first pick, but hold a thought, you see this 1v1 happening already, gonna go for a hook shot far away to avoid a first casualty happening onto the top side. But yeah, you're gonna get denied definitely. as you go for a first pick Camille. So normally Fiora is definitely a good champion to go 1v1 against anyone, but there might be another action in here. Onto the top side, Ikaros, what are you gonna do?
I wonder because he has Splash, but here comes the engage.
Here comes the engage, and they're gonna go for that ultimate in here. Ikaros definitely has no way out right after that 3-man gang. And this is what we're talking about. Number games, you definitely have to utilize that in order for you to get the advantage in terms of objective, regardless of which form it is.
Yeah, definitely. Considering at this point, they do have time. They do have time. Action PH does have a little bit of time before that Drake spawns. You do have that 1 minute at least on the board. Really nice attempt on Action PH for Ikaros' head over there. Managed to at least burn a flash? Not even. Burn a barrier. That's fine. Burn a barrier. And as well as get that kill on towards Ikaros. And I think he has to be a little bit careful because he is a little bit advanced on the lane. So Action PH can take advantage of that. And because you brought this up earlier, Kaisaya, about the towers, they don't have to worry about severe punishment on tower takes before 4 minutes. I was deciding if I wanted to say pre 4 minutes or before 4 minutes. My brain just couldn't decide.
That's totally fine. I mean, with the patch changes every 2 weeks, we sometimes will also wonder, okay, what changes from one point to another already? But, you know, if you're really onto Wild Rift, you definitely would know. But for the meantime, Scuttler fight in here. They're just gonna be giving that away to Action PH for free. Action PH, they're currently and seemingly in shape at the moment, but of course the goal is not that far. There's no really obvious lead at this moment in time.
Yeah, not a lot of lead, as Galaxy Racer, just as you mentioned, would like to respect that Action PH did have control. They do have that vision as the Scuttler and a bunch of wards being placed, and Galaxy Racer gotta respect that. And Ziv's gotta be careful because of that pokes. Considering the fact that Eiko is actually in the bottom side of the map as well, they're hoping to get a pick, burn some flashes here and there before engaging on this air drake.
It just kind of makes me realize, though, if Action PA should have just banned out the Fiora, if they're gonna be planning on to prioritizing the pick for the Camille. Now the Camille, I feel like she's having this intention on wanting to go for the Dragon objective take, but then again not able to do so because we know Fiora is actually someone who's able to fast clear a particular lane if left all alone.
And I think that's what's happening right now in the mid lane too.
Ooh, in the middle lane though, this 2v1 fight is currently happening, but Yamada is just gonna be playing defensively, gonna go for the hook shot to transition just a little bit faster onto the top side. Look at the damage of Ikaros onto that first turret up top, and basically Yamada not just able to help out in the 5-man fight supposedly that could have been happening just a few minutes ago, a few seconds ago, since the dragon went up.
Yeah, we're not seeing the usual 5v5s. I think Action PH had an idea. They wanted to at least get a pick and then chunk a bit of that tower since it was already at the 5-minute mark. But APH didn't really get anything out of that brush, a party brush at the bottom side of the map. Therefore, GXR can be a little bit relieved, but I think they spotted out Spear on the top side of the map. That's the reason why Action is able to start the dragon.
Here we go. Will there be a steal that might happen in here? Lots of charms coming in. And here we go with a smite coming in through the Cloud Drake as well. The Monson is here to actually give some more protection at the side of Galaxy Racer. The rest of the members of Action PH quite divided though. The Camille needs to join the team fight. Aim is super low though, getting the damage coming up from the Kaisa as well. A flash in and will secure a kill in favor of Galaxy Racer, but 2 kills is gonna go onto the side of Action, and there you go. The disengage will happen, and I think we can still give that game on to Action PH since they managed to take 2 kills and at the same time was able to get the Cloud Trade.
That's true. Gotta commend Aim's positioning there. Decided to, it's okay if I trap myself inside this pit as long as the Aurelian Soul doesn't land a stun on me, because it's important that I stay safe with that smite getting locked in. And that's what happened for Aim. They managed to get and secure that first Drake for themselves, despite how they were a little bit off position because the rest of Galaxy Racer already arrived at the scene. Now, question is, will that happen again here on this Rift Herald?
Not too sure though, but as you can see, Smite available anyway. They are very confident about getting an early position, an early start on the Rift Herald, and they're going to be securing another objective for themselves on the side of Action PH. Looks like Action PH is looking so disciplined in this match.
First turret destroyed. Blue team lost a turret.
And here, though, both of them are just gonna be going for that first turret take. Not really first turret. I think the first one went to the side of Action PH, right? So there's 3 member on the top side part of the map. Them gonna be dealing a lot more damage compared to what has happened in the bot side. But this is looking like a symmetry in the minimap as of the moment. But then again, no obvious lead. As of the moment, Galaxy Racer, although losing 2 early objectives, I do believe they still will be able to manage to get a potential comeback play in terms of, objective taking or positioning in the map.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to, Galaxy Racer was able to at least even out the playing field on the map. They destroyed the bottom tier turret of Action, and in exchange, Action destroyed the top side. So I think that topsy-turvy is going to help in securing more of that dragon, but APH being very aggressive.
Yes, indeed. There are 4 members eyeing on the bottling part of the map as of the moment. Gragas in here, currently in a dangerous position. A focus fire onto the turret by the Koki, and then they're gonna get it. And of course, another casualty in here, but in turn, seems like they're gonna be losing the inner turret on the top side part of the map. The Ari won't be able to do anything to save that turret, and I guess he needs to back away. No, don't chase anyone! 2, 3 members are still in there, and now you're gonna die onto the hands of the Kaisa. But an exchange, Action PH will take the first or the tier 1 turret in the middle lane of Galaxy Racer as well.
Whew, that was dangerous, and Eiko unfortunately had to suffer the consequences as there's 3 people nearby. No need for any sort of lockdowns. The damage is just enough to just burst him down. And now GXR though had to suffer the consequences for staying at the top side. I mean, they still managed to get the tier 2 tower, but that means Yamada really has to keep an eye on that lane and try to even it out. But Dragon is now being started by GXR.
We can see the Hextech Ultimatum as well as the Assault and Battery all available as the moment. Final Spark will not do enough match damage, but then again, look at what Fiora has been doing. Also to stay provided by the Jana as well. The members of Action PH needs to back away just a little bit, but the Kaisa, Ikafi on range just doing some massive damage, forcing the members of Action PH to just back away. And there, look at this one, a very decisive Baron take for the side of Galaxy Racer.
I mean, it's perfect. It's the perfect setup. We were talking about how the second tier turret of Action PH getting destroyed by GXR will pay them so much. And they're able to cash in that early, but oh dear me, Yamada.
Yamada, not too sure if he'll be able to survive with the homing damage coming from the Ikathean reign of the Kaisa. I don't think he'll make it out, as well as the Koki Riot's gonna get punished as well for still following that very risky positioning when you know there are actually 4 or 5 members on the side of Galaxy Racer. So somehow the early composure of Action PH seems to have lost. But yeah, oh dear, Riku in here. Look at that celestial expansion coming up from JC. It's just way too massive, and it's just covering the whole screen, the whole map. Not the whole map, but the whole screen.
I mean, with the way that we're looking at the screen, it practically covered everything. So, but that's scary. That's a scary thought, Isaiah. The whole map,
Oh,
though.
map, yeah.
I can't imagine it, and it's not pretty.
Oh, I
Oh, but
remember.
yeah, going back to...
I remember your dream about Jarvat. I'm so sorry. I just had to mention that. My goodness.
My goodness, indeed. But Yamada.
Yamada in here, but the backup is actually incoming. Let's see what Ikaros can do. Gonna be flashing away though, still gonna be saving his life. Fortunate, quite fortunate for him. They know. I mean, they know when to jerk in, when to jerk out. So that's really good microplay coming in from Ikaros.
Definitely very good microplay, able to burn a bunch of summoner spells for Action PH there. So Ikaros doing a good job here at the top side of the map. And again, we've seen that matchup time and time again. And Fiora would usually win that.
A Sultan batter in here, but he's just taking a lot of damage coming out from the buffed minion waves as well. Gonna be trying to sandwich the rest of the members of Action PH in here. The Vi will hold down. Lots of escape provided by the Chana. In here, the members of Action PH at this 30-minute game time gonna get wiped out by Galaxy Racer. Galaxy Racer able to utilize the popes, the sustain that they were able to pull off. That was Team Ace, brought to you by Operino. Galaxy Racer just right on the spot, gonna be getting this game on.
What an explosive finish from Galaxy Racer. They were confident.
Victory.
They didn't need to be hasty for that first Drake of the game. They can just give it away and play to their strengths, which is how strong their mid game is, their 5v5, their 4-1 later on with the Fiora scales. Ikaros won that lane very hard. They're able to push that tier 2 tower at topside, got the Baron, and then started their win there. Galaxy Racer did an amazing job.
Ooh, they did. And I mean, if we're gonna be going back onto the draft, yes, we did vote for who actually got the best picks, supposedly. But I think one thing that we've actually missed in terms of the discussion are the bans. So if there was actually a prior pick on the Camille, I thought that Action PH should have actually banned those split push type of champions, like that of a Fiora. Yamada, as a Camille, had a hard time joining the team fights, contributing his Hextech ultimatum into getting a target because he's just not able to do anything. And if he actually leaves his lane, and then Ikaros is just gonna be going ham on to trying to take down turrets or dealing some massive amounts of damage on it. But then again, GGWP, really good place in here. You know, the red team, GXR, weren't afraid about losing the first 2 objectives in that match. And they just found the proper momentum as to when they're gonna go all in.
Yeah, they definitely did find that proper momentum, which is, I don't know, around the 10-minute mark for the side of Galaxy Racer for them to be a little bit more confident in entering these 5v5s. And again, the reason why Action PH struggled so much is that, yes, they have a lot of CC lockdowns, but most of them are solo CC lockdowns, solo CCs rather. So we didn't get to see that as much, so that they can get a pick, transition that to objectives or a tower. So that's why they're going to be pushed into a corner if they fight 5v5 without picking someone up beforehand.
Maybe it's not CC is the name of the game. Maybe it's Sustain is the name of the game.
Disengage.
Disengage as well. You know, go for the disengage and provide some sustain for your teammates if you're getting poked out by your opponents. And you know, Team Galaxy Raider didn't really have to build out a chunky or a tanky composition. They just needed the heals. They just needed the disengage for them to not get locked down by the 2 champions like that of the Camille as well as the Vi from the side of Team Action PH. So maybe we can learn again, not maybe, but we did actually learn a thing or two coming from the type of play that Galaxy Racer has actually pulled off from that match. That was very interesting. But for the meantime, let's take a look at the highlights from that K1 between Action PH versus Galaxy Racer.
I'm excited to check out all these highlights because it looked pretty good for Action PH. At first, they were getting the kills that they wanted. They've managed to isolate people just like we saw here on towards JC. But the chasing potential, the 5v5s, again, as long as, Galaxy Racer is together, they are definitely going to win that fight. And I think this decision from Galaxy Racer pushing that top tier, the second tier tower at this point of the match really solidified, this map control over the top side at that Baron side. For them, if you get a pick on the jungler, if you get a pick at least on your side, you are going to be confident in getting that Baron for yourself.
Ooh, that's so true. And looking at the highlights again, my goodness, I think there's just way too much AoE damage as well coming from the composition of Team Galaxy Racer, both the Celestial expansion as well as the Icathian Rain, and of course the explosive cast coming up from the Gragas, Kaisa, as well as the Aurelion Salt. Just way too much to take in, and there's no disengage potential apart from the dashes and of course the flashes that the members of Team Action PH has in their composition. So it's them just basically getting punished in this kind of comp that Galaxy Racer has actually showed us.
That's true, and Galaxy Racer definitely showed a very, very good, solid and stable performance this time around.
Yes, but for our master of the match, it's gonna be the Kaisa Zivs, Carlos Boma. Really great amount of skill participation. That was really huge. It's almost close to 100%. I mean, it feels like you're gonna be very happy about this if you are the support, but at the same time, since you are on the farthest edge of the map, then you are actually having this amount of skill participation, then that's really great. And we've seen how this actually affected the members of Team Action PH. They're just eating all of the Icathian Rains, and at the same time, of course, the Celestial expansion as well from the Aurelion Sol. But again, Kaisa still at 100% pick rate, man, here at the PH Action series.
Yeah, Kaisa has so much value. Okay, take out the Braum, ban out the Braum. It's fine. Take it. And it's still going to work out pretty well, especially you have that strong protection potential from what a Janna brings, what a Gragas brings to the table. So very, very nice to see Zivs, shine in this match. Because I believe last week it was JC that really shined on the Zig, so this time it's a different flavor. It's Ziv's time to shine on this 80 carry role.
Yeah, and I wonder if in this particular day will we actually be seeing Kaisa be taken out of the picture, but it feels like the chances are quite low still, because of course the value she can assassinate basically with of course that ultimate that she has, and at the same time just throw massive amount of AoE damage into particular targets or targets just all around the place. So let's backtrack and take a look again on what the bans are were, and of course the picks were from the previous match. Again, the Galio was still respected. I wonder, Riku, if you think that the Galio is kind of a waistband already. How do you feel Galio so far, right after the recent patch?
Well, I think for Galio, I think he's still strong because his kit in general is intact. The fact that you can engage for your team, kind of similar to a Gragas, but you're basically a Gargoyle that is Twisted Fate. You can sort of jump in, join the team, and get that numbers advantage. And they definitely did not want that on the opposite side of Action, because we saw how Action played with Galio last week. It was really, really good. So basically a respect. But the biggest question for me is for Action, I think they didn't. So they had two choices on the blue side ban, whether or not they wanted to see a Fiora, or they wanted to keep the Fiora, or they wanted to just not see Akali on Ikaros. So they had like three options there for Action, because we've seen that composition before. You put the Camille on the jungle role and get the Fiora on top side. You kill two birds with one stone. You don't have that counter pick, at least at top side. You get to keep two strong picks for yourselves. But that we didn't really get to see that, and they decided to lock in that Vi instead.
Yeah, it's kind of tough though. But yeah, one thing I noticed though for these two teams as well, it's them proving to us that it's not just tank meta this current season. Because again, the showing of the utility support, some actually has been questioning Lux in the competitive scene. Not until Team Secret showed it to us that okay, she can actually be placed under the table and can actually help out in terms of team fights, providing both protection and of course some bits of AP damage against your opponent. So it's looking still okay. It's just so happen again, I guess there's just a lot of disengaged potential and engaged potential, both actually from the side of Galaxy Razors. So one thing to maybe we can talk about is there any potential respect bans that might happen in the next game, Riku?
I think that's a good question. That is a very good question. Maybe if we don't get to see the Fiora anymore, I think it's just two questions whether or not you want to see the Fiora on either Yamada, because Yamada is also a very well-versed Fiora player, so you definitely do not want to see that. So I guess it's a between of whether or not you want to prioritize the Ziggs if he's open, or you want to prioritize the Camille pick later on for the blue side and as well as that red side. But you mentioned Kaisa has been making rounds, has been making a name, has been 100% pick.
Yes.
So far in our 4 days of the North Luzon group stages. So I feel like, maybe we can see the rotation again of the Kaisa Ziggs, and then maybe you throw in a Lux. What will happen if you don't ban the Braum? Because I think this is so huge that they used up a slot on towards the Braum, therefore leaving so many possibilities open.
And this makes it exciting. Some people say, okay, you guys need to add a ban slot, but then again, the champion pool isn't that wide, and I'm loving the variations. Actually, it's not just okay. We can see the usual ones. The usual kind of composition that's being pulled off from one team to another. Somehow, each of the teams has their own kind of play style that works for them. So it's pretty interesting to see at the same time that yes, they are making use of utility support and we're not seeing a one-to-one early laning stage, and it allows us to realize that maybe that adjustments in the turret within 4-minute game time brought some impact as to how these competitive teams will actually pull off their kind of play in the scene.
Yeah, I do appreciate the changes for sure. It gives more value to early game junglers to try and gank some of the side lanes or maybe in the mid lane, and without having to worry about consequences of your tower getting taken down after you spend a bit of time trying to gank here and there. So I like the changes, more action earlier on, more skirmishes for sure. That's what we saw earlier for the first game of Galaxy and Action. So very curious what direction now, because we've seen these two compositions sort of mashed together. We've seen that in Nexplay and Team Secret, where it's a 5v5 composition versus a siege composition. We've seen a bunch of these times where the 5v5s usually win. So it makes me wonder if Action PH is able to either go back to this sort of composition, but at least get that snowball in, or just fight fire with fire. Fight 5v5 with 5v5.
By the way, though, it's just something that I realized. Somehow, the type of composition that a Galaxy Racer has seems like a counterpart of what we've been seeing in the comps that Team Secret has been pulling off. So it's like still the Protect the Queen composition, except that these are not tanky guards or bodyguards all around the Kaisa. So instead, though, they have the capacity to actually throw away your opponents and make sure that no one's gonna get near our Kaisa. So again, that was in the form of actually this three, the Janna, the Gragas, as well as the Aurelion Sol. So there's a lot of them to give so much protection for the Kaisa, and not just for themselves alone when they are on the laning stage, or maybe if they're alone roaming around the map. So this is very interesting. So if in case, okay, there's no Braum, there's no Mundo, who's Seraphine. If there's no Seraphine as well, then it can be replaced by this kind of champion. So that gives us a lot of learning in here just by seeing them pull off this composition and actually work out almost the same and almost the same idea like that of what we've seen so far from Team Secret.
Yeah, that's true. I liked how you brought that up. I mean, usually we get to see the Braum and the Alistair, and then what if we don't have the Alistair? I mean, Leona has been buffed as well. Kind of works the same thing. You use Leona as your, heavy engage. But what are your options if you don't have disengage? If you don't have the Janna, you do have that Gragas, even though, okay, they're not necessarily in the same lane. I mean, you could if you want to be a little bit spicy, but usually you either see in the jungle role as well, just because, as we can see earlier from Spear, he was able to utilize a lot of the early game plays and as well as heavy engage and disengage. So I'm curious. I mean, we could get a little bit of spice here and there. I mean, when it comes to spice, we saw Galaxy Racer play the Wukong before. They brought up the Graves before. I know, Kaisaya, you weren't a fan of the Graves last week, but we could see something more explosive definitely on the side of a Galaxy Racer. But because they are the winners of this first game, Action PH is the one that has to step it up. So I'm curious because the panelists have talked about it. What can AIM do to make Yamada's laning phase comfortable for him enough to cause chaos in the mid to late game? Because looking at the numbers, Yamada has been dealing a lot of huge impact in the games.
Yeah, for sure. And most especially, we can see that AIM is actually trying to prioritize the gank in the lane of Yamada. And we've seen it work so well many times, not just once or twice, but many times, even during the first week of the group stage in here for the Icon Series Philippines. It just so happened, I guess, there is a lack of information on what else AIM can actually pull off in the jungle. And we have yet to see that one out because it's just always Vi so far, 90% of the time since the first week of this event. And I'd like to see more. And I'm pretty sure, since we still have 3 days left for the North Luzon group stage, I just want to see more of what AIM can actually bring onto the table. And it's just that we lack information as to how else can Action PH can move along or play along in the game if we are limited on the idea on what their jungler can do in the match.
Yeah, that's true. I think again, when we look at how can you make Yamada's lane work, perhaps maybe he's going to be in a favor and you want to empower him earlier as much as you can. Maybe, he fell back on the Jarvan 4 last time.
Yeah,
or twice.
Once.
And it fit well to your team as well when it comes to scaling to the later game. I mean, not a lot of impact anymore for your early game ganks, but at least you can serve as a tank later on and serve as your engage and maybe pair that up with an Orianna. I don't think we've seen the Orianna before, but it does fit his playstyle for Eiko on towards that utility role. I want to see him do wonders on the Orianna later on. Maybe.
Yeah, for sure. But going this time on the side of Galaxy Racer, and then you mentioned about the Graves. The only reason why I didn't like Graves was because it got matched up against the Lee Sin, and I don't think that was really fitting. I mean, you would love a Graves jungle. Usually, when you have to match up something that is really across, just trying to get near it, and you just want to go get a Graves to be able to fight them. So the Graves, right after seeing listening idea, but if it was maybe like that of a Mundo or an Olaf jungle pick, then I'm gonna commend that Graves jungle pick. But yeah, we'll say about that. Maybe it was just some kind of mistakes happen sometimes in decision making in drafting, especially when you are currently in a setup where there is also a time limit in terms of banning phase.
Yeah, that's true. It's all about having to take time and having to decide what composition you want to go for. I love how you brought up the Olaf pick as well. I mean, there's a bunch of amazing picks on the jungle role, a jungle position rather. So definitely going to be one of those things where do you want to build this comp? Do you want to go for A? Do you want to go for B? And very curious because just as you mentioned, AIM has been picking the Vi. I mean, even despite the nerf, still very strong, still the same concept. You're able to burst someone down, lock someone down. It's effective against compositions that have one scary threat or like maybe the Kaisa. You want to just lock her down. But the biggest hurdle is, just as we saw, you have the Gragas to disengage and you have the Janna as well.
Yes, for sure. And that's what we did not see very effectively, especially during team fights. But of course, that was very useful during ganks, wherein, okay, just get in here, hide from the bush, and set up your assault and battery. You know what? This week, I have a feeling that we're going to be seeing a lot of Ziggs ban.
A Ziggs ban? Yes, I actually agree with you there. We're not going to be seeing the Ziggs Lux combo just because you can get away with a lot of things, and mainly Vi actually being banned out. That means what? That means possibilities.
Ooh.
That means Braum is open. That means
And
means
also,
what are you gonna be? Galio is gonna be open if they do ban out this Gragas. Galio's open.
Yeah. And I don't know, ban on the guy seems like starve out AIM as well in one of his comfort picks. And like you mentioned, Gragas, or rather Galio is open. We'll see if he will be still that effective right after the adjustments.
I am curious because I don't think we've ever seen JC on the Galio pick ever, and it's definitely more on, I suppose, Aiko's expertise, because we usually see JC on the carry role, not necessarily on the utility side. So I'm very, very curious to see how this pans out. I mean, what if it's on draw? But anyway, AIM. Riots is gonna be on Kaisa.
Yeah, I could be. You mentioned that it could be going on to draw as a support, and I feel like right after the adjustments, maybe he might be even more viable in the support rather than in the middle lane. But for the meantime, it's not showing yet, so that is actually a good flex pick, just like how they actually flexed out the Gragas earlier on. Not too sure if that's gonna go on to the mid, Baron, or the jungle. But then again, gotta be a listen over in here. No, it's actually a lock already for AIM.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about what can AIM do if there's not going to be a Vi, and this is his fallback. We've seen him on the Jarvan. Now he's going to be here in this Lee Sin pick. But I really like this Rakan pick because you do lack that sort of AoE 5v5 heavy engage, because you do have that Lee Sin, but I feel like that's not going to be enough for your either disengage or engage. But Pantheon! Kaisai, we're seeing a Pantheon here on Galaxy Racers draft. I love it!
This is looking scary because Pantheon, of course, got a buff. And is this gonna be a Katarina as well? There's just so much massive damage, AP in particular, coming from the side of Galaxy Racer. If they are able to free hit, then this is gonna look scary, especially with a taunt coming from Galio. It is you guys not able to hit us because you're getting taunted, but it is us gotta go for a free hit on you. So, but to the Yana, whoa! Fresh champions we've got in here in the battlefield. Riku, I know you know so much about League of Legends lore. I don't know, but how do you find the compositions for both teams, especially these are really fresh champions that we are seeing as of the moment?
There's so much to say. But from what I see in the draft, it's definitely going to be either a Pantheon jungle and a support Galio. And it's so exciting to see because we mentioned earlier in the draft that, hey, Galio, that's probably not, JC style. That's probably Eiko style. But yeah, we saw the Katarina lock in, and that's what we saw. I mean, you don't have the Wukong, but you do have that taunt. You do have that single target stun from that Pantheon, so it works so well. And the fact that they took two champions that is able to fly across the map and get that numbers advantage is just so huge for Galaxy Racer. I cannot wait for this to work. But action, they do have Diana. We're seeing Eiko on the Diana, which we usually see Eiko on a, on a very utility mid laner picks usually. So I'm excited to see this. Unless the Diana is actually on Ikaros. There's so many things.
Yes. I know how excited you are. I'm so excited too because these teams, they are giving us not just competitive but also entertainment here as we watch, of course, the Philippine Icon series. And I'm just so excited to see how this will pan out because, of course, in terms of the composition of Galaxy Racer, that needs a good layering of abilities. You can't just go all out or go in as a Katarina. Definitely you need to time it with the taunt coming or the CC coming up from either the Pantheon or the Galio. So this is gonna be tricky. Maybe if they have practiced this anyway, I'm just so excited to see it work out as well. But of course, you do not discount what a Diana can do as well. So we'll just see about that. Now, we've got the position is, and just like what we've said, what we've guessed, Galio is gonna be a support.
Yeah, gonna be a support for sure. You've got the engage set in. And want to say that it is going to be Echo on the Diana and Yamada on the Akali. Ikaros, though, will be on that Garen. So that lane is sort of neutralized. You do want... If you can't win the lane, might as well just neutralize the lane with that Garen pick.
Everyone's, for the meantime, going to be just going for some meet-up in the middle lane. Going to be dewarding those area in the riverbed. So at least they'll be having a good time in trying to contest the scuttlers.
Yeah, just trying to provide some vision over at the riverside, just as you mentioned, to get that first Rift Scuttler. I love it. I love this mid-jungle matchup here. We've got the Diana and as well as the Lee Sin. And then you have the Pantheon and the Katarina. They complement themselves super duper well. I'm excited to see some very impactful Moonfall plays coming from Eiko here. I want to see that huge amounts of damage and that CC and that wombo combo in. So we'll have to check that out later for sure, especially if they do want to get those early picks before getting towards that first dragon.
Yes, for sure. For the meantime, we didn't see any aggressive invades happening. Yes, that was a listen. But then again, you also got to be careful of the early damage that the composition of Galaxy Racer can do. Again, that's a Katarina early game. That's also a Saya early game. And definitely can match up in terms of early damage, especially if you don't have magic resist available in your isolation.
That is true. Good thing Eiko does have that shield from Diana as well to be able to counter a little bit of damage coming through from JC. That is the reason why, JC has been winning these trades here and there. Gotta be careful though for Katarina because when you ult, you do have a lot to stop your ult in the middle of it with the Rakan in there with the charm, with Eiko's Moonfall as well in the Lee Sin kick. So gotta be careful with that timing on JC's ult.
Pretty sure AIM tried his best to find a good time onto ganking the middle laner Katarina because JC is fun because in the middle lane we're gonna be seeing that first blood happen already. Gonna be backing away before a Sonic Wave goes on to you, but the backup is actually in here, coming out from X here. Really good timing of the Pantheon in here. Oh, the Katarina once more blood. Woo, don't dive in too deep, or else you might be getting that turret damage onto your Slither of Bell. But we're not yet done because of action is also happening down bottom part of the map. But just a little bit of pokes here and there, and that was again the first blood just a few seconds ago in the middle lane.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I said earlier that, Eiko does have that shield, so the trades here and there will be in their favor. But if you don't have that in the first iteration, when you do want to engage, you're going to be in a little bit of trouble, as JC did have that barrier activated in that exchange earlier and was able to win the 1v1. I mean, Ignite didn't get to tick as Eiko expected it to be, and therefore didn't end in a 1-for-1 exchange. Actually, almost risking aim there as well, but good with just that first blood. Now, 30 seconds on the clock before that first Drake spawns. We'll have to see what these teams decide to do. Either get a pick first before entering this Drake, or perhaps fight it out 5v5. I think it might be very, very scary for both of these teams because they do have the capability of fighting as fives, but I do have to hand it to Galaxy Racer because of how so much impactful ultimates that can be laid on towards the Riverside.
That's true. Because they got the semi-global ultimates, you know, they can just try to go pressure a particular lane in the map and just back up in case it's very much needed. In case, you know, a clash happens while they were busy trying to take priority in the lanes. But for the meantime, the Dragon has been available already. We have yet to wait a fight that might happen anytime soon.
Yeah, definitely going to be a very, very interesting, a bit of a tug of war, invisible tug of war, if you will. But looking at this, though.
Oh, yes, indeed. Very aggressive play here. And the backup incoming from the Galio. Going to be going for the taunt. The CC as well is contributing a lot in allowing the members of Galaxy Racer to pull up and deal lots of massive damage in here. Blade Caller in here, not going to be taking the target. But then again, just enough to shove away the members of Action PH. Gonna go for that reset for the meantime before they actually head on to the Cloud Drake objective.
Yeah, they're very, very happy about that. But for APH, they decided to, okay, let's give away this white dragon, this air drake rather, and then go towards exchange again towards another objective off of the map. We saw this between the Secret and as well as Nexplay before. And it's definitely one of the things that you can do in exchange. At least you get something off of the map. And not exchange it with nothing, basically. This is a good consolation prize. Extra gold for that first blood tower for them. But GXR still very, very scary.
Oh, in here though, on the top side, gonna be making use of stasis earlier on, but to no afford, still gonna be falling down onto the hands of the Kaisa with the Ecuthian rate damage. So there's way too much damage to take in. 3v1 situation going up the top. There is quite an overextended chase!
Oh no!
Oh, that was a mistake on the Dragon Rage, saving the life of the Garen. And I think this time we can actually pretty much notice how somehow A maybe is not really used to making use of the Lee Sin. Not too sure. Or maybe he was actually assuming, okay, the Dragon Rage will help us secure the kill, but hold on thought, because we have another objective fight happening here. No, they're just gonna be leaving that one out onto the Galaxy Racer team. And whew, what are your thoughts from that fight, Riku?
It's so hard for Action PH to try and secure and stay long under Moonfall.
Oh man, a fight under the turret in here, but there's no problem because look at what Draw actually managed to do, just taking in all the damage while the rest of the members are still trying to go for a free hit against the champions, against the members of Action PH, and at the same time still, you know, just dealing some damage on the turrets as well. But for the meantime, that Garen was quite busy up top. Aim in here. I don't think he will be able to defend this all alone. I think he needs to back out.
He does. I mean, it would be a little bit of waste for that Guardian Angel. You do need that in the following potential fights if you do want to try and pick someone out. But yeah, not looking too good for Action here, as Galaxy Racer can just sort of walk. Well, not in this case, not walk, but fly casually to places where Action PH is sort of converging and trying to get objectives. And, you know, GXR just tries to ruin their day with the Pantheon ult and as well as that grand entrance from Draw here on that Galio. So it's making things awkward for Action PH. So I guess their advantage is I was hoping to see the Diana shine. I was hoping to see Eiko shine in that Diana pick because, you know, that's the strength, having a ton of burst and as well as that, you know, AoE CC, if you will, with that Moonfall. But we really didn't get to see Eiko's lane work in the first 10 minutes.
Some pokes here and there, just maintaining the minion waves in all of the lanes. Not really gonna go for that fight. I think they're also just waiting for the ultimate coming out from Draw, as of course they're not present. So it's just a waiting game, waiting for the right pick off. And talking about pick off, I think they saw Yamada in here onto the top side part of the map, gonna be hiding on to that Twilight Shroud. But while they were actually busy on that part of the map, that we can see in here. Oh, the turret in here in the middle lane is gonna go down, and they're gonna go all in onto the tip line. Look at the protection being given by Draw, making use of this Galio, and this is just basically the Saya gonna go for a free hit everywhere around the corner where he finds a target. This is looking good so far for a Galaxy Racer.
And that was such a really nice fight, definitely, for Galaxy Racer. They managed to get a few kills, even though their mission was to just use the Rift Herald and then destroy the first tier tower in the mid lane, but they got a little bit of bonus and got 2 kills off of that. And now, another big challenge for Action. How will they be able to secure the second dragon? Because Galaxy Racer is slowly building up. Draw?
Everyone's just willing to commit. All in. Ekati and Rain gonna be trying to deal some damage, but not enough though, however. And in this situation, quite a messy team fight happening. Targets here and there though, but we can see that Kali trying to go for a backline fight, trying to flank from one side to another. That was really good play coming here from Yamada Sakali, but then again, not too sure if the Theon is gonna be sustaining, but then again, he will just fall down. One member left for the side of Action
Yamada wants to
PH.
kill.
Yamada definitely would want to kill a target, but that was a very heroic play to try to survive up against 3 members on the side of Galaxy Racer. Not to mention, they were quite tanky, and they're also, or he might also be getting some damage from that mountain break.
Ooh, you could really sense that Yamada wanted another kill. He played so well in that fight. But unfortunately, GXR's composition is just way, way better at these, front to back or 5v5 compositions in general. And for GXR, I mean, for Action, it's just so hard to try and dive the backline because either you're greeted with a taunt, you're in range of a taunt, you're in range of Spear's stun as well. So it's just a bit challenging if you get into melee range, and there's just so many things going on, as well as Hikaru's on the Garen. It's just doing Garen things.
But they're not yet done in here in the middle lane though. They are actually ready to poke, but they need to be very careful just a little bit because we can see the Katarina's already half life, not even scared about getting that honey fruit in front of the face of the members of Action PH. So yeah, this is really looking like a confident Galaxy Racer this time. They got a massive amount of gold lead at the same time, so I think it's just understandable as to why they're quite a little bit overextending right after the riverbed.
Yeah, they gotta be careful for APH. At this point, they cannot get separated, or else if they try to get a pick off of someone, it's just gonna be a spear and as well as Draw flying across the map and joining them and just taking things away from you, taking away that numbers advantage away from you. And for GXR, they're gonna be satisfied with that.
Though in here you can see they're trying to punish the Garen. I don't think this is a good idea. They're gonna get all in here onto the top side part of the map. A 3v3 situation. Gonna be going for that stasis. It's Diana is to save his life, but will that be enough? Oh, look at that! Very aggressive play coming from the Katarina, taking in some damage coming up from the turret, but then again the backup that came in just from the Pantheon was somehow quite enough to actually help save this. Yamada is just doing some great plays, but unfortunately it seems like he will not survive because that was again quite a little bit of something that is very heroic to go up against 3 to 4 members of Galaxy Racer. You're gonna love what Yamada is doing, but unfortunately I think it doesn't fit the composition so well for him to be able to make that kind of play.
Yeah, especially if the ones that are left are maybe a Garen, maybe the Galio, a little bit too tanky for you to try and burst down in one combo and then get out. You usually have to stick around a little bit more, hide around the shroud, and then wait for your cooldowns, but that's 2 rotations you have to wait for, and it might be a little bit too late. So that is the struggle. Yamada and as well as Eiko are having trouble bursting these targets down because usually you're greeted by these tanks. You're greeted by these juggernauts, and your main target definitely for JC, and Zivs has a bunch of safety as well with a Feather Storm, so it's a little bit challenging.
Oh, but it found aim in here. Gonna get fully, gonna go for the stasis. I don't think he'll make it out, even with a G as well, unless we can see the second ability is available. But no, he's gonna go for a Sonic Wave. and now gonna be juking out of the fight, saving his life. Finally, fortunately for him. But yeah, two things got burned, the stasis as well as the GA. Unfortunately for that Lee Sin, but then again, this is, I think, Galaxy Racer just waiting for them to get a better position and to going for a Baron objective phase right after they managed to get the inner turret in the mid as well as onto the top.
Yeah, they're waiting for that opportunity. That is the reason why they quickly jumped on towards aim there, being very alone in the jungle, hoping to get a pick off on their jungler, Action's jungler, and that will be that go signal for them to get that dragon, or Baron rather. But they can actually just be a little bit more satisfied, but I'm a little bit worried about Zivs
Dragon
here.
has spawned.
He's fine. The rest of the squad is there.
Yes, for sure. I like how they actually back out each other, back each other up. But for the meantime, previous situation happening as of the moment. Backup incoming from the Galio as well. Ikafi and Rain going from here and there as well. Unfortunately, the Lee Sin will fall down. And in here, the Katarina just has gone wild. Gonna get that quadra kill. While Ikaros is actually not really joining the fight, they got a team ace powered by Oppo Reno fight, and they have the opportunity to actually put this game onto an end since it's 11 minutes, or not 11 minutes, but 11-second game time before someone goes back off to go for a defensive play. I think this is gonna be it. There's a massive amount of mini waves, so I think we can call it, this is gonna be Galaxy Racers game. It is gonna be a 2-0 score.
That is not just only a 2-0 score. That is a statement. Galaxy Racer did amazingly well, and with an amazing finish, an explosive finish at that, with JC getting that quadra kill and just making this Katarina pick work. There were so many things that were open. You know, there was the Galio pick being opened, and then as well as Katarina last pick, and then suddenly the Pantheon all on the jungle for Spear. It was so beautiful to watch, and you know, Action PH just couldn't really do much against this composition, as especially Eiko fell apart earlier into the game.
Whew. I mean, just quite unfortunate. Riots on the Kai'Sa was actually doing massive amount of damage. Even Yamada and Eiko. It's just that I guess a Lee Sin as well as a Rakan aren't the best frontliners for them to do what they must do in the battlefield. So again, they're not that tanky. They're actually quite squishy to start, especially we're going to be talking about, okay, you have to build some bits of damage first in your itemization. Then, you know, there's just no one to frontline. But nice attempt. It just so happened that I guess Galaxy Racer brought up another type of composition wherein you can bring out some of the freshest champions that we've got in the current champion pool of League of Legends, Wild Rift, in the form of the Pantheon, the Katarina, and as well as the Galio. So that was very interesting. And we talk about layering of skills. I think they pulled that one off really, really well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this switcheroo a bunch of times. Like, for example, you thought it was a mid lane Galio, but no, that JC is going to be pulling up the Katarina out of nowhere, and it worked really well. And I was so excited to see the Diana as well, because, you know, we saw the Pantheon got buffed in this current patch, Diana as well. I was looking forward to like so many like painful moonfalls, but we didn't really get to see that, considering that Eiko wasn't able to get ahead in the lane. It was JC winning that 1v1 first, but I really like what I see in the team fights from Galaxy Racer as well.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of messy team fights, but most of the times that just happens because what Yamada has been doing. He's trying to get the backline, but then again, sometimes improper targets gets taken down. There's also some mistakes, by the way, coming from the side of Galaxy Racer. So we can say, okay, yes, they're on the lead, and they won this game, but we saw this moment in time where sometimes they almost come to a close into throwing a game. But then again, I think that's just the power. You are willing to sacrifice your life for as long as you're also able to take down 3 or 5 targets. And again, this JC and the Katarina can move while he's going ham and wild in his ultimate. So he basically has all the reason to just take down all your HP bars and deal some massive amounts of damage. So he's gonna be the master of the match. Congratulations to JC, John Binagay. Again, one of the freshest members from Galaxy Racer 2. So this is very interesting. How do you feel about the Katarina showing up here at the Icon Series?
I think Katarina is a really good indication of how much you either synergize with your team, you're able to communicate well with your team with the timings, because Katarina is such a very vulnerable pick. It's either you are super duper good in the lane or later on in the later stages, or you kind of just not grow at all and you don't deal as much damage. And because especially there's a bunch of CC on the board for Action PH, JC did an amazing job having to find these timings. Also, especially winning that 1v1 against Aiko on that Diana really did wonders. You shut down Diana's strong suits of having to burst someone down earlier, get that first items, and he definitely denied that.
And I'm pretty sure he knows Katarina so well. A while ago when we saw Xpear backing him up in the middle lane, we did see him just having that slither of health and still wanting more kills. So he's just not afraid, and I think he just knows the limitations of this champion too. So that's what you get for knowing or having a really massive amounts of mastery on a particular champion. So I think the Katarina must be respected, or you must find a way into stopping that Katarina in the mid in hands of JC and not let that happen again. So we'll see how later on, like how Team Secret as well as Nexplay will actually react on to the Katarina of JC, especially Galaxy Racer. I think they're very composed. I mean, they know their draft so well, and I like what you pointed out a while ago, Riku, when you mentioned, I think the team who is going to be drafting the Katarina has some good, some sense of synergy and all, because again, it's not easy to pull off the Katarina in this kind of competitive play. We're just a lot of champions with a lot of CC.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, having to find that timing, having to look for that timing when when draw is coming in or when spear is coming in, and that's the time you press that go button on that Katarina and just go ham. And we saw that many times towards JC. But yeah, I fully agree with you there. I think Katarina pick is just one of those picks that JC has in his pocket that we're definitely going to be looking forward to time and time again. Every time Galaxy Racer is going to be on the board for their matches, every time they're going to be live, and it's pretty fun because we still have today and as well as Saturday and Sunday to see more interesting picks from Galaxy Racer, as they have picked a bunch of spicy things for this current weekend. So I'm looking forward to that, because this is just our first match of the day since 2.2a dropped in within this week.
Yes, and again, Galaxy Racer, I don't know, they're being so creative, and it's not just the usual, common picks in a particular team. But yeah, more action later on is gonna be up next. Gonna be Team Secret versus Action PH. That after our few minutes break. Once again, I'm Keisaya. With me is Riku. We'll be back.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
Galaxy Racer, ladies and gentlemen, getting that first 2-0 of the day as they take one from Action PH. They will be taking home 50,000 Globe Cup points and hopefully, more importantly, taking that momentum into their second match later today. And Galaxy Racer making their own meta over here and just impressing everyone. And I just have to point out, Autolus, you know what? You posted a few predictions on your social media earlier. You're 2 out of 3 right
yes.
now. 2 out of 3. You predicted that Galio would indeed make a comeback, and he did. And you also predicted that Pantheon would come in, finally make his debut into the C Icon series, which he did. We also had a Diana coming in as well, but I wanna note that that was just 2 out of 3. We don't have a Yasuo just yet. That might come into play a little bit later. This is the first series of the day. Who knows? But just let me know about those predictions and what you basically thought about our new debuts over here in the C Icon series.
First off, with Galio, I still believe that it is a very strong pick. Being put in the right composition, you can just influence the map very, very strong. In the clashes, just imagine how small the map is, right? And the range that he has, not just the range, but the cover of his stunts, his ultimate is just too strong. It can really control the matchups or the skirmishes very, very strong. And talking about Pantheon did get buffed in 2.2a. Lots of damages, and that is a point-and-click stun, right? A single target stun. And that is very important when it comes to skirmishes as well. And when we're talking about skirmishes, that is really the name of the game of our Icon series so far in the summer season. So yeah, I'm just waiting for Yasuo to just hop onto that Yasuo so that I can have a 3 out of 3 prediction.
Yeah, you know what? We were just discussing this earlier. The reason why Yasuo probably hasn't come out yet is because he's actually, in the form of Yasuo, maybe, who knows. But just checking out our series highlights, Osiris, I want to get your thoughts on this as well, as we are entering a new meta over here in Wild Rift.
Well, I really love how the Katarina works for GXR. As Galaxy Racer, we know that they are one of the teams who got a really strong team fight prowess. And the thing about the influential map, as what Autolus told us, is that they are never afraid of jumping into the towers or the turret dives, because they got the Galio. You have also the Pantheon that can jump inside, that can use his shield to tank all of the damage. And Comet X Spear right there showing that the damage from the Pantheon is really impeccable. And followed up by the Katarina. What I love about Galaxy Racer is they respected the gap or the good advantage of Diana towards the Katarina. So he ganked repeatedly, mostly into the mid lane, up until JC can just play on his own. And then after that is just followed by draw. And another thing about that is Icarus. We know that this guy is a flashy player, but he just played on a Garen, for the reason that this guy is consistent. We don't have to be that too much of a flashy right now. We just have the team fight for GXR.
Right, so very on point observation there as we look into the highlights. This is the quadra kill coming from JC. And yeah, if we are going to just break it down, game number 1, I really love the draft of Action PH. Action PH had the pick composition. Imagine this, light binding, connecting onto one target, followed up by the charm by Echo. It just makes so much sense to me. However, when it is all said and done, if your skill shots are not connecting, plus I think the turning point in that game was Echo being caught out on the top side when they were trading. It really did not give them the right position during the Infernal Dragon, and it allowed Galaxy Racer just to play through their strengths.
You know what? Let's take a look at our Globe Cup update right now. Just see where we are in terms of the standings and everything. Galaxy Racer now adding an extra 50,000 over there. So they now have 100,000 Globe Cup points. This is big. This is big, I feel. Especially when you're talking about momentum going into the rest of the series that we have for today. I feel like this basically gives them the confidence to step up against Nexplay Esports, which they will be facing off against in our third series. But just going back into the previous games, I felt like this was a battle of the drafts. We had very, very different ideas behind each of the drafts of each team. And guys, panel, I know you guys have a lot of thoughts on this. Autolus, what were just your thoughts on game 1?
Game 1, again, as I've mentioned, it's all about the pick-off composition. On the other hand, you have Aurelion Sol and Janna that, if combined, presents you with a huge boost on mobility, and that is basically their win condition. Galaxy Racer did not want to get caught out. Just move around the map, make sure that they don't get picked off, and they did it beautifully, leading into a Game 1 victory.
And you know what? Speaking about game two, going over to game two, again, team fights just going over to the side of Galaxy Racer. I think Kaisaya pointed out that Yamada, as we mentioned, you know, an amazing Baron laner, he was playing really well. However, I felt that the composition of Action PH didn't really allow him to play the way he wanted to. There was some kind of disconnect there. And Osiris, I want to get your thoughts on why this was so. And do you think that maybe Akali was the right pick for this?
It was the right pick. It's just that, again, the lineup of Galaxy Racer compensates a lot. This is an anti-assassin. Diana didn't really pan off very well as well into the mid lane, because when you catch them into the Moonfall, that's the time that you can have the Akali going to choose the target. And there was one instance that they were able to take down the back line. It's just that there's so many AoEs and they prefer to fight when the cooldowns are done. So it's kind of off for Action PH on calling the shots, but a really good play from Galaxy Racer on playing on top of there's so many layers of play from every players, from Galio to Pantheon to Katarina. They're just playing it very smooth.
Well, I guess you're right there in that for Action PH, it just seems like the cards that they were dealt, you know, didn't come out at the right time. You know, the hand that they had, you know, it was just wrong timing. They didn't quite set it the way they wanted to. But this is asking a lot for them just because they are up against Team Secret next. Now, Action PH, I feel they need to make miracles happen at this point. Team Secret, of course, one of the very few teams that can actually stand up to Nexplay Esports. And just checking out the lineup that we have over here for these teams, I believe Action PH is first. Just reviewing this lineup and what they could possibly do to stand up against Team Secret. Autolus, let's start with your thoughts on this.
All right. Better jungler performance coming from him. Second game, during that game on that season, he did save his opponent, and I think they really have to stick with their game plan in unlocking Yamada. Again, Yamada is the focal point when it comes to the damage department in the early parts in the mid game. And if you are controlling the early game and the mid game, that will unlock riots on that dragon lane to just pop off. I still believe that if they want to upset Team Secret, they have to also be ready with their surprise picks, right? The Diana on that mid lane is very exciting to see. It just didn't work out, but if they are, you know, if they have the courage to do it again, I'm all up for it. Let's do it, Action PH. Let's act on it.
You guys have the biggest cheerleader ever over here in the form of Autolus, but just taking a look at, you know, one of the players highlighted over here for Action PH, we have Aiko over here, who I believe was on the Diana a while ago. And I want to ask why exactly it didn't pan out, because I feel like the pick was very, very interesting. But, you know, there was just some kind of disconnect over here for Action PH. Osiris, can you let us know what exactly went down?
It feels like there's a lack of support coming in from the Diana. Diana's been one of the squishy champions that we know, opting for Aroa, and Simon also having a hard time engaging. You should be going in sync with the Diana into the Moonfall, into the quickness and grand entrance, just to have that damage. And at the early stages, we've talked about this with Autolus, that I was thinking of maxing the Pale Cascade instead of the Crescent, because you are fighting a lot and you want that extra survivability alongside with Aroa, and he opted go for the next, which is Nashor's Tooth. Damage wise, Diana got the buff. It's just that the survivability isn't there.
That's very interesting. I feel like, you know, maybe Action PH just needs to revolve around that. They need to pick a focus or somebody to focus on and revolve around that in order to get things together. But on the other side, we have Team Secret, as we mentioned, one of the very few teams that can stand up against Nexplay Esports. Taking a closer look at their lineup over here, we have these guys, you know, legends in their own right. And Autolus, just let us know what exactly just makes these guys so good.
They're very well balanced. right? One game you will see Trevor popping off, the other you will see Tatsuri and Chewy popping off. And the best thing about Team Secret is that they can play Seraphine on the mid lane very, very beautifully, right? I don't think there is another team in the Summer Icon series that really has used Seraphine in the mid lane to its maximum potential aside from Team Secret. And that's what makes this team very deadly, because they can employ whatever strategy they want to have. Even Evelyn on the Baron lane, what can you do when you have a draft, or what can you do when you have a draft that is very puzzling for you to solve, right? So this is a very strong lineup. I really think that they are the stronger, or they are part of the stronger teams in this region, in North Luzon. And I'm thinking that, yeah, whoever you would like to highlight here will have a very strong good point.
And I do believe we are highlighting Chewy, I think, for Team Secret. And, you know, I feel like one of the things that make Team Secret so great is because of that. It's because of the fact that they can focus around Chewy. They can give him the space to build up whatever champion he's using, and, you know, just make sure that he is able to perform and deliver. And I feel like on the side of Action PH, this is where they have a little bit of a disconnect. So right now, you know, we saw Team Secret last week, you're pulling out different champions and they're, you know, different metas of their own in the previous matches. Action PH, I feel, is trying to do that with their own surprise drafts. But Osiris, I want to get your thoughts on how crucial you think this, you know, focus, I guess, on the ADCs, on that pivotal champion will be for these two teams.
Yeah, it has been Chewy showing a lot in terms of the damage, and having that kind of safe space or safe environment, it compensates a lot as how Team Secret moves. We are already aware how good Azar is. It's just that behind that shadow, there is Chewy lurking around, waiting for his timing. And I think that's how he capitalizes his moment. We are looking onto the spotlight, mostly onto the Baron laners. And this ADCs or this Dragon laners are just around, who's waiting for the proper timing to be their spotlight. So I think it's just that Team Secret knows how to make online in the best of both worlds. From Baron lane to Dragon lane, they're just waiting for them to go online and play from there.
Yeah, they have that timing down pat. I feel like, you know, they know exactly when to pass the ball, so to say. You know, in early game going into mid and then to late, they know exactly when, and the timing is just so right. And I feel like Action PH, that's what they have to get right. That's what we haven't been seeing in their games just yet. So I feel like they have to bring it out now up against Team Secret, who is the master of that, who is the master of passing that ball. And just checking out, you know, who the players are that will be passing that ball in our Globe Key Player Clash. I believe we do have a spotlight on the junglers over here. And, you know, just looking at this, very, very scary, the junglers. We have Trevor. Oh my goodness, look at those stats. And Aim. And, you know, I just want to get your thoughts on these two players over here. Otlus, let's start with you.
Does show that there is a very one-sided matchup that we have right now. But again, this is still the Wild Rift. Anything can happen. I still believe in my boy in Aim that he can stand toe-to-toe against Trevor here. Yeah, so looking at how Trevor has been playing the past couple of games, he's very well the catalyst of the early game. The main reason why Team Secret can employ a strategy of putting Tatsuri on that Seraphine is because of this guy, Trevor. Trevor has been very, very clean with his rotations, and it's just allowing Team Secret to steamroll the early game.
And Osiris, what about you?
Yeah, you can see that he does have really high KDA, but doesn't have the highest in terms of damage per minute. This guy is a team player. He is the one who's making everyone online across the map, making sure that yes, Azar can solo kill, and Trevor can just channel his timings into the mid lane or can proceed to the Dragon. So he's taking advantage of how well the side lanes is working on, and then he gets to choose which objective or if he wants to shut down the opposing jungler. But Aim, we've seen him from the previous match. He's still there. He's still a threat for Team Secret. You just have to have the proper timings because this is Team Secret.
Well, we can only hope the timing is just right for Action PH because, as we mentioned, this is one of the titans that we have over here in the Sea Icon series. This is Team Secret. And, panel, I just want to get your predictions for this series before we head back into the Rift. Autolus, which way is it going to go?
Rough start for me for the prediction side, but I think, well, I'll have to play it around a bit safer this time around, right? So this is going to be a Team Secret win, a 2-0 in favor of TS.
And Osiris, what about you?
Yeah, knowing that they are the ones who's standing beside with NXP, it's a 2-0 Team Secret, and I would love to Action PH to prove me wrong, even for just one win. I take that.
I agree. I definitely agree. I do think that the odds favor Team Secret currently, but it would be our pleasure to actually get these predictions wrong. We all love an underdog story, and I feel like this is one of the biggest that we have today. And I believe there's no other way to do this other than to get back into the Rift. So, casters, you guys are up.
Thank you very much, panelists, and welcome back everyone to the second series of the second week of the Philippine Icon series. I'm Infinity, and this is Saya, and we're down for a treat because it's Team Secret up against Action PH. These two teams do not afford to underperform. They need to be at their very best at each and every single role because there only remains of 3 days to get into the top 2 position.
Yes, indeed. And this is gonna be so exciting. They have mentioned their predictions. The odds are all going on to Team Secret. Actually, same as me. If we're gonna be placing our predictions in here, it's gonna be a 2-0 Team Secret for me as well. It's just that I'm happy to be proven wrong as well. If in case Action PH takes a win or two up against Team Secret, sure, why not? But them coming from a loss a while ago, they definitely need the mental reset already getting started right after that previous best of 3 series they had. How about you, Infinity? What's your take on this match right now? So what are your predictions?
I mean, I actually do agree. Panelist, and with you, Kaisaya, we're in. Team Secret is gonna take it home in the 2 games coming right through. But now the question would be, I'm expecting maybe, how can Action PH attack on the Titan, right? Team Secret is currently one of the big titans right now in the Icon series, and if Action PH can bring him down, that is a massive storyline that we could come through for Action PH.
Underdogs, prove us wrong. This is your floor. And again, it's a new week, new possibilities, just like what we've seen a while ago in the draft.
Yeah, it's
Secret?
gonna be on the draft. Like, how it's gonna happen, how it's gonna come through.
Yes, for sure. So, yeah, going back to the draft itself. So, Team Secret, they have been pulling a lot of combinations between the Seraphine, the Mundo, as well as, what was that again? The Braum. So, I wonder if this time, at least this particular week, will they actually change that? Or will they stick to that kind of composition, kind of meta they have been pulling off for themselves? I wonder. But do you have any thoughts from the previous or the most recent patch, Infinity, that might affect on what Team Secret can do? Because we saw Action PH already. This time, do you have any thoughts on what might change for the side of Team Secret? I know it's hard. It's a hard question because we haven't seen them play again yet here in Icon series. But just a wild guess.
I mean, I really do like the question, Kaisai. I like how you brought it up because patch 2.2a just changed a lot of things when it comes to champions, right? And Dr. Mundo is something that Team Secret has picked up onto their jungler. They picked it up 3 times while the rest is under 2 picks, 1 pick, and that is Lee Sin, Camille, and Vi. And with Dr. Mundo being nerfed out in patch 2.2a, having Sunfire Aegis to follow through with the nerfs as well, I may not expect maybe the Dr. Mundo to not come through. Maybe other champions are gonna be prioritized by Team Secret. Lee Sin, Camille, Vi. These are the champions that I am looking forward to when it comes to the jungler of Team Secret. And it's just a matter of what you want to prioritize, right? There is no more chunky boys, as the panelists have talked about a while ago. There is no more power play just rushing through down front lines, getting all the aggro and just surviving throughout. There's no more that. It's just a matter of what you want to go for in terms of a team fight.
Yeah, I wonder because I think recently we've seen this article really highlighting as well the very chunky composition that Team Secret has been pulling up onto the table. So, and it's actually working so well at the same time. Although yes, they did. Again, they got a loss previously up against Nexplay Esports, but you know that was quite a trend that has been working so well even in ranked games. So this time. Actually, in the previous series, we've seen how Galaxy Racer showed us really interesting compositions like the peel type composition, the poke type composition. You just go make use of a utility support. You don't really need tanky frontliners to protect your queen or your ADC, and just make sure you're gonna give her the space in whatever form. It could be a CC, it could be a disengage, it could be heals and shields for life, just to help your teammate sustain the team fight. So we'll see how this will go. I'm just so very excited to see the draft of Team Secret. But going back to Action PH. So a while ago, me and Riku was talking about the lack of champions in the jungle of AIM. What do you think will happen in here? It seems like a while ago the Vi got respected already. They took out, it seemed like, because okay, Vi is the most comfortable pick of AIM. But then again, if he goes transition onto a different champion like that of the Lee Sin, the Mundo, and somehow it's not really working so well. Any thoughts about what should Action PH do this time? Given that, okay, seems like everything's just revolving around the Vi.
An absolutely interesting question. I like how you mentioned how Vi is, when you turn it off, it's really hard for AIM to actually turn out to be a beast when it comes to the jungler. Because I think that's the thing. When you have a small type of champion pool, it's gonna be very hard for you to scale out when it comes to variety, when it comes to complexity of your champions. And I think in Series 1, I think you and Rika have pointed out about the Lee Sin of AIM. More specifically, and Lee Sin is more of a high mechanical type of champion. And if you don't really have it as a practice champion, I think it's going to be very hard. So at this point, I think when the Lee Sin and Vi is not going to be open, you still have Jarvan 4. Dr. Mundo already had a question here for the side of Action PH. So it leaves a lot of champions open. Maybe a Gragas, maybe a Wukong. It's still going to be available for them. But the question is Action PH gonna pick this up? But nevertheless, Kaisaya, I think we're now into the draft, and this is it. We talked about champions, we talked about bans, and this is the time we're gonna see all of it happen.
Ooh, looks like they will be respecting that Lee Sin that was shown to us a while ago by AIM, and they're gonna be just batting away all the engaged and disengaged champions in here, like that of the Gragas as well as the Camille. Do you have any predictions as to what might Team Secret be able to go for a priority in here?
I mean, Akali is open, right? Typically, what happens for the first pick is the Baron laner. And there you have it. Team Secret is going to prioritize onto the Akali. But this leaves up Kaisa and the Braum. These duos are going to be very big when it comes to the red side. And Action PH has the opening to pick it up. And Diana is also a good choice. A Pantheon is also a good choice. The map presence of these champions are going to be very big. But they opted to go for the Baron laner. They're looking to match it up against Team Secret.
I don't know. I just feel like the priority on the side of Action PH for the Fiora isn't that necessary, since the Baron laner already got picked. They could have just reserved it later on. You know, maybe they should have just go for a duo power pick. But anyway, that was it. Maybe there is some trouble as well, and to, you know, the swapping of champions, because we don't know for sure what's actually missing in there. But we gotta respect that still. They know that the Fiora must be secured, because still maybe you can still flex the Akali in the mid or maybe in the Baron. But there's a lot of poke in here, the Lux as well as the Orianna. What are your thoughts on this one?
Picking out the Orianna, when you have the Lux and the Akali, they're lacking in the aspect of the AD champions for the side of Team Secret. So maybe in the 4th and 5th pick, they're gonna go for those heavy AD champions that can deal massive amounts of damage. But now, Action PH, picking up the Seraphine and Corki, they're looking to match against Team Secret on their key champion, Seraphine, in the week 1. So it's gonna be a very interesting setup, as Corki is maybe looking at the ADC.
Oh, I'm loving this showing of the Wukong. I think this is gonna give a lot of space for Akali to actually find a proper target. You can imagine that Cyclone just going in to initiate the setup for team fights. Either that Cyclone or the command Shockwave coming from the Orianna. That's massive. That's something the Akali can just go into the back line. But of course, it's not gonna be an easy task. Especially if Seraphine got the anchor available to just help out his teammates. But hold up, because I just gotta go back to what Team Secret has actually locked in here. You can imagine the Yasuo. Wait, I'm confused. Okay, that was just a swap. The Yasuo was already locked in here. You can imagine lots of airborne targets in here after the Cyclone or that command Shockwave just getting a lot of pickoffs. Well, was it Otolus who actually predicted some Yasuo showing in the competitive scene again?
Yeah, I was just about to say, I want to give a huge shout out to Otolus from the panelist desk. He tweeted on Twitter, he said, you know what, Yasuo, Gaio, these champions are gonna come through in the Icon series, and lo and behold, Yasuo is now gonna be picked up by Team Secret. It's gonna be very interesting, but considering you have Orianna and the Wukong for their team, it's actually quite understandable. You have a lot of setups, you have a lot of knockups, so this might be it. This might be the time to shine for a Yasuo, and maybe Team Secret is very familiar with the 0-6 power spike of a Yasuo. But nevertheless, Action PH, something to take note as well is they picked out the Annie for their team. Kaisai, I want to hear your thoughts about these champions.
Definitely, they're looking for a lot to set up. This is pretty similar to how they drafted a while ago. They got a Camille as well as Device. So it's obvious that they're wanting a single target pick off. And it's just pretty similar. It's just the same idea. You gotta go for that summon T-Burst and take advantage of your passive as an Annie. The Paramania as well will help you out into taking down or locking a particular target. So either they're gonna be relying on either the Vi or the Annie to find a potential pick off, but that's not gonna be an easy task, I guess, because again, this is quite a mobile Akali. That Wukong is gonna trick you because of the warrior's trickster available in his kit as well, and you know, the wind wall coming up from the Yasuo. So basically, there's a lot of ways for the champion picks of Team Secret to stop the members of Team Action PH to pull off what they would want to do. But basically in here, I think we still gotta commend what is in here for the Fiora of Action PH. That is some split push potential that is also present on their comp.
Split pushing. I think that will be the main key for Action PH. They went in for the Fiora. It's a 4-1 setup. So I think with that Annie, I think they're going for some team fights with their foreman. It needs to be sustainable, and having Tibbers onto the side of Action PH as well, I think would help quite a lot. And I think they're bringing back some classic moments from before Icon Series preseason, right? Annie was one of the champions that was used because of its flexibility. You could just dash in, flash in, and just goes for the stun, goes for Tibbers, and that was a massive play. And I think that is going to be key. And yes, it's going to be hard to pull off, but Action PH, knowing them, going here in the top 4 of North Luzon, they could potentially do the same thing in today's matchup against Team Secret. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. But Team Secret has picked up Lux once again. Kaisaya, thoughts on this champion, considering you have Orianna and the Akali already?
Yeah. My thought is basically they don't have an ADC in the lineup of Team Secret, by the way. So I feel like they're gonna be placing the Yasuo in the duo lane together with the Lux most likely. So it's like an engage and a way to disengage as well. So the engage coming out from the light binding, and of course the disengage might be coming out from the wind wall as well, just to play defensively. But it's gonna be tough if we're gonna be talking about the pokes that might be coming out from that Corki as well as that Annie. Now we're still not too sure if it's gonna be an Annie or the Seraphine going onto the mid, but basically this is gonna be tricky. And I just love how finally the teams are changing up the types of the composition that they have been pulling off so far here in week 2. Finally, it's not the usual Kaisa Braum and what's that, Seraphine. And by the way, it's no longer a 100% pick rate Kaisa.
Yeah. It's like 90, 98%, 99% sort of thing for Kaisa as a champion here in the Icon series. So it's really interesting. Team Secret has proven me wrong. I said a while ago maybe the Kaisa Braum could be picked up, but they changed it a lot. Team Secret has now picked up the Yasuo. Very interesting. But now, considering you have the Yasuo, you have a Wukong, Akali, Orianna, and Lux, now I'm looking who's gonna be their tank. It's gonna be very hard for them to go in a 5v5 type of setup. Yes, they have a lot of engages, but when it comes to Action PH taking the first lead in terms of getting those CCs open for them against Team Secret, I think that's gonna be very hard for them. And I wanna hear your thoughts, Kaysaya, about that certain aspect of this draft. When it comes to tanking capabilities, what do you think is gonna happen?
I think it's more like Team Secret having the edge because, of course, that Wukong can build just a little bit of balance between the damage as well as the tankiness. And again, you're going to be looking onto an initiate coming up from the Wukong more than the initiate of the Orianna's command shockwave, because again, that Cyclone is going to be knocking up a lot of targets, and we most likely will see the Wukong waiting for the Yasuo to become available to follow up in terms of the damage as well. But for the side Action PH, this is gonna be tricky because they're like that of a pill type of composition. They would want to make sure that the Corki is gonna be just free hitting from the back line. And it's tricky because there's a lot of assassin in here from the side of Team Secret. It could be, of course, the Akali or the Yasuo going for the flanking from the sides, or the back going to the back lines to find that position of the Corki. So you got to be careful to the Twilight Shrouds going here and there as well and just hitting you in the face. So it's just all about execution. Both of them has the capacity to win the games, and I just love the draft, but it's gonna be not an easy task for either of these two teams.
Not an easy task indeed. These teams have certain pros and cons between the draft, has certain advantages in certain aspects of the game. So it's a matter of executing these certain advantages to outweigh what con of a draft you already have when it comes to this matchup. So when it comes to split pushing, the early game, let's talk about it since we're not still in game. Fiora and Akali, who do you think has the advantage? Who do you think who's gonna be on top when it comes to the Baron lane?
For the Baron lane, so we have the Akali matchup versus that Fiora. Definitely Fiora is able to get the passive ongoing onto the Akali. That's gonna be, it's all about micro plays. It feels like they have a fair match in the Baron lane. Now it's just all up onto the ganks that might be coming out from Vi as well as the Wukong. But knowing how AIM plays as a Vi as well, he always prioritizes the ganks in the Baron lane. So I think this is very important for the Akali to actually make sure he's going to be playing safe, especially if they know that supposedly Vi or AIM is already onto the Baron side of the map in preparation for a gank. So it's gonna be tricky. Again, the Wukong as well is not gonna be viable for an early gank until he gets the Cyclone available. So again, the matchup in the Baron, just kind of fair. It will now just boil down onto who gets the better gank and assist in this lane.
I absolutely do agree with that statement and the points that you have talked about the current draft that we are seeing so far. And now I'm looking at level 5. I think who goes into level 5 first is gonna be very important because that gives you the ultimates for your team. Especially I'm looking at the junglers right now, Kreber and AIM. Who is gonna go on top? Is it gonna be the Vi or is it gonna be the Wukong? Because when you hit level 5, you have the Sultan Battery and you also have Cyclone. And when you have those key ultimates, you can pick off maybe the Yasuo for the side of Action PH. And for the side of Team Secret, you could pick up every single champion when it comes to the 5v5 team fight. And with the recent patch as well, when you have like the armor from the turrets at the 4-minute mark, I think it's gonna be much more harder to now then go for the split push when it comes to 3 minutes. And I think that is what Team Secret has been doing, especially against Nexplay Esports in the past. And I'm wondering, would they do it once again for today? Are they going for the turret exchange on maybe the dragon objective? Are they letting Action PH maybe get the Mountain Drake or the Cloud Dragon to then go for maybe 30 turret? The Tower First Blood, which gives you gold And I think Team Secret has a lot of potential when it comes to this individual matchup. And Action PH could do the same thing because they have a split pusher. They could do the same tactic Team Secret has done.
Yeah. I mean, both of the Sakali as well as the Fiora can just be an annoying kind of thing in the map. Just try to go for split push and just be fast in going for an assist in terms of team fights. But of course, Fiora not really that much of effective in team fights. She can definitely join team fight, sure, why not? But of course, it's much much easier for her to pull off and make use of his ultimate and passive when he's just going for a 1v1. You know, just finding her a target and getting that weak points of your opponent into position. But yeah, with Vi getting a little bit of nerf, especially the cooldown of the assault and battery getting prolonged, then the pickoffs might not be that as of usual compared to the command and shockwave, the light binding, as well as the cyclone that are all three available on the side of Team Secret. So maybe there's more pickoffs that might happen coming in from the side of Team Secret in here. And if we're gonna be talking about the anchor coming up from the Seraphine as well, you know how to just try to avoid that. You know, it's in the form of a straight line. You just have to make sure in case team fights happens, you just have to make sure that you are not falling in line as a team. You just have to scatter all around, and knowing the type of composition of Team Secret, these are assassins. You know, you don't really have to be in front of your opponent. You have to be hiding. And how will Seraphine find the proper target if these assassins are actually just flanking from the side and just hiding and just being very mobile in the map? So it's kind of trickier to pull off. But again, execution, it will now just all depend on the teams.
Absolutely. It's a matter now of a glass cannon hide and seek type of composition, as you stated, against maybe a front face first type of matchup for the side of Action PH, because they have Vi, they have Annie, Corky, and the Fiora that isn't really capable on fighting in the back end. They need to go in, especially that Corky, to let the Gatling gun come through. And I think maybe Team Secret was thinking, you know what, Action PH picked up Corky, we can now go for a squishier type of champion. Because if Team Secret picked up the Tax, right, an Alistar, a Braum in their composition, that armor is gonna be shredded by the Gatling gun of Corky. So maybe in some sort of way, in some aspects of the game, they're thinking of maybe the Corky champion not gonna have a great time in utilizing that shredding armor of his third skill.
Whew, yes, indeed. And again, what I just worry about this one is in the back line, yes, maybe the Seraphine, maybe as well as the Annie, just trying to protect that Corky in the back line, but you know, this is an assassin, Akali we're talking about. Just gonna be that mobile in the back line and just gonna be playing around you. We've seen a lot of good Akali plays. Maybe not just here in the Icon series, but I'm pretty sure you know Infinity since you have been active in community tournaments as well. Really good Akali plays here and there, getting prioritized, not just in the picks, but also in the bans. But yeah, Team Secret and Action PH, just a little bit of recap as to what has happened between them last week. Quite unfortunate, the second game. So that was a best of 3 match. But unfortunately, in the second game, Action PH had to forfeit their game up against Team Secret. Now, we just gotta think of some ways. They have to think of some ways on how to reset and at least give a much better play up against Team Secret. Because, again, I'm pretty sure that you know, there were some sort of struggles with what happened last week, but hopefully this time it's gonna be a different story, especially with the kind of compositions again that is present for both sides.
Hopefully, KSI, we can look at so much more better plays and even a toe-to-toe matchup. And when looking back into draft, I know we keep on talking about the draft, we keep talking about the champions because that is where we look at before the matchup. I'm looking at the Seraphine and the Yasuo. You talked about how Anchor is gonna be very important and how the lineup should be avoided by Team Secret. But on top of all that, it is a straight line, and that Yasuo wind wall is gonna be very important to cancel it out. And I think that's the thing here. Team Secret is gonna save up that wind wall to maybe protect his teammates on maybe that big engages from Action PH. So easily, it's gonna be denied by that Seraphine, right, from Team Secret. So very interesting picks here right now, kay Saya.
Yes.
And I don't know what more to talk about, but speaking of which, we're now looking at individual matchups. And considering this is
Ooh.
gonna be the last 3 days of this series,
Oh.
these teams cannot afford to underperform.
One thing to take note though, Tatsuri is actually gonna be going for the mid Yasuo, so it's not gonna be a dual lane Yasuo, and Chewy apparently is gonna be the one making use of the Orianna in the dual lane together with Hammers in the Lux. So, quite a mistake as to how we actually predicted in here. Is it gonna be a 1-2-1 setup onto anyone? Seemingly, well, not yet too sure because this is the usual rotation we see in the early first few minutes of the game or first few seconds of the game. Just check out who's gonna be placing wards where and there. But looking like it's gonna be a 1-1-2 for both sides.
Mm-hmm. Well, we talked about surprises, and Team Secret is gonna surprise us with double AP type of champions, typically into the dual lane, as Hamnes picks up the Lux, and we have Orianna being picked out by Chewy. So it's a surprise factor for Team Secret, and it's another one of their draft that keeps a surprise in each and every day at the Icon series. So it's gonna be very interesting. But now, looking at different types of lineup, Tatsuri versus Eiko. What do you think about an Annie versus Yasuo type of individual laning stages?
Well, of course, normally who's got the longer range will have the upper advantage. So we can see that the Yasuo is just playing a little bit defensive, maybe up until he gets the abilities that he wants to properly pull off a combo. Or maybe an assistance as well. So definitely, because he needs to prepare himself for a potential knockoff. So it's gonna be like they have to wait for the proper timing and abilities.
Right now, we haven't really engaged from these two teams. Secret is now going to get pinned down by the enemy team. Action PH is looking for a fight. It's going to be the route onto Trapper, but Trapper has a lot of damage. He's now coming in. And the flash away is going to be forced out. It's 2 champions low for Action PH. Eiko is going to be low. It's going to be the first blood. It's Yasuo dominating the early matchup. And that is going to be the life binding connecting onto Eiko.
Oh.
Eiko is forced to back away as Team Secret is happy with the 2 kills.
Yes, for sure. But they're not yet done on the top side. Oh, there you go. But that was a very low Fiora. And I'm pretty sure that Trevor, no, he's just still gonna be respecting. I think he's waiting for his cycle to be available as well.
I like how Trevor went in for the roam into the Baron lane and cleared out the wave very easily to enable Azar to then go back, reset, get that health up, and get those items available for her to get the advantage individually against Yamada into the Baron lane. The smart move coming in from Trevor.
Yeah, meantime, we can actually go back to what has actually happened on the duo kills or double kill that Team Secret managed to pull off a while ago. But basically, it's boiling down onto the positioning and the backup that came from both the mid side as well as the bottom lane part of the map. So that was very nice. Aggressive move coming up from the side of Team Secret, and we did manage. We did even see Eiko almost dying as well a while ago with the light binding connecting. But for the meantime, again, still pretty. I can't even call it pretty even because this is a 3K gold lead just within 3-minute game time. Right after that, 2 kills going on to the side of Team Secret.
It's a lot of gold, it's a lot of money for the side of Team Secret. Going into the first dragon, it's Cloud Dragon, gonna be up in 25 seconds, and I think this is gonna be the first source of contest from these 2 teams. And Team Secret is looking handy, is looking good with all their ultimates now available for their team as well. So when it comes to a 5v5 situation, I think this is gonna be very scary for the side of Action PH.
But for the meantime, I don't think that the Fiora is gonna be leaving the top side as well. We're not seeing the action in there, but an early position in Team Secret has been in here. They have the right to do so. They can even wait for a pick-off earlier on if they just want to make sure and be safe from the summon Tibers as well as the assault and battery that might come up from both Tiani as well as AIM. But this is a very risky start.
Oh, aim is gonna initiate the fight. Trevor going through. It's gonna be the final spark connecting and dealing massive amounts of damage. That Cyclone is gonna be pretty massive. Shockwave is gonna connect onto the ADC of Action PH as he is gonna get peeled down by that Lux. And we have that Surge just diving into the match, diving under the turret and getting those damage come through with the root connecting onto Annie. Another kill is now going through for the side of Team Secret, and they're now looking for the 30 turret.
Quite unfortunate though, I did not expect that Vault Breaker going into the bush. I think AIM should have let his Eiko or Simon to poke out the bush if they would want to make sure that no one is there. So I think it was kind of a mistake play. But Yamada won the top side anyway, getting a kill up against Azar. And as you can see, I think Yamada is doing a great job at least maintaining his own lane onto the top side. For the meantime, I think we have a fight that might happen in here.
That light binding keeps on connecting onto Action PH, and that just enables Team Secret to just peel down the HP. But now we have Eiko going in for that Timbers onto Tatsuri. Not gonna follow through. We have Yamada into the fight, into the fray. The root is not gonna connect, and there will no be follow up for Team Secret. So still, no kills will be made, will be done, as Action PH and Team still gonna be hovering onto the Cloud Dragon.
Not liking what is happening as of the moment for Action PH. They know that this is already a contest on the side of Team Secret. Earlier on, they should have just find a different objective to take, whether it be a turret take on the top side or maybe the Rift Herald up there in the map. But yeah, I guess it's just the reaction is just quite a little bit too late, or at least the decision making here for the side of Action PH.
Action PH looked at the map. You know what? We're at the big disadvantage. We need at least one objective, and we can't give it to Team Secret. So Vi now hovered into the Rift Herald, secured that Rift Herald, while Team Secret is going in for the Cloud Dragon. So smart move by Action PH. It's still gonna be 5k gold lead for the side of TS.
For sure, still maintaining that lead as of the moment. But pretty sure, I guess, a shot down onto the Wukong, actually on either of the healthiest members in here on the side of Team Secret will be something that is wise. But for the meantime, looks like a fight is happening.
1v1 against Azar, and that's gonna be half HP for these two teams, for these two champions. But we now have the ultimate Ashen going through onto Akali as Trevor goes for the follow-up with the Cyclone, putting Yamada down once again into the Dragon Lane.
Somehow you can feel a desync in here into how Action PH is actually cooperating as a team. I mean, a while ago, yes, we did see Yamada wanting to get a kill, but then again, feels like no one has informed here that okay, the Wukong is going there to back up, because if you are that map aware or disciplined enough, you gotta back away already if that information was given to you anyway. So it feels like they are struggling as of the moment, and I feel like they just need to get back to their composure, because the confidence of AIM into going for engages is still in there. It just needs some backup. It just needs some information as well. But I think Action PH, all in all, I think will need a mental reset and more synchronization as a team that must be worked on.
Absolutely. Actually, personally thought that Action PH with the Rift Herald is gonna get that tower first, but to very least get alleviation onto the gold deficit that they receive against Team Secret. But now, with Team Secret securing the tier 3 turret into Dragon Lane, that is not going to be something that we could expect for the side of Action PH. So maybe they're saving it for the next Dragon. But now, it's going to be the Trevor going in for the Cyclone to follow through with the Survey ultimate. But we have the kill coming through from Team Secret. It's a 1-4-0 trade-off once again.
Yes, and that is a really nice gank coming on from Trevor onto the top side. He definitely got an information, but hold on thought, we have a fight happening.
Two-man shockwave gonna be very important. Kazar going in for the ultimate onto Ani. Ani is gonna be melted down. And we have the flash in, going for the kill, going for the moves. As another turret is gonna be secured by Team Secret, and they're happy to go for it. As Action PH is gonna be forced to back away.
And this is what we're talking about. I mean, that is an Akali. You guys are squishy targets, and he's gonna be just craving for low HP champions to chase on too. He's just gonna go dagger in and just go for shuriken flips and find the perfect execution to go into play. So I think at this time, Action Peach is being reactive already, and onto how Team Secret is rotating over the map. They need to divert the attention of Team Secret onto other options. They have to give them options. Okay, you guys are going to be taking the dragon. We're going to be taking your turret on the top side. Maybe one or two. Give them options on what to decide. But for the meantime, fight is happening again here in the riverbed.
Yamada 1v1 against Trevor. What we have a lot of teammates just surrounding Trevor and Yamada in that fight. So they're now backing away for now, as this is going to be very risky plays. Action P is now going to produce. He's going to cast that Rift Girl into the mid lane, but the Cyclone once again going for the 3-man knock-up, and that turret is just dominating the arena, going in for the plays, going in for the setup, and they got 4 kills in the process. Action PH is now down to a T as Team Secret dominated that engagement.
That is the combo that we're looking for. Gonna go for the Cyclone, and then I'm just gonna go for the last breath, and that was it. These are the targets that are just knock up and not able to do anything, and then that's the potential for wipeout. More about, we're talking about champions that are not having a good time in terms of itemization and gold, and there are squishy as well. So that's gonna be a lovely target for both the Yasuo as well as the Wukong.
Are going to be a bit pinned down by Yamada though, but we have a lot of damage now coming through the Shroud just to keep him safe, and that is going to be the kill. Ultra Drake is going to be secured by Team Secret, but this fight is going to be over real soon. With a Volt Breaker onto Akali, as Kali is still surviving with 1 HP remaining. We have 40 to finish it all off in a missile barrage to put him down. So it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Team Secret.
Oh my, oh my. I mean, it's just basically Team Secret playing based on the win condition of their draft. Pick of a target, poke them out. Poke out targets, try to pick them up, either basing on the CCs that you've got, and just follow it up with Tetsuri's last breath maybe. And yeah, it's just working so well. And I guess, despite them not having the sort of deep, but hold it up. 1v1 again on the bot side.
Yamada against Tatsuri, 1 HP remaining. The Repose just to scare 1 more HP left. The final spark is not gonna connect, but at the end of the day, Yamada is gonna force out that flash to go back to safety.
Nice try with the final spark. I mean, if Yamada wasn't able to see that, then again, is gonna die onto that really long range ability coming up from the Lux as well. So that was very interesting. Nice use of the repost as well. But then again, this is a position for Team Secret to even contest the Baron, but they're gonna be cleaning off the area. They want to make sure that there's no steal that is gonna happen.
Team Secret has 2 ultimates still up. It's gonna be going Trevor for the Cyclone, knocking up enemy teams. Yasuo melting down HP of enemy. And that is gonna be the 3-4-0, 4-0, as Riyadh is the only one remaining for Action PH. And Team Secret has the weight in favor of them. They're looking to go for the inhibitor turret.
And they're not yet done.
Yeah, Riyadh actually trying to delay the fight. It's going to be the package just to knock back the enemy team, but it's not going to be enough. Team Secret's now diving in. Rayat stasis, 1 HP, but a poke is going to finish it all off. And Team Secret with a team ace is now looking for the base, taking game 1 against Action PH.
Baron is not even needed, man. Baron is not even needed. But you know what? This is the kind of composition that I actually personally hate seeing in our scrimmages. In my personal team. I mean, you know, that Yasuo just reserving his last breath onto knock-up targets. And it's a perfect pick of... and in making use of a Wukong. Because again, that's a multiple AoE CC that's getting knocked up, and you just gotta be ready with your ultimates. You don't have to set up your passive as a Yasuo because someone else gonna be knocking up targets for you. So then again, everything is just going all throughout here on the side of Team Secret. I think their draft is really good as well, and it was executed according to their composition.
Yeah, and I think my personal MVP on this match is going to be Trevor. That
Yeah,
Cyclone is absolutely insane. And that just enabled Tatsuri to go for the ultimate, to
Yeah.
go for the 3-man ultimate. It's just so amazing to see how Team Secret enabled Tatsuri to just scale out when it comes to in-game. That shockwave from Chewy, Trevor with the Cyclones are absolutely insane of Team Secret to do. And also, looking at the item composition, we have Azar looking to match against Yamada with a Morello. And I think that just, decreases the amount of HP with the ultimate of Fiora and the sustainability of a Seraphine does have. And at the same way, when you look at it, Yasuo went in for the BRK and Static Shiv, first 2 core items. And I think that just states, you know what, we want to prioritize more of the sustainability rather than to go all in onto damage. Because typically what the Yasuo would do, Static Shiv, Infinity Edge, we're all done. We're all set.
Yeah, the usual trend at the same time right now is that usually the tanks are gonna be, usually the junglers are acting like an initiator or a tank, Of course, as an initiator, you have to have some sort of tankiness in your itemization as well. And that's what we saw from the Wukong, but just prioritizing just a little bit of damage, the balance between damage and sustain as well. But obviously, I like how you pointed out your personal MVP there as well. I too would actually go for a Trevor MVP, primarily because that confidence into setting up the Cyclone and communicating that with his teammate worked so well. Because we, again, just like when we talked during the drafting phase, okay, we might expect to see the Wukong, the Yasuo going behind the Wukong in order to properly set up their composition. So everything works so well, but then again, it's a team effort. So congratulations to Team Secret for pulling off a really nice and clean play up against Action PH.
Yeah, absolutely. Their assassin composition work very well. It's just a lot of surprise factors, right? You have Shockwave and Trevor as well going for the Cyclones. It was like a blink of an eye, your HP is gonna get melted down. And Action PH doesn't have enough time to react onto the setups from Trevor and Tatsuri at the same time. So let's look now at the highlights of the game presented to you by Oppo Reno 5.
Yes, indeed. In here, you can see the aggressive plays just coming out from the members of Team Secret. They have all the right to do so. Again, that's a lot of pokes, lots of magic damage as well. And in here, we can see the initiate coming up from the Vault Breaker, coming up from Abai as well onto the bush. And I think that was wrong. Even though he will be able to knock up a target, I don't think that's a good idea. Then again, as much as possible, you've got to stay alive to also deal some bits of damage and to find the proper target to actually go for the assault and battery. But then again, him getting punished as the first one in his team, then that's a loss for someone to actually be ready for an objective. And here we also did see how Yamada was actually just not being mindful about who's actually about to come up onto this area. Even that gank coming out from the Trevor on the top side was super nice as well. And in this particular scene that we've been seeing are some really nice setup coming out from the Wukong with the Cyclone, even going for a flash in and just finding the right target to kill. And yeah, and I think this is the reason why the confident plays coming out from Team Secret is just showing all throughout the game.
And if you look at it, there is a lot of hard engages for the side of Action PH. You have a lot of success with the Vault Breaker and Assault and Battery. But the problem is, you also have a lot of counter engages from Team Secret to counteract those hard engages from Action PH. So at the end of the day, they cleared out the teams with a good support, with a good jungler, and with team coordination.
Yeah.
They have won Game 1.
Well, for the meantime, we talk about our master of the match. Someone who's ready to back up when the Wukong is setting up this cyclone, that is Tatsuri. Harry Garcia, a good friend of mine as well. Not really, not, I wouldn't call, I would even call him my, what do you call it, anak-anakan in Tagalog, but you know, just my pretend son in the esports scene. So Tatsuri is gonna give that 75% kill participation. And you mentioned the itemization, it's all out damage. I mean, that massive AP damage as well, just going all throughout, and AoE plus he got the ignite as well in his spell, so that's gonna hurt a lot. So really good coordination with the Wukong as well. Again, gotta commend this Team Secret as a team, and that was just very clean and neat. Not a chance. I mean, we did not even see that a moment of comeback coming from Action PH. Quite unfortunately, from that game one, I think it's primarily because, you know, the type of composition that Team Secret brought into the table wasn't even something new. It has been seen in the past, even during maybe, I don't know, the season 0 when we didn't have this Icon series as of yet. So, or maybe even during League of Legends time. So it's nothing new, right? So it's just being pulled up again in the most recent patch 2.2a. No changes has been made in this particular champions, but it's just them showing off that, hey, we can reminisce about these champions, about what the combo that they can do. And that was nice to see again this second week of Icon Series Philippines.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Team Secret does not fail to surprise at every single match that they have. They bring in something new, they bring in something unconventional, and I think that just states how big their champion pool is, right? Because typically, if we see their champions overall, especially looking at this draft, Team Secret has never used Yasuo, or specifically into the Icon Series North Luzon. They've used it into the preseason, but now they're bringing it back once again. Corki, right? Wukong, Lux, Akali. These are some of the classic champions that they have used in the past that they're not using in week 1, but they're bringing it back once again. So it's actually pretty massive. It's just a big play from Team Secret.
Yeah, really nice. But I guess we can talk about what should Team Action PH do. Do you have any idea or suggestions? If you be the coach of Team Action PH, what are you going to be suggesting?
I think it boils down onto the draft, right? What is the first few picks of Team Secret, and react actively onto that one. I think the first pick is going to be very hard. So when maybe Team Secret picks up a Camille or an Akali as the first pick, pick something very powerful as your first 2 picks for Action PH. The Kaisa Braum still available. I really want to push that in because it's just too massive. And on top of all that, maybe you can match up against a Baron laner to just give some mystery onto Team Secret. But at the same way, you can pick up another role, another champion, because the Baron laner is already picked up by Team Secret. So you can pick it up another champion to just vary how Team Secret's draft would actually work. Because this lowers down the champion pool. This lowers down the amount of choices that they could pick up.
Yeah, for sure. But I guess, you know, I mean, anyway, maybe they have realized that as well. But maybe they're also in a way of thinking that, okay, if we go for a different role champion pick, then maybe they'll just counter as one out. So let's just go pick the Fiora anyway. At least we'll just react based on what Team Secret's draft is planning. But based on that information, it's basically telling us the information as well that this is Team Secret setting up the tone of the game. Because basically it is Action PH just reacting as to what Team Secret has been pulling onto the table. Seems like Action PH is not ready to bring of some champions or some sort of overall composition that they want to pull off in a particular game. Maybe this time, maybe this is the answer. Next game or the upcoming games that they might have, they should be proactive instead of reactive onto what draft their opponent might be putting into place. So yeah, we'll see how this go. Of course, not going to be an easy transition to do so right after this match, since of course it's gonna depend on how fast their learning curve is.
Absolutely. I think when it comes to the game 2, with Action PH now being onto the blue side, things might change. and things might change in the favor of Team Action PH, or maybe not. Really don't know how it's gonna turn out, because now the bans are gonna be in favor of them. Being the first pick, you can now ban out those duo champions that are really, really strong, and you can now pick up those strong, flexible champions. A Gaio could be one, a Camille could be one, an Akali could be one, and let Team Secret play actively, play reactively, and you pick out those best champions and those strong champions when it comes to tournament play. So these might be it. This might be the reverse of Action PH that they are looking for potentially when it comes to game number 2.
Yeah. In fairness, though, it was Team Secret still respecting that Lee Sin, just making sure that maybe no one's gonna be displacing the setup that the Wukong or the Yasuo might be wanting to pull off into play. So I like that respect still of Team Secret onto the Lee Sin of it. But again, what I'm excited about, what I'm looking forward to seeing from the side of Action PH is them knowing the type of draft that they want to pull off. Do you want to go for a tanky, protect the queen king kind of composition? Do you want to go for a poke type of composition or a pill type of composition? But this time, I mean, from the previous draft that they had, it's kind of unclear. It's not too clear, because if this is a pill type of composition wherein they would want to go for a protection onto this Corki, I guess I just feel like the Seraphine, the Annie, as well as the Vi would not be enough. Maybe, yes, okay, fine with the Seraphine, but I think having the Annie as well, which is also a squishy target, is, you know, a bad idea. Maybe they could go for something that is also tanky. Maybe placing the Seraphine in the mid and going for a tanky frontliner to protect the Corki. Maybe a Braum could also work out, helps up with the stun. Hey, sure, why not? Yeah, and maybe the Janna if they want to go for two mage type of support champions. Maybe place the Janna in the dual lane and the Seraphine in the middle lane if you want to go for that kind of composition. At least we'll provide some heals and some shieldings as well. So yeah, it's just that. And at the same time, since Fiora is most likely not going to be joining team fights, you know for sure that you most likely will encounter a 5v4 matchup or situation. Since again, the idea on the composition of Team Secret is that it's gonna be a Wukong start in terms of the setup, and then we'll just be followed up with the Yasuo knockups as well, the last breath, and then, you know, this is just gonna be a free hitting Corki on the back line. Oh hey, why am I seeing two Corkis in the back line? What was it again? Why am I seeing two Oriana? Sorry. Yeah, it's just gonna be a free hitting Oriana as well as the Lux from the back line.
And yeah, I think that could have changed where if Action PH wouldn't be surprised each and every single time, because I think that was the situation, right, for Team Secret against Action PH from that game number 1, is that Action PH is not going to be the initiator. Team Secret was always going to be the first one to initiate some fights, and if that happens and Trevor gets that Cyclones up, I think it's just too hard to counterattack. Right, because that is already burst setup, that is already Yasuo with the ultimate, so that is just synergy and CC chain connecting from Team Secret. If they could punish that, I think that would be perfect for game number 2.
Yeah, for sure. But this time, I think in game 2, we aren't so sure about as to if Team Secret is going to be pulling off that kind of composition again, or if they're going to be returning on to that Seraphine, Mundo, Braum kind of composition, or if, just like Galaxy Eraser, going to be showing off some very interesting kind of composition, right? Those compositions that are not easy to pull off. Like even if we make use in our ranked games, that kind of composition that Galaxy Racer used us a while ago, then I don't think we're going to be pulling it off that easily. Because, of course, again, coordination is very much needed. But I'm very interested about seeing more of that kind. But yeah, I just love it. I mean, I love this day 1 of our week 2 because just like what Riku said a while ago off cam, like, you know, we're just so excited and we're very happy about what we've seen so far in the drafts.
Yeah, more of this. 5 more games of this. ladies and gentlemen, for the Icon series. But speaking of games, we're now heading into the draft once more. We're in Action PH now have to decide what are going to be the priorities here for the bans and for the picks.
Ooh, gonna be respecting the manly man Braum, the chunky Braum in here. Action PH just would want to make sure that there's not gonna be that combo between like that of the Braum, Kaisa, Seraphine, and the Mundo. So just to make sure, we still gotta respect that fact that, you know, it's something that Team Secret is also comfortable in making use of. But at the same time, I guess they shouldn't worry about that much as well. I think Action PH needs to be proactive, just like what we mentioned a while ago. More like they should ban champions that will stop the kind of composition that they want to play. So if they are still being reactive as to what Team Secret might do, then it's gonna be a problem. Again, Action PH gotta be proactive on this one.
I like the Braum ban here from Action PH. I think they are noticing how Team Secret did in the past. Kaisa, Braum pick up for the first rotation of their pickings. But nevertheless, Team Secret is now going to pick up Fiora and the Lee Sin. We're talking about one of the contesters of the King of the Jungle, which is currently going to be Just Chi with that Lee Sin. It's going to be Trevor with that Lee Sin to try and counteract maybe the Hextech ultimatum with Camille and an overall strong champion to counter those mobile champions that may appear for the side of Action PH.
A Seraphine in here for the side of Action PH. I think they are taking away the comfort picks of Team Secret, which we've seen from last week. The Mundo was taken away, the Seraphine as well as the Braum too. Not too sure if there's gonna be a Kesa steal as well, since we don't have an ADC present on the composition of Action PH. But so far with the Lux Hover and in here on the side of Team Secret, looks like they are ready to go for some pokes on this Mundo as well. But it's gonna be a battle. So far it's still kind of hard to predict what is gonna be happening, but I'm liking so far with the Draven showing in here. And I think this is something Autolus mentioned. I guess Autolus did some interview with the teams and just give me one pick that you're
champion?
gonna be just one champion that you're gonna be putting into the table as a surprise for the audiences. No, just kidding. Whatever, but that's a nice prediction just in case. Gonna give a benefit of the doubt. So it's lovely to see a Draven in the scene.
Absolutely. And now Action PH gonna pick up the Sona and the Ezreal. And I think this is what Team Secret is looking forward to. A Lee Sin is a counter on the Ezreal because if the Dragon Rage connects, that's gonna be over for the ADC of Action PH. But regardless, Team Secret, you know what? The unconventional, untraditional picks are not gonna be over because Katarina is now gonna be our mid laner to match it up against the Seraphine mid lane of Action PH. You picked up one of our key champions in the week 1. We're now gonna fight it with an assassin champion.
Now this is very interesting. We can see the Katarina once again, but we are talking about a different type of composition that is circling around the Katarina. So who is gonna be setting up for him or for her rather? There's the light binding coming up from the Lux, but the question is that enough? So that's a different question as to you have someone to taunt in all the damages in order for you to free hit in that area. And at the same time, this is gonna be scary looking because again, that's a Seraphine with some massive amounts of CC, long range too, pretty similar to what the Sona can do as well. So gonna be tricky, and not to mention, by the way, of course, the Hextech ultimatum coming up from the Camille. So let's see how Tatsuri is gonna be pulling off this Katarina. Just, I think in early stage of the game, just don't give him the foods. Just don't give him foods. Still, because the damage is still massive for the Katarina, not to say.
100%. If Katarina scales out in terms of his items, in terms of his skills, it's gonna be very hard when it comes to mid-game team fight. So I think you're correct. they need not to give items and gold to maybe the Katarina for the side of Team Secret. But now, let's talk about the Dr. Mundo pick. I think I really want to talk about it because it was nerfed recently. I think I've talked about it in game 1. I'm not expecting it to come through. But now Action PH is now picking it up, even though the nerf has been made. Attack damage, health, and armor was actually lowered. And on top of all that, Sunfire Aegis was actually nerfed as well. So this is gonna be very interesting. I don't know what would happen for Dr. Mundo when it comes to the professional league of Wild Rift. And with Dr. Mundo present to the side of Action PH, I think a Draven would be a good answer because with lowered armor and the lowered HP of a Dr. Mundo, the amount of damage that Draven could scale out against the Dr. Mundo of Action PH is gonna be pretty massive.
Yeah, not to mention the League of Draven that is in the passive of that Draven. Give him kills, then here's just gonna be snowball that fast. So this is looking scary if Action PH gonna give that Katarina as well as the Draven the early lead into the game. So I think Action PH must wait for their scale first before they can actually pull off and try to go for some wins into the game. But you mentioned the Mundo a while ago. Now, well, in ranked games, he's still viable, but again, we're talking about competitive, a 5v5 setup wherein potentially your Mundo can just be easily countered by itemization or by champion pick. So we'll see how this will go. But I think the thing that we have to... Oh, look at that. Oh, that really hurts. That spinning axe hurts a lot. And Brian's just basically forced to make use of the honey fruit earlier on. Gonna get that gold in anyway. So, yeah, going... Oh, I think you gotta mention this one. You gotta mention what is happening in the bot side already.
What's happening into the bot side is Team Secret is going for the split push because they want Action PH to go front first when it comes to the wave. And now they're going in for the fight. It's going to be the spinning axe producing a lot of damage and force out Riots to go into the base. And that Sona can't handle. Even though you have the heal, it's just too much damage to handle. And that is gonna be the advantage of Team Secret when it comes to the early game.
Uh-oh, I think Mundo is in a bad spot, getting caught up by the Vision in here. Let's see what will happen.
Well, look at the damage from Chewy producing half HP from Dr. Mundo and 4-man roam from Team Secret just to put him down. The first blood is coming right through yes.
And we're not yet even done because a 1v1 fight is about to happen in here. But no, they're just gonna be going back and play safe. But yeah, gotta love the early aggression that Trevor actually put into place as a Lee Sin. And again, whenever there is a Lee Sin in your composition, you would want to play aggressive because you got all the capacity to go in and out. This is some pixel bush that is the Mundo needs to be very wary of because again, a potential steal in the buff might happen. So yeah, again, the aggressive play coming from Trevor as the Lee Sin, but again, a fight is happening, I guess.
Trevor now actually diving in. Sonic Wave actually connects, and we have Tatsuri going in for the ultimate no cancel through. As Tatsuri just brought him down once again. And I like how you mentioned the early game, because Team Secret is currently dominating that early phase of the game.
Yeah, for sure. And talking about the Draven in here, gonna get a kill? Yes, it will. And again, the passive, gonna be utilizing that, gonna get some gold. And again, we already mentioned, do not give foods for... But wait! I'm so confused about what's happening between these two in the top side, but looks like...
Azar? 1v1, Hextech ultimatum. The flash is gonna be forced out. Azar!
Nice
what
try.
a play. The lunge is just too much to handle for Yamada. But here, we have Action PH. Now going to the bot side, force the flash away for Hamiz and now force the recall as well. So that was a flash for Flash, but that is support for a Baron lane.
The top side actually is very interesting. The fight between Azar as well as Yamada. You know that this guy is no Baron lane so well. But hold that thought, because in the middle lane, some pokes here and there is happening. Not gonna be continuing. So again, going back to the Lee Sin. Again, Trevor knows the Lee Sin so well, knows how to put a pressure. Mundo did a good decision making onto just going onto the bottom lane part of his gutter, but hold the thought because, oh, look at that massive damage.
Massive damage indeed. That is going to be the 2 kills for Team Secret with a fast respond for their team with a good duo of Hammers and Chewy just dominating with the light binding and the spinning axe produces a lot of damage and follow it all through with the final spark. Brought that aim just in a couple of seconds. With a blink of an eye, he is gonna be decimated. And Team Secret, considering that aim wasn't available, they're gonna get that Infernal Dragon.
This is the problem with the composition of Action PH. I mean, it's okay, but they gotta wait for their scaling somewhere mid to late game time when Riot as an Ezreal got the itemization that he needs. And maybe when AIM already got the sustain that he needs. But hold up thought onto the top side, here we go.
Hexic Ultimatum is gonna connect onto Azar. It's gonna be the 1v1 matchup. The ultimate is now gonna come through as forced out by Azar. We have Dr. Mundo going for the quick response, but Azar is just too quick with a fancy footwork and is now back to safety. But Tatsuri, Team Secret, is not gonna get over. They don't want some pressure, but that root is now gonna connect onto the mid laner support, and they're gonna get that triple kill. Team Secret, time and time again, they're utilizing their draft to gain advantage against Action PH.
It feels like in here, hold up thought because more action
Light
is
binding,
happening.
Connecting to 2, flash away. Azrael, what are you gonna do? 1 HP remaining, another day to live. Sonic Wave is not gonna connect, but they're going too deep. They don't want to fight for more, but more potentially, they're looking for the tier 2 turret.
You can imagine if Chewy actually saw that as a Draven, he can go for the whirling death and get off the life of Riot from the top side part of the map. But nice try. I mean, this is again, it somehow feels like Team Secret is kind of, you know, practicing their discipline in the game. Okay, what do we do in this kind of situation? And just, I don't know, it's just them being, showing themselves as a synergized team.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's also about the micro power of Team Secret. If you saw Zar just poking around with the lunge, diving in under the turret and getting back and scratch from that turret damage, it's absolutely insane. And red team, Team Secret, Katarina, Tatsuri, getting that double kill, absolutely insane. But Azar, 1v1 against Yamada into the Dragon lane. They're going in front face first into the matchup proposed just to delay the fight. But they're too low, they're too deep. It's gonna be Yamada staying on top as he has secured the first kill of the day for Action PH.
Yes, a kill. Finally going to the side of Action PH. Gonna go for a first turret take for the side of Action PH, but gotta be careful. Again, but hold on thought. I think more action is happening here.
Trevor,
In the map.
looking into Yamada, but Yamada is still gonna be safe though. Aim is here. We have Team Secret going into the response. Zoning out capabilities absolutely there as Yamada is gonna stand still as he knows he is gonna get killed, and Team Secret is happy with that kill with no return from Action PH.
This is already a massive gold lead in favor of Team Secret. To be honest, it is already very challenging, but given the fact that it is just so far a one dragon that has been taken away by Team Secret, you know that there might still be a potential comeback, especially if this is already a scaled Ezreal and a very tanky Mundo with the help of the shielding and the heals coming up from both the Seraphine and the Sona. They just gotta wait. They just have to be very patient. For now, this is gonna be Team Secret games as they try to capitalize on the lead that they got.
100%, but Zar now is gonna get pinned down, but 4-man team of Action PH. Final spark, just to delay the fight, giving off damage. Tatsuri is here into the slide alive, going for the ultimate, getting that double kill. Hexic ultimatum onto Tatsuri, but at the end of the day, he got one more kill in the process. It's gonna be the 3-4 in favor of Team Secret. Chewy is not yet done. Going in for the spinning X against Yamada. A massive amount of damage is gonna get secured, but at there, Team Secret has secured 3 kills, and Action PH only secured 2.
It's just quite unfortunate that Riot's fell down quite early. Maybe if he was able to free hit or get more assists later on, then it's gonna be a different story because a potential comeback might happen onto them. Now, hopefully there will be a ceiling here for the side of Action PH for them to get more goals. So unfortunately, no true shot barrage. It's gonna be placed in there by Riot.
Oh, I like the double root coming in for these two teams. Final spark, a lot of damage. Mundo health is gonna melt down. And Tetsuri is onto the back lines, dashing into the base, going in for the kill, going in for the Shunpo as he secures 3 kills for the side of Team Secret. Rift Herald is now gonna get spawned up into the mid lane as Azar is gonna get 1v1 against React. There is the kill. But Team Secret is already happy with the turret that they've secured in the mid lane.
I mean, here, Tatsuri for sure knows that he's gonna die anyway, but for as long as he's able to take down the lives or the HP bars of Action PH and send them back to the base, sure, why not?
Oh, Yamada. Base front in terms of danger. That's gonna be 3v4 situation. But we have Lee-Sin with a Sonic Wave diving into deep. It's gonna be the final spark. Only connecting onto Seraphine, but the sustainability is just there. It's gonna be enough. Yamada is gonna lay down Hamid in that fight. Chewy, damage, kill. It's everything happening all around. It's gonna be the quad kill, penta.
Oh, Penta!
Sorry.
And I think that was the first Penta that we've seen so far this week. And correct me if I'm wrong, so far in the first 2 weeks that we've got so far. And the Penta kill was brought to you by our official mobile partner, Oppo Reno. Massive, massive, massive. You don't let Katarina slid into the hands of Tatsuri.
Definitely. It's just when Tatsuri just kills out, there's no stopping him. A lot of items, a lot of damage, and it's just so hard to deal against when a Tatsuri with a Katarina goes into the backside with no cancels for the ultimate, decimating, melting every single HP of Action PH. So Action PH, the Baron is still gonna be alive. There are still 4 turrets for Action PH. So definitely gonna be a slight chance for them to make a comeback play if they get the Baron Nashor and they get all single kills by Team Secret.
Well, we don't have vision in that area, but a true shot barrage going for a miracle kind of still in that area will be something that is gonna be beneficial for Action PH. Hopefully,
So once again, goes in, goes out. It's gonna be the kill. It's gonna be the 4 kills, triple kill from Tatsuri. The quadra, and it is gonna be Draven stealing out the pentakill. But nevertheless, it's gonna be the Team Ace from Team Secret with that kill, with that ace. Turn out taking game 2 of the second series in their favor against Action PH with a 2-0.
My. That Draven going for a kill steal of the second Penta that Tatsuri might be getting. But yeah, that's only fine. I mean, it's a kill secure. Let's just call it that way. But congratulations to Team Secret for winning again. Another best of 3 series up against Action PH. But of course, Action PH still a nice try. And yeah, I guess it's just boiled down into, again, we mentioned it. We kept on repeating this one. Do not give that early lead onto the Katarina. Do not give that early lead onto the Draven as well. Because we know the snowball chances that they've got once they got the first blood or the first few kills on their hands. They're just gonna go in and not be scared about dishing massive amounts of damage against you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I also want to highlight the damage dealt of Tatsuri. When you look at his teammates, it's equal to 35k, and that is every single member of Team Secret aside from Tatsuri with that 35k damage dealt. So overall, he's like the double amount. It's like 8 members of Team Secret just built into Tatsuri alone with that amount of damage from the side of Team Secret against Action PH. And I don't know who else is gonna get that highlight aside from him. It's just a massive play from Tatsuri.
And we did mention a while ago that, during the drafting phase, this Katarina must be very careful, especially there's a lot of CC as well from the side of Action PH. Yes, there are moments that we see there is a struggle. Again, it's just unfortunate that you know, they gave the early lead already for the Katarina. And I think if we can recall correctly, the first blood actually went onto him, right? Or was it the Draven in the bot side? No, I think it was on the bot side, if I recall it correctly. But regardless, you know, just within the first 4 minutes of the game, the kills, the assists, going onto both the Draven as well as the Katarina. Again, you gotta be careful. For the Draven, it's him taking advantage of the League of Draven passive. And for the Katarina, I mean, by default, man, oh my goodness, the damage is way too massive and hard to counter, especially it's just going wild with the Death Lotus and you don't have the CC prepared on your hands.
Yeah. And I think when it comes to the individual lane, specifically onto the Dragon lane, I think it was just too much to handle if you're fighting against a Lux and a Draven. Because if that light binding connects, that spinning axe is just gonna and your HP is just gonna go lost in
Can
just
you
a
do
snap
that
of a finger.
again? The sound effects. Yeah, because I didn't hear. I didn't hear.
I don't even know why I did that, but yeah, I just, you know, show it to the people that's currently watching, and it's just that amount of damage, absolutely insane when you're having that Raven with the Lux to root down enemy teams in CC with a quick cooldown in the early game.
Yeah, for sure. But then again, nice showing for both of the teams. Action PH, what can they do? And if we're gonna be honest, of course, even if they will play more games later on, they just need to play this and at least show us some, you know, some own style that they can put up. And again, we mentioned a while ago, be proactive in the draft and do not just ban out. Because if we're gonna be respecting or be banning out the champions of a particular team, like for example, Team Secret in particular, then it means we are reacting as well. But yeah, for the meantime, let's take a look at the play of the game brought to you by Operino Infinity.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what I'm saying. When you have Lux and you have a Draven, you're basically decimating the early game. And look at that, at 8-minute mark, they're down to 2 to 13. And they're not slowing down because they got more in their favor. That Draven with a very aggressive frontliner, more specifically Tatsuri and Azar, to confuse APH whether to go for maybe the backlines or prioritize onto the assassins of Team Secret. It's just a matter of free hit from that Raven, and the spacing that it provides to the team is absolutely insane as well. So there you go, Team Secret taking game 2 of the series 2 with the master of the match being Tatsuri with the Katarina.
Sure, why not? I mean, that pentakill, you're not gonna give him the MVP or the master of the match? That's gonna be something questionable. But yeah, in the end, this is a snowballed Katarina played by Eri Garcia, Tatsuri of Team Secret. I mean, that's just massive amounts of damage. We saw that in the bar graphs a while ago. No questions asked. Just, you know, if you're not ready with the Death Lotus to be stopped, then you gotta pray and just be ready for your death. So, congratulations for being the MVP, two-time MVP of the series, Tatsuri. And yeah, it's just Team Secret just showing off what they can do in the battlefield. It's very disciplined, very clean, both of games 1 and 2. And we just, I don't know if we can even point out some mistakes. Maybe just very few. Very few mistakes from the 2 games that we've seen so far.
Definitely. Tatsuri, you need to be nerfed. Next match, Tatsuri nerf. Because that was just absolutely, oh my goodness, I can't even fathom how that happened. It's a pentakill after a quadra kill, or maybe the other way around. It's just a matter of a lot of kills for the side of Team Secret. So a massive play from these 2 teams, and Kaysaya, Team Secret, the Titans, is worthy of the title of being one of the Titans of Wild Rift here in the Philippines.
I mean, no wonder. I mean, they are gonna be in that position because again, the tryout process that they have went through, and even, you know, I even called Tatsuri before he even transitioned into League of Legends Wild Rift. I even call him a gem because he does so well in the middle lane. He's both good in macro and micro, and even transitioning from the controls from the PC version. I mean, here he was just ready. He is just so eager to learn and just be dominant in what he do.
Dominant indeed. We might expect something else as well for today. That is the series 2 of today's matchup, with Team Secret taking the lead against Action PH. And if you're looking at the top of your screens, the next match is going to be Nexplay Esports up against GXR. That is also something that is going to be awaited for the viewers watching at home.
Yes, for sure. And I guess we're going to be heading on to a short break before that. I'm so excited to see how Galaxy Racer will match up onto this one, because again, they showed a really good comps a while ago. But yeah, for the meantime, we're going to be signing out. Once again, we're casters. I'm Kaysaya. With me is Infinity.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat.
Action PH wanting to make some music, but Team Secret not dancing to the tune that they were playing at all. Team Secret taking another win here at the Sea Icon Series summer season. That is 50,000 Globe Cup points more to their already bountiful, pile of points over there. So congratulations to them. And I do have to congratulate Autolus as well, who we should now call maybe Nostra Auto, as he mentioned, because his champion predictions are just 4 out of 4. You
Yeah,
predicted the
so far.
Yasuo coming out, and and game 1 we saw it. And I just want to talk about these new champions that we're seeing over here. Is this a result of patch 2.2a? Otlus, let's start with you.
Okay, well, Tatsuri has been a very well-known Yasuo player. Even during the preseason, he has shown flashes on that champion. And Team Secret also knows how to play on that champion. You see Trebor, his chemistry with Tatsuri is just beyond this world, right? So the Yasuo was actually not a crazy prediction to think about that we have Team Secret lined up today. Now, the Draven, on the other hand, that I did throw out during the pre-show discussion, since Riot wanted a longer laning phase, lane bullies will just enter the rift, and you just saw the damage output of Draven being unlocked by that Lux pick by Hamez. Get Hamez, you shout out to that guy. Very on point with his light bindings. I cannot really say anything about his performance.
And before we head into our series discussion, can we just talk about Tatsuri? My goodness, amazing performance. I mean, this guy, just such jaw-dropping combos and everything. Osiris, what are your thoughts on this player? I mean, just watching him, it was quadra kill, pentakill after, he had, I don't think he ever had a moment where he was just, dealing with one. It was always like quadra or a penta that came up, it seemed like, in that game.
I mean, there's a big reason why this team is standing next to NXP. I believe it's because the mid lane is on par. We are talking about Tatsuri on par with Chule, and both of them can really show how good as a mid laner works.
And just diving back into that series, starting with game 1, and checking out the series highlights that we have over here. Panel, can you break this down for us? This was a bit of an exciting match over here. I actually thought that Action PH might have had a little bit of a chance over here with their draft, but it didn't seem like, again, they were as in sync as Team Secret was. Osiris, what are your thoughts on this?
It was really a good play, overwhelming damage coming in from Tatsuri. And what I love about this game 1 is how well Chewy is adapting. This guy can play Orianna, a mage dragon lane type of flexi role. And I love how, as Autolus emphasized the combo of Tatsuri and Trebor, it feels like you're watching a Faker and Bangi combo right there. You already have Azar on the solo lane, so this guy doesn't need any help. He knows when to go in, when to go ham. The bottom lane already, the trust with Hamez, Lux, spot on, as how Autolus told us. The binding lights keeps on dropping, and then you already have Tatsuri, who's making a play, backed up by an extra layer of protection in the hands of Trevor.
And as we're seeing over here, we have a little bit of game 2 right there. And game 2, I feel like was a little bit confusing on my end. I wasn't exactly sure what the object was for Action PH. They had the Sona, and they had Seraphine, and they had Mundo as well, they picked despite the nerf from 2.2a. Why exactly didn't this work? Autolus, I know you have a lot of thoughts about game 2.
Well, their draft was centered around the sustainability of Mundo, Seraphine, and Sona. Remember, this 3 champions does have heals. Now, when playing as Mundo, you have to really be very dominant when it comes to the early game. And the draft wasn't really there yet, right? When it comes to the early game dominance, it really is favoring the Draven composition, no matter what you say, right? If a Draven gets a kill, that is just going to fast boost his online timing to, I don't know, to even a shorter period of time. That's the strength of Draven and his duration stacks. Now, another thing to note is in this patch, in patch 2.2a, the early game of Dr. Mundo was destroyed, right? I really don't have any word for it. We saw in game 2 as to how Trevor Sleason did bully out the Doctor in the jungle, and it just didn't pan out. Yes, the plan is to just out-sustain your opponent, but if you cannot get by the early game, it's not going to work into your favor.
And as we see it, unfortunately did not work in favor of Action PH, but Team Secret all too willing to exploit whatever they could on their side. They take that with a 2-0. And just checking out our Globe Cup standings over here, Team Secret, I feel, are probably on top right now, but we do have Galaxy Racer and Nexplay Esports coming in next. So, you know, hang on, enjoy that top spot while it lasts, Team Secret. I'm pretty sure Nexplay Esports are coming for it. But as we see now, Team Secret with 250,000 Globe Cup points. Nexplay Esports with 200,000. That'll probably change in the next few minutes. Galaxy Racer with 100,000. And Action PH still yet to be on the board. Now, we were discussing this. For Action PH, you know, today was a very, very crucial day for them. But that's not to mean that none of the other matches or series, it's not to say that they don't matter, because there is still 50,000 Globe Cup points at stake. And, you know, that's really what makes every single series matter over here. And especially our last one of the day, we have Galaxy Racer and Nexplay Esports over here. Another match with a lot riding on it. I feel like there is hope. There's a little bit of hope for Galaxy Racer, even though we know that Nexplay Esports are the titans of the Philippine scene. Galaxy Racer, I feel like there's that tiny spark of hope because of what we saw earlier. They had a very, very interesting lineup. They had a lot, I feel, of potential and really good ideas. Autolus, I want to get your thoughts on that lineup, what we saw earlier, and how you think they can bring that into this match against Nexplay Esports.
JC played Katarina during the first series, right? And when we talk about surprise picks, that I think is the lone point of victory or win condition for any team, I guess. Because when we talk about how Team Secret was able to triumph against Nexplay, it was at the backs of the Evelyn on the Baron lane. So if you actually put in something new, something that Nexplay is not ready for, then maybe we can see Galaxy Racer with an upset here. Again, we're talking about XP unlocking the Pantheon, right? The point or the targeted stun, and then just pile up the damage with the Katarina on JC. And just would like to commend our Katarina players. First JC, then Tatsuri, and in this particular series, I think we'll also see the Katarina again.
I hope that JC was channeling that Tatsuri energy over here if he does go and pick Katarina once again going into the series. But just taking a look at, you know, our solo player highlight over here, I believe we will be focusing on Draw. And Osiris, I want to get your thoughts over here on Draw and just how crucial he is to Galaxy Racer.
I mean, Draw is one of those aggressive support who knows how to poke. It shows a lot when he was playing a Galio, bullying both of the Dragon laners from Action PH. And this guy is well aware also with the follow-ups, with the shot calls. He's been throwing himself up front. So he's providing a lot of sustain for the team. And the damage taken per minute, it says a lot that this guy is on the front lines, is always there to support the team. And right now, Draw is one of the key players that might help Galaxy Racer to move forward or might snag one win against the Nexplay.
Right, and there was one screenshot that I shared on my Twitter, guys. I just created my Twitter, by the way, so you can follow me at Autocasts. And you can see the Janna play, the Monsoon, covering all bases from his teammates, right? And the sustain was there, very on point. Howling Gale and very on point Monsoon is just the reason why Draw is a player to watch coming into this series.
I did see that screenshot. That was actually really, really beautiful. I have to say, it was like everybody was within that, AOE. It was quite nice. And please do follow Autolus, by the way. He is very, very new to Twitter. He needs some friends. But going into, of course, who exactly Galaxy Racer has to stand up against Nexplay Esports. It might be a good day for Galaxy Racer, but the question is that going to be enough? Going up against the titans of the Philippine Wild Rift scene, Nexplay Esports, just going in and checking out their lineup. Just in case you forgot, these superstars over here, we have Horizon, Justy, Chule, Uzi, and Disaster. Osiris, I want to get your thoughts on this lineup and just how powerful these guys are.
And as we are talking more and more who's going to play Katarina, I'm excited. Chule, this guy pops off on the exact timing that he's needed. Last week, we've seen this guy showing off how good he is. Pretty flexible. One of the greatest mid laners that I've seen. Never fails to deliver. And actually, the whole squad to check out Justy with his Lee Sin. You have also Uzi as the Kaisa. Horizon who's playing really well on solo lanes. And Disaster is the one who's supporting everyone's movement. So this team, there's a reason why they are the top one team right now. And it shows as individual players can really make their own breaks, can make their own spotlight, that they are one of the threat anytime they can have. Give them an arm. Give them the hand. They're going to take the whole arm or the whole body itself. So, really strong team.
Yep, definitely. Despite the visual aside, sure. We're gonna get back to Chule later on. But first, let's put up our solo player spotlight over here. Horizon, who I believe is celebrating a birthday today. Is that right, Autolus?
Yeah, happy birthday, super cutie Horizon in the Baron lane for XP.
Happy birthday to you. We're gonna see if that birthday buff is actually gonna come into play over here for Galaxy Racer. Not that Nexplay Esports have ever needed that, because they've just been so dominant, but maybe it's good day for Galaxy Racer versus the birthday buff. Who knows? Osiris, what about you? What are your thoughts on Horizon over here?
Horizon, the thing about North Luzon, it is they are star-studded in terms of Baron laners. Everyone delivers in terms of Baron lane. Previous game we've seen Yamada. This time it's Horizon, and also GXR also have their own kind of approach towards Baron laners. And Horizon, with that birthday buff, I'm not sure of how well it will influence the performance of this guy today, because he's putting up numbers. The numbers are really good, and we might see a bigger picture as they are going for the top one spot today.
I believe I just saw that Autolus. I believe Autolus has something to say to
go for it, man. Go for it.
On Horizon. No, go ahead. I'm gonna put you on the spot. Say it.
What? So this is the day that Horizon has risen, right? So anyway, so when you actually talk about yes, Horizon, come on, man, it's his birthday. Let's celebrate his birthday in the comment section. Come and greet Super Kitty in the Baron lane, because his performance the past couple, or the last series that they played against Team Secret, was very, very good on that Akali.
Yeah.
And if you actually look at the damage percentage, you would say, why is Horizon not putting out as much damage as expected, right? 16%, it's not too much when it comes to the ratios. That's because he also plays tank Gragas, wherein he's doing a very good job in healing for his primary carries in Chule and Uzi, right? So if there is so much to share right, when it comes to the damage, and if you are all good at what you're doing, then the damage percentage is just going to be very well balanced.
And just checking out the lineup once again, we do have a correction coming in here. Z-Mitch will be subbing in for Chule. This is quite interesting, especially since how we highlighted that the mid laners are going to be able to control the pace of the game coming into this. We did talk a lot about that Katarina pick and who it was going to go to, whether it was going to go to JC or to Chule. It looks like Zimich will be in charge of that in this series. I feel like this is going to be a tug of war over here in the drafting phase. This is going to be really exciting. But before we head on over, to starting our series, Autolus, I know you have something else to add to this.
Yeah, because Zimich is the captain of NXP, and so some of the people might not know that because Chule has been dominating with his performances. When we talk about Zimich, he's very good in leading his team, and that is going to take something off or some responsibility off from Just She. Just She can concentrate on being the mechanical god that he is, and Zimich can be the one doing the shot call.
Yeah, and
This is, I feel, a really, really interesting swap by Nexplay Esports. But Osiris, go ahead. Let us know your thoughts.
yeah, and I believe that of course you have Zimich into the lineup that kind of changed the dynamics of the team, because it has been always these guys are the playmakers, but this time are we going to have a different approach into the game? That's what we love about the sixth man or the sub or even a 10-man rotation. It's because some players bring in different into the table, different environment, different drafting, and we are playing on a patch 2.2a that dictates a lot into the laning phase. And I think Zimich is someone that can really spearhead the game and can really take on Galaxy Racer.
This is I feel like this little bit of a gamble by Nexplay Esports. I'm not sure if it's a gamble or if it's an ace up their sleeve at this point, so it should be really interesting to watch the series. Just checking out our Globe key player clash over here. As we mentioned, it will be a tug of war in the mid lane, but it will also be a tug of war between Icarus and Horizon over here. Autolus, just let me know your thoughts over here with these two players.
Icarus, a very well-known top laner from the LoL PC days. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Osiris, because you've been in the industry for quite some time now. And I think Icarus is a top laner for Jenski Esports, right? Has main Jace, so he can really put out carry performances. Now he's going against the birthday boy in Horizon. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Cannot wait to see this Globe key player clash it out in the Wild Rift.
Oh, it's really, really interesting. Osiris, what about you? What are your thoughts on this key player clash?
It shows a lot how Horizon how Autolus told us that Horizon plays in a Gragas tank, that he doesn't have really high of the stats, but it was really decent for someone who's as a team player, who's a Baron laner, who's making waves at the top side. So I think both of them are a bit balanced. It's just that the team revolves around them.
And they can definitely hold their own, and when the team calls, they are there. This I feel is a really, really interesting series. You do have GXR, it is their lucky day today. Nexplay Esports having the birthday buff and having the team cap buff as well. I feel like it's interesting that they swapped out Chule for Zimich, because I feel like it's a bit of a gamble. Swapping up the lineup right here and right here into the second series, or rather the last series of the day, when they're so familiar with playing with Chule. But it could actually be a secret weapon of theirs. What are your predictions for this series? Autolus, let's start with you.
Okay, so if GXR can ride the momentum, they are going to win a map, right? So it could be a 1 point for them, but still, we are talking about NXP, and I think NXP is going to take away the series 2-1.
And Osiris, what about you?
My heart says I wanted to go for GXR, but the numbers doesn't lie right now. There's a reason why they are the top team, and we are putting in the captain, the brains. And I think it's gonna be a Nexplay, but Lion Nation, there's something about this guy that surprises us always, and the whole squad of GXR. So I think they're going to snag 1 point. It's a 2-1 for me, NXP.
I'm going to round up those predictions and agree with both of you and say that it's going to be a 2-1 for NXP. Zimich, that swap over there is scaring me a little bit. I'm like, oh my gosh, what are you guys up to over there? We are going to find out as we head into our last series of the day. Casters, take us into the Rift.
last week, last series, and this is the last chance for the North Luzon. We'll be your casters. I'm Yuko, and alongside me is Infinity. So guys, this is Nexplay versus Galaxy Racer. Galaxy Racer, they had an amazing start. They were able to get a 2-0 against Action PH. So Infinity, what are your thoughts about this team when it comes to momentum?
I think Galaxy Racer has a lot of potential. I think they have been quite dominant against maybe Action PH, and they proved a lot when it comes to matching toe-to-toe against teams, right? And they showed us how amazing their composition might be when it comes to individual play. So I'm expecting the same thing as the panelists have expected it to be. It's a 2-1 in favor of NXP.
Wow, so you already gave your predictions.
Yeah.
I was just about to ask you. See how proactive this guy is? Anyway, yeah. For me, though, this is just me taking a shot in the dark. It's probably a 2-0 in favor of Nexplay. But Galaxy Racer, again, they improved so much. I'm so happy. And I would also want to see how Nexplay can play around the 2.2a patch. Also, happy birthday to Horizon. I'm sure a lot of comments on Facebook and of course on Twitch, even on YouTube, is greeting this player. So I don't think we'll be seeing a mid lane Corki solely because the nerf, the 100-second cooldown, became a 150. Initially, when you're using Corki, you have the package during the Dragon and the Rift Herald fight. Because of the nerf, you can't have the package during the Rift Herald fight, which I think we won't be. It actually hurts a lot for the Corki mid laners out there. So as you can see, Galaxy Racer and Nexplay Esports, the smiles, the serious faces, and I actually want to echo with what Miss Mika said that SISPH, yes, he is good. He is right there. He is in the team, but it's kind of unexpected to see that Nexplay decided to put him today in the game.
Yeah, I mean, these teams without SISPH have been playing in week 1. They have played, and I think their composition, their synergy is just top notch. And with a change, it might be something similar, it might be something exactly the same thing, but surely there's gotta be something that would change today.
Definitely, and I wonder what that change will be. Are there any picks or combos, champion combos that you're looking forward to today?
Combos. I think I want to see a Diana once again. I want to see a Katarina. I want to see a Pantheon, a Gaio. And I'm just throwing around some names of the champions. But we've seen it a while ago and I want to see it once again for this series.
Can I just say that that pentacle from Tatsuri really did something to you, and that was very good. But first ban for the side of Nexplay is going to be Ziggs. Now, one of the reasons as to why Nexplay usually ban this champion is Ziggs can penetrate the backline using his bomb. So that means it's a low risk, high reward for this guy. Initially, they also have a very tanky frontliner, so they don't want that to happen.
Absolutely, I do agree. Ziggs into the backlines is just too much when it comes to damage dealing. And I think Galaxy Racer, you know what? We don't want to fight it against. We just want to have a free line of support. We have a free line of damage when it comes to the front lines in terms of a team fight.
Alright, so you have Akali, Fiora, and Camille is open if they want to prioritize a Baron laner. Braum is also open. Okay, looks like Ikram is gonna lock in that Camille. Most likely they can secure an Akali and maybe a Kaisa? Hey, this is right.
Yeah, it's Kaisa being picked up by Nexplay Esports, but this leaves up Braum and Ezreal going to be open for GXR. A lot of champions still going to be available for them. Deluxe, actually one of the support champions that were really dominant when it comes to the first week, is also going to be open. But Gragas is going to be a priority here for Galaxy Racer, with Saya going to be hovered in by GXR.
Let's see if they are gonna lock that in. I mean, when it comes to Saya, they did lock that in. It's all about mobility, and the root from her feathers is very punishing if you're trying to get away with a team fight. And looks like SISPH is gonna lock in that Braum. You have the classic Kaisa Braum combo. I can't rain the moment Braum gets stunned, and of course, Braum with the shield set can just protect Kaisa wherever she is.
Absolutely, especially when you have a Saya, when you have a Gragas, you just need some more protection when it comes to the front lines. And Braum, just like that, does that rope exactly perfect for that Kaisa. And now the Orianna is going to be picked up with GXR following through with Deluxe support.
looks like Nexplay, they want to go full on 5v5 in
Yeah.
this matchup. Like, you know what? Let's start the series with, I don't know, a bang. Literally, all about 5v5, early invade, and even the early damage. But you can see here, Galaxy is locking in that Lux. You did mention that Lux has a very good early damage, will be able to harass Kai'Sa and Roaming in the early parts of the Dragon Lane. Last pick though for Galaxy Racer, Otonu said the champion that matches their jersey. You have already saw.
Absolutely. I think GXR has just a comfort pick when it comes to this champion. I think they picked it up a while ago and they're picking up once again today. And I think it's just so strong when it comes to zoning capabilities and with a stun to set it up for GXR.
Last pick for next one is gonna be a Xinjiao on Joshi. And okay, I said this earlier, I'm gonna say it again. Wombo combos, skirmishes for days. And honestly, Galaxy Racer has the competition to keep up. It's just a matter of who will be able to get that first skill. I am very curious and excited to find out. And of course, guys, do not forget to share the live stream so that show the teams the love that they deserve. And comment, who do you think will win in this game number 1?
Absolutely. It's a question that needs to be answered by these two teams alone. Who is going to be the stronger version of ourselves? Who is going to be on top against each other on to the third series of today? But that Sinja actually surprised me. I don't know if it did in the same way to you, Yuko, but it's just surprising. I think it is a counter on maybe the projectile of Galaxy Razor. They have Aurelion Sol, they have Saya and the Lux, and it might be the answer of NXP against it.
Well, Xinjiao is actually very good when it comes to both engages and disengage. So I guess Nexplay just want to have that safety net in case they were not able to get the skirmish or gank that they wanted. But honestly, I am looking forward to the matchup that we have here in the mid lane. When it comes to the Aurelion Orianna matchup, Aurelion Sol does not have that much win percentage. So let's see, will we see a new stat, a new game, or will we still see Orianna dominate the lane? Also, you have Chule on this Orianna.
A lot of new everything all around. Because of the patch 2.2a, everything just changed when it comes to the meta, and I like to see it that way because the creativity is just up there for these two teams. And Adi Yuko, I don't know what to expect coming into the third series.
Honestly, me too, but that's the idea. We do not know what to expect, so these teams, they serve everything to us in a silver platter, and I am just very excited to see what will happen. But of course, we are waiting for the players to just load into the game, and here it is, game number 1. Looks like, guys, you need to chill. We already saw the 5-point strike from Arisen. This guy being very aggressive, not even 30 seconds in.
With the Sinjiao capabilities at level 1, he's now diving in and splitting the map vertically, but we are gonna have a fight, 1v1.
Looks like Assault going with an overextender. I don't think that's a good idea. He was able to flash out, but Red Team was still able to get that first blood. And I tell you, it went to Orianna. Looks like she's gonna have more advantage as another kill being secured by Nexplay Esports. Guys, I know I said it's full on 5v5, but they have no chill, and I love it. Just goes to show how confident they are with this lineup. Going back into the Baron lane, Arisen being able to just push his opponent back to its range, and going back to the Orianna and Aurelion Sol. Here's the thing. Infinity Orb got nerfed. It's very expensive now. From 2,850, it's 3,150. And 4 minutes in, you need to have 1 or 2 kills for you to be able to buy Infinity Orb earlier on. So the fact that Chule was able to get that, he can maybe have a first item in Infinity Orb, but of course, still depends. We have been seeing Luden's Echo time and time again. Not much skirmish now. Looks like they're just trying to get as much vision, but wait, okay, looks like he will jump in. Arisen just throwing out knives.
Shurikens all over around, but 1v1 once again.
Twilight Shroud, okay. I think he was just trying to scare his opponent. Wait, looks like Xinjiao is right there. Are you guys gonna go with a gank? They can. Ultimate is not up. Okay, for Oriana, but looks like Expert got caught out there. Jace does a little bit of damage, be enough just here the front line. Goodness me, this guy should already be able to already use Light to play. Focus on not collect, but look at the damage to the deal. Passive in front, Arise and popping that Fire Shroud just so he will be safe, already popping that Sash, but blue team got another kill. Goodness me, you guys had 2 kills earlier on. Now it's time for us to get 2 kills for ourselves.
I think they overextended a bit. I think, considering yes,
Someone got shooted, and that is gonna be Kaisa down on the Dragon Lane. I'm so sorry to cut you off there, but man, Galaxy Racer, this is basically their win condition. Be very aggressive in the early game, get those kills, and try to stop the main damager in the next play, which is most likely Uzi and of course Horizon.
And I just what about to say is Sinjao strong in the early game. They got a lot of kills. They got 2-0, right? And that was in favor of NXP, but they overextended. They were in too far, in too deep, in the top side of the jungle of GXR, wherein every single member of GXR has the potential to go for the response. And considering Horizon was too low in that fight, that was not favorable for them. GXR took that advantage, took the kills, and now it's a 3-2.
Definitely. You know how these small decisions or split decision making really costed a lot. So we're almost at the mark, but looks like Zibs and Draw here, they're able to clear out the game just as quickly. Looking at the Baron lane now. Alright, so of course, still very aggressive, but I love how Ikaros is able to just go up against this guy. Like, yeah, sure, you're a Kali that girl, but I still have this Camille in my hand, and he's just working very, very greatly. Colonel Drake, first Drake of the match. Oh no, all about that damage is gonna be, of course, a point of contention. Disaster did get rooted, but he's wrong, being very tanky, and they decided to just get away. They are probably gonna position near the Drake any second now. Pings all over the map. Ultimates are now up. Let's see if are they gonna go with the Dragon Take.
Let's see, and but we have GXR actually going for the reset from JC, and that Aurelion Soul, the Celestial expansion, when it comes from the base, going in for the stun, that's actually pretty massive, and that is going to be the potential for GXR to punish NXP if they then go for the Dragon that early. But you know what? They opted to back away for now, so they're not going for it, and NXP is opting to go for the 2v1.
Ikaros got slowed, but first from the big bear. Oh my god, fucking pop! I guess I'm gonna use as well. Look at Nexplay, and that was a beautiful disengage coming from Gragas, but Gragas not getting it out. And guys, I got through there. Hello, here comes the damage. And here comes Justin at the front line, but Justin got demolished. Guys, the momentum being used there as well. Look at the roots coming in from this house. It is very, very beautiful. Oriana and Kaisa says goodbye. That could be a double kill for this house. Arise and the only one left for the cleanup, but looks like he is not gonna commit. He can most likely try to steal the dragon, but look at the lives of his opponents. He got rooted. That's it. The cooldown from Luxburg is very, very quick. Fire Shroud being popped there as well. Fire Force there as well. But to see what's something to any kill at all. Galaxy Racer, they knew that even if they can take out Horizon, let's just focus on to the objectives. But now looks like, are they gonna go with the kill? No? Okay. Next play, they obviously wanted to at least take out 1 and 2 champions, but Galaxy Racer, they were very disciplined. Let's go back, doesn't matter, and draw on this Lux. Goodness me. Amazing first skills, able to root out a lot of champions from next play.
100%. I think GXR is just utilizing their draft very well. They're stronger when it comes to their early game. Uzi is not as strong with a Kaisa when it comes to the first 3 minutes. First 4 minutes, because you need that Acadian Brain upgraded, and you need those third skill to be upgraded as well for increased survivability. And GXR is utilizing their draft with Draw, with the Lux, JC with the Aurelion Soul, Spear with the Gragas, and Zivs with the Saya. It's pretty massive when it comes to CC aspect of the game. And GXR is very, very good when it comes to opportunity seeking in this current matchup. But GXR going for the initial setup. in the top
Disaster
lane.
got rooted, but okay, no casualties so far. Looks like they are still gonna play this safely. And I realized that Galaxy Racer's draft is they have a bit of advantage during the mid and the late game. Early game, they were just able to secure a handful of kills because Nexplay Esports' lineup is not online yet. So again, they are just utilizing whatever it is that they wait. Looks like your health is already up, just already giving it a start. Disaster, that's a very good shield, but will you be able to withstand that damage? That is like the pop right there! Blue was able to get the rails, and I came here coming from backline. Look at that, what's coming in from? Oh, there is so fun, and the damage from Galaxy Racer is just too much! Oriana forced to flash out. Expert still trying to chase out Disaster. Disaster said, nope! I'm out right here. Just he is able to get out of there alive as well. Galaxy Racer. This is a beautiful start. Ooh, someone got rooted. Disaster, what will you do? He got stunned as well, but looks like they don't want to go with the kill. I love the discipline that Galaxy Racer has. However, next with Esports, one of the things they can do, just keep on clashing or going with the pickoffs against Galaxy Racer. Stop them from going online, from going with the snowball, and of course, get a few turrets in, get a few objectives into their pockets.
Very interesting itemization right now for NXP. They went in with a Kali as the Burning Geese and not forming the Leandris and prioritizing maybe the magic damage or AP rather to really just build onto the damage on the backlines. I think that is what NXP is doing because they want to just scale down and put down GXR in a blink of an eye. They want to put down Brawl, they want to put down Zivs like it was butter. But now, it's going to be Camille though in the front line.
Hook shot on their turret. Still available. I guess they were able to get the turret. That's another check onto their list. Final spark being popped right there. Uze and of course Disaster. They realize, okay, no more minion wave. Final spark has been used. Let's just go back. Let's get a few items in. Is he gonna get boxed in though? Nice face check from Zibs and from Dragas right there. But it looks like Disaster is being pressured onto the lane. Not sure if they're gonna go with a kill there. In a different part of the map though, at the top Baron lane, you can see that just she and a teammate is able to get that turret. And of course, in retrospect, down here at the Baron lane, Galaxy Racer said, yeah, sure, we can go with the trade. Galaxy Racer able to take out 3 turrets now, while Nexplay Esports is only able to get 1 turret.
With a turret 1 for 1. Yes, you know what, GXR? Take what you need Nexplay Esports because we're gonna take every single tier 1 turret that is gonna be available in-game. And this opens up the map for us. The map control is in our favor and we want to take it home. And now they've gotten it. Now GXR is happy to go for some invades, is happy to go for some dominant when it comes to map aspect of the game.
Nexplay Esports, they saw that there is a dragon. Of course, they want to get that. Ultimates are available. I'm still waiting for a replay position coming in from Rob, and that is going to be a one champion stun. Akali jumps in. Hex also going to be found there as well. Arise was not able to do out. Passport did not connect, but at least they were able to get 1 kill. Joshi, Uzi, and the other members of Nexplay Esports is forced to go back. Arisen, birthday boy, super cutie, was the sacrificial lamb.
And they're gonna take it home. I think Nexplay Esports is gonna take whatever that they can in this certain game because they're at a massive disadvantage. 5k gold deficit to be more specific. So NXP having a Cloud Dragon, it's not that big of a permanent buff, but that movement speed enables their team to now go for those quick responses, to go from lane to lane that can potentially lead them back into an even level playing field against GXR.
Yeah, they could utilize this to get more objectives or like I said, go with the pickoffs. But Galaxy Racer, they are very disciplined with their rotations and they were able to get the advantage, early game advantage that they need, and it's just very beautiful for this to see. It just goes to show that every team here in North Luzon, they still have a chance at anything. They can improve time and time again. Disaster is providing vision, coming in with a hook shot and already committing a Hex ultimatum onto Disaster. Gonna connect it as well. Lux does say goodbye. 1 champion down for Galaxy Racer, and immediately they said, let's not force it. We can't do it. 4 to 5 is not a situation we do not want to be in, and they just left the Baron. Next play, they could get this. but I guess they just want to focus on the minion equilibrium, which they have to make sure that the minion wave is pushing towards the side of Galaxy Racer.
Absolutely, making an equilibrium makes it a balance for NXP against GXR. But also, very interestingly enough, that matchup was unfavorable for GXR. I think they went into it, they said, you know what, we're confident. We got the lead, we got the kill, and we're gonna take it home. But at the end of the day, when you're too aggressive, at that point, NXP just answered with a kill against Dro.
We've said this time and time again, even if you were able to get the early game, you have to hold on to it because Nexplay Esports, they are known to punish their opponents after just committing one mistake. So we are at the 12-minute mark. Baron is still up. Visions being provided all throughout. Rift Scuttler being able to take out by Galaxy Racer. This is the second Rift Scuttler that they have now. They were able to deny one from Uze earlier on, and the map is a tad bit more quiet. Let me just say that. I'm surprised. I'm not used to this.
Ooh, what's gonna happen next? GXR, JC, you know what? Nexplay
Shields?
Esports, he's feeling it. He's feeling that NXP is just hovering around the map, looking to kill that Aurelion Soul. So went in for the reset, no kills will be made, but that's his point in time, 3v1.
Alright, thought that's gonna be a kill, but you are right. Spidey sent his art singling for these two teams, and they said, you know what, I don't have a good feeling about this. I just tried to play it safe, but speaking of not playing safe, that was a very good dive coming in from Just Me, and has a video pop by Camille right there. Will the damage be enough? Camille does say goodbye, and that Void Seeker's intellect. Horizon is now golden. Beautiful what's coming in from Brawl, but looks like Galaxy Racer, they disengaged just in time. That was a 1-0 in favor of Nextwave. They are gonna get their buff. Horizon is just gonna go with the reset. Saya gonna go with the reset as well. Aurelion Sol just gonna hold his ground at the Dragon, and Uze gonna get the buff for himself. Again, guys, Baron is up, but looks like these two teams, they want more action. Jackson.
Once again, GXR being too confident in their advantage and being too aggressive, especially against Just G with armor, with magic resistance. But nevertheless, GXR is not going to come.
Oh, that was a tad bit too early from my final spark, but that was a 3-champion stun from Galaxy Racer. Look at the damage that they have. Unstoppable for Desaya, and they're still trying to go with it. That's gonna be a double kill coming over for the ADC of Galaxy Racer. Just she will be able to get out of there by just the skin of his teeth. Disaster, being a tanky guy that he is, will you survive? Looking that it's gonna be a no, because he's up against a very good duelist, which is Camille.
Absolutely, and that is just pretty massive, but with that 2 kills at the cost of an Ocean Drake, and they got at the end 1 more in their favor. So I think at this point in time, with 3 kills, with a long dead timer, they're gonna secure more turrets, and that tier 2 turret is actually pretty big, because that enables for them to now dominate the bottom quadrant of NXP's jungle. And that is actually pretty big, because that is where the next dragon would occur, and that is not just any, because that is the Elder Dragon.
Definitely. So it looks like Galaxy Racer, they were able to disseminate the turrets from the outside parts of Nexplay Esports' base. XP are just being very quiet in the bush right here, along with Icarus. They most probably expect Uzi and Rob to clear the wave here. Nice face check coming in from Spear. He always face checks. So good. You have the luxury to do a face check because of the barrels coming in from that Gragas. But you know what? That is a beautiful one coming in from Camille. And one champion got golden. Nope, not did not connect. Void Seeker not gonna connect as well. Next by Esports, they are able to defend their base as much as they can. They have to go with their engage right now. Engagement rate hurts a lot. That's a nice side step, or you were able to avoid the stun from Aurelion Sol. You have to keep the skill cooldowns in check. Not just the items, not just the kills, but of course also the cooldowns. That's a nice shield for Just She. Will you target Icarus? He's very mobile though. This is smart. While they are pressuring Nexplay Esports, the other half of the team is trying to get that Baron lane. Disaster being boxed in. He He is very tanky. He did get out of there alive, and the Galaxy Racer still waiting and looking for an opening.
Opening indeed, but Nexplay Esports just wants to delay that Baron Nashor, and GXR is off to go back.
Oh no, you got boxed in! Both of them got golden fires like him up there as well. He jumped in, but he jumped in straight to his death. Goodness me, what is gonna happen next? Arisa did try to get away, already popping that perfect execution. And Nexplay Esports, they still have the question mark on their heads. What could we do? What must we do? Because if you're gonna look at the scoreboard, gold in favor of Galaxy Racer, kill in favor of them as well. And when it comes to their takedowns, Galaxy Racer got 6 and Nexplay got 1.
Definitely. It's actually pretty massive with the turrets that they've taken. They're now going for the reset to then go for the Baron Nashor. Now
They have to go with the steal. Let's give them a go to steal because next play they really need to seal this, and looks like that is the VA jump straight onto Galaxy Razor's face. Saya does go down. Oh no! A rampage onto Renzo, but look at the backlines, ladies and gentlemen. Arisa going with the plays. Kaisa does go down. Arisa jumps out, but jumps in. Will you be able to pop your Twilight Shroud in time? He was able to pop the Guardian Angel though, and that is gonna be a skirmish in favor for me of Nexplay Esports. That was a 3-2. Wow, Arisen, this guy. It's not birthday buffs, man. That's just our players being themselves.
And now, I understand why Burning Gaze was then built first, then Leandra's after.
Knock up, and the moment your feet or well your body touch the ground, you are dead. The passive did prop. You did use your ultimate. You did pop your ultimate, but will it be enough? Camille is starting to become tanky. Okay, that's good. I mean, she is the one that dives in first, so she needs to have sustain. Elder Dragon is up, but looks like they said, you know what? Let's just prepare for the next Dragon fight. Rabadon's already available for Arisen. Makes sense.
Makes sense indeed. It's 7k gold lead coming down to a 5k gold lead right now for GXR. And that's still going to be a gold lead, but that is not too much to now be overconfident like what they did from a while back. But NXT is now going for the initial setup onto the Elder Mountain break. The Rising Blades backline.
Arisen says hello. You guys can try to see our dragon. Oh, hello. Look at the damage to make her ulti as well. Seriously coming over. Don't miss Akali. Oh no, Nexplay. I mean, no, oh no, Galaxy Racer, but Arisen got taken out by Saya as well. Red team though, Nexplay Esports was able to get Elder Dragon, but look at her mid lane. Icarus with the split push. He was not able to get the mid lane turned down, but that was a significant amount of damage. The stun connects, he goes down. Galaxy Racer, they're slowly struggling because Nexplay Esports, they are now online. So the use of Fisher hurts a lot. Look at that! The nice communication coming in from Joshi and Disaster. Xpear, what will you do? He is forced to go back. They are gonna steal this blue buff, and maybe you guys can get yourself first, or yourself popping his ultimate. He became golden. Will it be enough? Sun's coming in. They flashed in. Nah, says Kaisa. The ultimate, not ultimate. Rage hurts a lot as well. This is gonna be a free Baron for Nexplay Esports, given that there's only 2 or 3 champions up for Galaxy Racer, and they are far away. Final Spike, no, not connect. That was a tad bit too early, and goodness me, 20 minutes in. Nexplay Esports looks like they're the ones that's starting to have more damage. However, look at their turrets. It's 3 to 5 hits away from the grave. So that's something that Galaxy Racer can utilize. They could tell Icarus to commit for the split push because Zivs on this Saya, very mobile, has a lot of damage. Can maybe take out 2 or 3 champions from Nexplay.
That's indeed gonna be the question. A little more hits rather for GXR to secure the end of their turret. But with NXP having that Baron buff, I think this is not gonna be favorable for them as we have NXP pressuring in mid and Baron lane.
Man, this game is starting to get heated up. Graga says goodbye. Oh no! Galaxy Racer, they're down 1 champion. And Nexplay Esports, they're literally everywhere.
Blue team
Baron lane, mid lane, and then Dragon lane. What lane are you gonna prioritize if you're Galaxy Racer right now? Of course, you're gonna try to defend as much as they can, but the Disaster is just very, very tanky. Minion wave is just pouring in. Goodness me, Nexplay Esports! Doing Nexplay Esports, Big Boy Seeker, yes, but I don't think she's gonna pop her. Instinct has something gonna pop. Has something gonna pop there as well, but that is just that is gonna be a different play for Nexplay Esports. Yes, the ultimates are being popped, but what happened there was it was just a distraction for them to actually take out the Nexus, and game 1 winner is Nexplay Esports. That was just game number 1. My air conditioning is just not enough. I'm sweaty, and that's just how intense this game was.
Wonderful play from Nexplay Esports and Galaxy Razor. What was that? And I think, you know what, Galaxy Razor, very good job. Perfect, phenomenal early game. They were getting the advantage. They got 7k gold lead at one point against NXP. But Nexplay Esports, as you stated, Yuko, they're going in for the late game. Patience is indeed going to be the virtue for game number 1. They waited for damage to scale out, and Horizon just went into the backline, sweeping each and every single member of GXR. The zoning capabilities, the potential damage coming in from NXP was just there. And I think when it comes to the mid-game, late-game fights, GXR was just pushing right through. You know what? We got the advantage. We're going to be overconfident. And I think that is the reason of their downfall. I think that is the reason wherein they went from an advantage to a deficit.
That is gonna be the story of game number 1, and whew, it's getting hot in here, isn't it? That's just how intense the game was. And my another of my thoughts from game number 1 is, honestly, Horizon was just able to jump in and out. He was able to penetrate the backlines, and because of that, GXR almost always fights 4v5, and it's not actually a situation they want to be in. And Nexplay Esports, they took the death timers in time. That's also a huge factor as to why they were able to take out the turrets during the latter parts of the game. It was enough. They had enough damage. They had the opponents had enough death timers, and they just pushed through in the different lanes. And the Galaxy Racer was just not able to stop them. But it was a beautiful comeback from Nexplay. GG's for game number 1, and I am excited to see what Galaxy Racer will do for game number 2.
Absolutely. It's still a mystery. It's still a question mark. And also, on top of all that, it's not just the same thing, because Nexplay Esports is now going to go for the first pick. Now, GXR is now going to go for the second pick. Right? So, this might change things up, as Nexplay Esports can now pick up those priority champions. Camille, Akali, Gragas, these flex picks are going to be very important. And now Galaxy Razor has the opening for those duo synergies.
Right, so this is the highlights for game number 1. I honestly did not expect Nexplay to go to comeback, but then again, I did say that they are the kind of team that just punishes you when you're not able to keep your advantage in your hands.
And I think the synonymous style for Nexplay Esports is to become hyper aggressive. And I think that is what happened throughout the game. They're not stopping, they're not waiting, and they just kept through and through to the matchup. And later on, they went in, you know what? We're at a disadvantage, let's be patient, and let's go ham all in when it comes to mid-game, late-game fight. When our Rabadon is up for Horizon, the damage is already absolutely perfect for their team.
Perfect is definitely the word there. Also, I would love to commend Disaster with his perfect shields, able to keep his team alive. And by this time, Horizon just doing Horizon things. And even though Z-Mitch got taken out, he was able to do a beautiful shockwave before he said goodbye. And Nexplay just steamrolled from there. So many amazing highlights, and that's just game number 1. This series, man, last series, very exciting.
Save the best for last. It's gonna be game 2 later on. What's gonna happen next is everyone's question right now on top of their heads. But what is not gonna be the question is the answer for the master of the match. Just Chi on that Xin Zhao being the MVP.
Yep, he he just showed us, even though he doesn't have Lee Sin, even though he can't use Olaf, he can still be MVP with this Shinjao. And he did not play any different than how we knew him. Just still on the front line. He can just show where he is or his positioning, just so his team will be able to convert it to a kill. And I just love that high risk, high reward plays. It's scary, but at the same time, it's very, very rewarding. And reward is all. Nexplay is all about that reward.
And they received it, right? It's onto the table. It's an opportunity that you can take, and NXP just took it away and got it in their favor. And I like how master of the match is Sinjao, because we saw into the first few minutes of the game, it was just too aggressive, 0-3 immediately for the side of NXP. They got that first 3 kills, but afterwards, we're in the overextended, the same matter, overconfidence. They went into the jungle of Alex Razor. They went for the blue buff. Horizon was low. They went for a 2v3, and that was just the comeback of GXR. They went for the 3-3, and therefore just landslided until the mid game, where NXP just took it home for the win with patience that won them the game.
Man, Infinity was very intense in game number 1. You loved it, didn't you?
Yeah. I love some games like that. It's like toe-to-toe, even playing field.
Yeah, a lot, of course, can happen. And we're just waiting for the players for game number 2. I'm sure you guys are just as excited. So, might as well share the live stream. Invite your friends to watch with you, and you can say, hey, they're pretty good. Why not try that when we play ranked? I mean, that's what the casters do.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, you know what? Let's play, right? Let's play. Let's just invite people coming into the ride. Let's enjoy it. Let's get some drinks. Let's get some food watching this intense games.
Yeah, definitely. And do you think there are any adjustments that Nexplay should do? I mean, drafts, itemizations, early game, or what could Galaxy Racer do?
That's indeed gonna be the question that, just put into my mind that I keep on thinking, because it's very hard. At the end of the day, GXR and Nexplay Esports is known for something in the week 1, and they change it through and through for today's series. And they could go back into the classics, go back to the draft that won them, the game style that won them, and NXP has it. They went in for the Kaisa, Braum, Oriana, Akali, but what changed it up is the Sin Zhao. It's an absolutely dominating champion when it comes to the early game, but falls down hard when it comes to the late game. And they may change it up to maybe a Wukong, to maybe a Vi that could lock down those single targeted CCs onto the hyper carry of GXR, so that they could play their synonymous style, which is hyper aggressives in the early game. For the side of GXR, I think they did a very good job when it comes to the draft. They have a lot of massive CCs in their draft. I think they could bring this through into the game number 2, so that they could punish Nexplay Esports.
Definitely, I would have to agree with that. And honestly, I'm surprised that even though Galio got nerfed to the ground, he is still ban worthy. I guess it's just him with the hero's entrance that can disrupt your backline or your frontline anytime. But what are your thoughts about this?
Galio. I think Galio is still something that could disrupt fights. Just because of the map awareness, the map power of a Galio, which is so strong. I said that I was mixing super and so. That was like, it was so strong. But nevertheless, I think Galio is just too strong still, even with the nerf. I think Galio right now is played like an active type of champion and reactive type of champion. A fighter curse, ultimate. An initial setup from Nexplay Esports curse, ultimate. I think that's gonna be the game style of Galio. So still, with the nerf, it's not gonna affect how he is gonna be picked up when it comes to the draft.
Alright, I actually agree with you with that. Even though his damage from 64 became 58, when you're gonna talk about him being tanky, it still works. He can still be at the front line when it comes to the late game and just be the meat shield for your team. Anyway, let's still talk about the lineup. Saya, early game up until the first part of the late game, she was phenomenal. She was beautiful, both with her art and the way she was played in game number 1. But why was she not able to get that much kills in the later part of the game?
Later part of the game. I think it's just because of the dominance from the enemy team. It's just there. It's just too much, right? So it just happens. Sometimes you're very dominant when it comes to the early game, but when it comes to the late game, you get punished 1v1.
Also, it's all about the punish. Yeah, okay, I can see that happen. And also, whenever she tries to go to the backline, Akali and Kaisa be like, "Hi, nope, you're not gonna be there. We're right here," and then they take her out. Also, I would have to commend Galaxy vs Camille. Hextech Ultimatum, it was used almost all the time, and that is the kind of gameplay that I want. You have the luxury to keep on using that ultimate, even though at one point he used it to just lock down Disaster.
Yeah, the Hextech Ultimatum was perfect. And I think when you're considering the draft of Nexplay Esports, the only one could counter this act is maybe the Sinjao with the ultimate, right? Aside from that, that Hextech Ultimatum is gonna go in, gonna get that secured kill. But at the end, at the mid-game, late-game type of fights, I think Hextech Ultimatum is just there, but the problem is GXR is going to 1v2, 1v3, 1v5, because they have the advantage, right? They're thinking, you know what, let's go ham, let's go all in terms of the matchup, and that just led them to maybe the disadvantage and getting killed one by one against Nexplay Esports.
Yeah, and also I realized how mobile Nexplay Esports lineup was. It just did not we just didn't see it manifest in the early game, but in the late game I'm like, what's happening? Why is Kaisa there? Why is Braum not with her? And of course you have Zmitz, Oriana still with those beautiful shockwaves and command protect, command attack, you know, the usual drill when you're up against Oriana. And I honestly did not expect the two mid laners to stay in their lane all throughout the game, and I was right. Earlier on, they just got the items in, they collected a handful of farm, but the moment that they got the ultimates, they left their lane, they kept on rotating, and I also like how Nextplay and Galaxy Racer, they're able to mirror each other's movements. Like, I think that was during the 10 or 12 minute mark. Just She and Friends, hey, that's a good name for her team. Just She and Friends were at the Baron lane. They got one turret, but Galaxy Racer, they were able to trade the turret at the Dragon lane. So, you know, it's all about trying to be even Steven with their team, and I just want to see if there are gonna be any changes or adjustments for them in game number 2, because this is match point for Galaxy Racer.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a
Nextplay.
match point. Yeah, it's a match point indeed. One more win for Nextplay Esports. They're gonna take it home for the series. If GXR wins this, we're going straight to Game G. And I want this to happen. I want Game G to happen. Not just because it will be on sync with one of my predictions, but it is just that intense. Right? It is just so powerful to see how these two teams are just toe in toe. In the first week, we saw Nextplay Esports being too dominant when it comes to every single series that they came across. Maybe except Team Secret. And they dominated GXR. But now, GXR is toe-to-toe, even level playing field for these two teams. So it's just super exciting. It's just so hype.
You know, I actually want to know where or how the teams does their training. Like, it's only been 1 week, but they improved so much. Even Action PH, they showed us different champions and an orthodox draft. It's beautiful. I mean, they just get to play in their element, and you know, just execution is that's the only thing that, you know, matters if they're gonna win or they're gonna lose. But yeah, guys, where do you do your training? I mean, me and Infinity could use a new trainer, maybe a coach, because you know, we're trying to get up in the ranks up there. But yeah, we're just waiting for the players to load into the game. We hope that you enjoyed that game number 1. Again, this is the last week, last series, last chance. We still have day 2 and 3 though, but last chance for them to be able to get the wins in for series. And Team Secret, Nextplay, they have 250,000 Globe Cup points and 200,000 Globe Cup points. I kind of want to be a player now. I mean, do you know how much that is in pesos? Like, these guys, they're just playing.
Let's jump ship. Let's go be a pro player. But I'll be a pro player stuck in maybe platinum.
That's okay. That's a pretty high rank. I mean, I got the diamond and platinum, but I cried a handful of days. I tried to play with friends. And yeah, it just goes to show how different and how versatile wild Rift can be. And thank you so much to the community that keeps on supporting this live stream wherever you're watching right now. I hope you already ate your dinner or your breakfast or lunch, because it's gonna be a long day. This is game number 1, and I know you're excited. We are excited too, but we can't cast if there's no game yet, so we're gonna have to play the waiting game.
And speaking of game, you know what? I'm interested to know your opinion, because we saw Katarina banned out for Nexplay Esports, right? It was used prior to the series. And I want to know your thoughts. You asked about my opinion on maybe the Galio, maybe the Targonian champions, and I want to ask you right now, what are your thoughts on maybe the Katarina, the Draven, the Yasuo that we saw so far in the series that was unconventional and very surprising?
Alright, so let's just go with the Katarina. If she's gonna be placed in the mid lane, she's gonna be very powerful. However, I have a question mark on my head once she's being put up against Orion Sol. Thank you for that, Infinity. Because yes, she's very melee, but Orion Sol has CC's ultimate and he can just damage Katarina from afar. But if Katarina is gonna do the thing that Z-Mitch did with Oriana, get the ultimate first, get the first item maybe, or a few golden, and then rotate, she is gonna be just fine. Because have you seen the lineup GXR has? That is gonna be food galore for Katarina, and we are now at the pick and ban phase for game number 2. Will we see game number 3, or will we end the series with a 2-0? So it's like that. The ban is still gonna be Katarina ban for Nexplay, and Galaxy is gonna stick with that Ziggs ban.
Yeah, you know what? Nexplay Esports, we don't want to fight against Katarina. We don't want to pentakill, a quadra kill Katarina. So go away. We're gonna ban it out. Let's not use it for this game. Galio is now gonna be banned out by Galaxy Razor and Zig as well. We talked about how this could be so powerful as the priority pick. It was nerfed out, but still a very amazing champion. But NXP, the king of the jungle, once again rises up. Recent is gonna be locked in.
And that is the first pick, need I tell you. They're like, you know what game 3? Let's try to get this 2-0. And Galaxy Racer answered that with a Gragas and a Kaisa. However, probably gonna lock that in. That's very smart. So Uzi will probably use his Ezreal, more mobile, but they're gonna lock in that Braum. They could get a Ryzen Akali now if they want to. Unless, they can pick that up.
Ezreal is open. Akali is open. These champions are going to be open, but Nexplay Esports is going to prioritize onto the Baron lane. Hey, Yuko, your prediction was right. Your prediction was correct. But now, GXR, they still have support. Going to be something that they need to fill out. The mid laner and Aurelion Sol is something that they have used in game number 1, which dominated in terms of the early game.
You know what? Now that Camille is not available, I'm curious as to what champion will... Oh wait, it's gonna be Ragas. Never mind. I was looking at Kaisa up to Alistar. So it looks like we are gonna be seeing Alistar today. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first Alistar of the day, because in the 2.2a, his damage, headbutt damage was nerfed. But I still think Alistar is okay. You know, we don't see the supports using a headbutt to put damage on the turret. Instead, that's gonna be a flash in pulverize. You know, those kinds of plays, initiates. So yeah, I'm happy that Alistar still saw the light of day today. Looks like that is gonna be an Oriana being locked in by Nexplay and a Draven. Hey, Draven, man, you mentioned this earlier.
Yeah, Draven is gonna be locked in. A lot of damage when it comes to the early game. And I think they want to punish X-Pierce's champion, or not X-Pierce's champion, sorry, but maybe the ADC, Zibs, with Kaisa later on. They want to punish this. They want to go strong when it comes to the early game. And with the hyper-aggressive game style of Nexplay Esports, this is gonna go in synergy with that aspect of their gameplay.
Last pick is gonna be a Jarvan. Of course, Cataclysm for a day. So we will be seeing all the champions just exhausting their ultimates all the time. So this is a draft for game number 2. Comment down what are your thoughts, and I hope that this team will be able to give us one hell of a show. We're gonna load into the Rift in a bit. But Infinity, how do you feel about this draft? Are you happy? Are you sad? Are you scared? Are you hungry? Tell us your thoughts.
To answer that question, I'm hungry. No, just kidding. I'm hungry for games. I'm hungry for matches, and that is where I'm hungry at. But to answer that question, analyzing the draft, I think Jarvan 4 was a very good champion for GXR. And prove me wrong, Nexplay Esports, but this champion could lock into the Raven, and considering that Raven is an absolute glass cannon of a champion, very strong early game when it comes to damage, and HP is just too little, Jarvan can punish at a level 5 when he goes for the early gank into the Dragon lane.
However, I am looking at the Lee Sin and the Akali right now. When it comes to pickoffs, they will definitely be the ones at top of the list. So Kaisa and maybe Alistar, keep your eyes on the map because it's scary. I'm gonna tell you right now. If you don't put in the wards, if you don't get as much vision from your jungler, well, Jarvan can go with the flag and drag and just provide vision for his team as well as Alistar. He can just face check, literally face check with his face. And yeah, I guess that's just gonna be what's gonna happen in game number 2. We are seeing Draven. It is a take 2. Let's see if it's gonna be another win because one of the casters in the Tagalog stream, he is a Draven Lord. And looks like I can hear him smiling. Yes, hear him smiling right here.
We hear him. Draven?
He's right here.
Yes. Right, Draven is just too much of a damage dealer when it comes to the ADC of Nexplay Esports. So we might expect some of the early games. And considering on top of all that, you have the Lee Sin. As you've talked about it a while ago, Yuko, Lee Sin is a champion that is very strong and is synonymous to the name of Just Cheat. And when you have a Lee Sin into the draft, you're expected to go big when it comes to the early game. Because he's so strong into a level 3. When you have level 3, you could just dash in, Sonic Wave, make a kill, make a play, and get the kill for NXP. So we might expect NXP to now gain the advantage when it comes to the early game, and maybe GXR just hold off a bit, mid-game, late game, because we're scaling champions.
It's gonna be a go big or go home type of play or type of game for these two teams. And I actually want to talk about the Gragas pick real quick. Gragas was very, very good, and he has a pretty win rate in the Icon series, pretty sufficient and still up there. And I honestly was looking forward to his combo with Camille's ultimate. Like the moment she uses a Hextech ultimatum, he's gonna throw in the barrel and everyone just cries because of the damage, because you won't be seeing Ziggs for a while. Like, I'm sorry, I want to, but it is a no.
Yeah, it's a no. Right, so yeah, I just want to talk about the mid lane though.
Okay.
Aurelion Sol versus Orianna. I think when it comes to the rotation sync, Aurelion Sol has the advantage. But when it comes to the 5v5, we're in Nexplay Esports is gonna set up a play. When it comes to an initial grouped up type of play for NXP, I think they're gonna take it home when it comes to the mid lane type of setup. What do you think about it? Aurelion Sol, Orianna, thoughts?
Alright, so I would just put my eggs in Orianna solely because if we're gonna look at the 5v5 team fights, you can imagine Galaxy Racer, the moment X-Fear jumps in with the Cataclysm, 3 champions will be at the back line. And if Orianna can penetrate that backline with her shockwave, that's an automatic and a secured 3-man shockwave, and that's just, I don't know, perfect setup for Horizon and Disaster, which we're gonna go with the perfect execution, and Disaster, of course, with the glacial feature. But then again, I could be wrong. We are jumping into game number 2. This is it. Will it be the last game, or will Galaxy Racer be able to push this to a game number 3? Show these teams the love that they deserve, guys. And of course, don't forget to follow us casters in our socials, just like NXP. They already have their eyes on that buff, making sure that they will get the early lead.
I mean, Lee Sin, Raven, we already talked about how Nexplay Esports will gain the lead when it comes to the early game. They're utilizing it very well as Just G go for the jungle invade. I like how it's looking right now because NXP is splitting the map vertically in favor of them because they're hovering into the dual lane.
That was a beautiful start. Denying the enemy jungler of the buff really hurts. Looks like just he the moment he got his buff, he's like, okay, let's go. Let's try to get the first blood. No, I got stunned. Okay, I'm out. And then he goes to get this buff. Looking at the DR lane though, just a normal 4v4 scrimmage. You know, ADC and support is doing their thing. Icarus and of course Horizon, they have their own battle. And they're at the Baron lane. Uze just enjoying using Draven. He's just spinning around, same way he is spinning those blades. Yeah, those blades.
Yeah. I think the next play esports move right now would be go in and out. I think we talked about in and out a while ago, and I think it's gonna happen more or less. Because when you have Horizon with Akali and Justy with the Lee Sin, it's probably gonna happen.
Uzi very, very low, but you know who is also low? Alistar and the Lee Sin. She just finished the kill. Here we go again with early 2 kills for Nexplay Esports. Horizon almost got caught out there, but goodness me, he won with a re-engage 5-point strike, and that was a beautiful kill. Oh my goodness, but he forgot Expert was there. Quite a shot has been popped, but that was a beautiful kill for Horizon. Kaisa got stunned. Kaisa got taken out. Who is Kyla? Kaisa got taken out. Kill after kill in every part of the map. This is the game that we expect from these two teams. Or it's all gonna try to go with stun. Look at that stun. It's like it's gonna reach game number 6, even though this is just a best of 3 series.
And it's just the understanding of Nexplay Esports in terms of their draft. They know they're strong when it comes to their game. They're utilizing it very well. And JXR, not that much. They're scaling champions. They need to wait for late.
Cataclysm may pop right there at the mid lane, but of course Zemish just flashes out of there. Will you kill me? Hell no, because here comes Jashi. He did not get the kill though, but he was able to push Galaxy Race away. Like, no, this is my mid laner. I protect my mid laner. I'm looking at the DR lane again. I wish I could see the CS right now. But anyway, they're just minding their own plays. However, Horizon is able to constantly pressure Gragas into Baron lane. 5-point strike is almost always on point. Gragas, what are you gonna do? He had 3 bars of his health down. Horizon is just enjoying this Akali pick time and time again.
He's eating food. He's eating gold. And Nexplay Esports is now at a lead with a 1.8k gold in their favor. For 3 minutes and 25 seconds. The first dragon is going to come up real soon. This is going to be the first contest of the game. So we might expect a lot of things right now for NXP and GXR. And if that Gragas from Icaros and JC with the Oriental Soul gets those CCs in their favor, I think that is going to be favorable for them. But if NXP gets the lead, gets the dominance into the Dragon Spit, and get the Glacial Fissure and Shockwave connecting against GXR, it's not going to be looking that good for Galaxy Razor.
It's all about connecting those CCs, am I right? And making sure that 2, 3, maybe even 5 champions from Nexplay get CC'd. However, they have this tactic. Nexplay Esports has this tactic wherein they wait for the skill or the CC to actually be on cooldown before they commit fully. But GXR looks like they are gonna be able to get this Baron lane turret non-contested, and Nexplay Esports being proactive, they went with the dragon and a turret. Okay, this is smart. They are far away. It's gonna take them a lot of seconds before they reach the dragon pit, and the moment they do, the dragon will be down.
The dragon indeed went down. Nexplay Esports is gonna secure the first dragon objective, and that is just the utilization of information, right? Information, GXR hovered in the top lane. Let's get the dragon. Let's get it in their favor. And considering NXP already got the Tower First Blood in their favor a while ago, you just went there for the dragon easy, and that just gave them the lead of a 4k gold in favor of them in the first 5 minutes.
Man, first 5 minutes and already 4k gold lead. 4k gold lead, this is a lot. Information display all over the map for Nexplay Esports right here. However, it's still pretty early. Galaxy Racer, they can still get the items in. The Cataclysm coming in from Jarvan is very beautiful and very on point. He does not mind locking in even just one champion as long as they get one kill. So they just need to give him space and, you know, wait for him to snowball. Especially Zibs, which is, I don't know, still the queen of late game for me. Kaya's pretty good in the late game. Horizon just go with the split push, went over to a different lane, and gonna go with the reset. We are almost at the 6-minute mark. Rift Herald is up by 6 seconds. They're already positioning themselves. Disaster putting up a shield. Can I just say that a shield plus the command, not the command attack, the command protect coming from Orianna is very, very tanky even if you're wrong. Like that's probably why they have a difficult time penetrating the back line. Nope, that is not gonna connect, but they were able to awaken the Repairol Galaxy Racer. They need to steal this. Will they be able to do so? Expert jumps in and looks like there's still be coming in from Nexplay Esports. Losing one, able to get that to Repairol and let the bodies hit the Plagata is gonna be happening in the back line. But looks like Nexplay Esports, they had the early game advantage. They pulled the trigger first. They had more damage. Thus they were able to translate that to a 5-man kill early on. They can get the turret. They place Repairol there as well. They can actually steal the buff if they want to or get the resources in. But just she's now at the mid lane. So basically, what happened there was beautiful ultimate from Disaster, and Arisen was able to just, like you said, jump in and out of the area of effect or area of the clash. That was scary. That's insane, honestly. And Nexplay Esports, they're just playing way different than they did in game number 1, and they didn't even do much. They didn't even change much in their composition. But I guess this is just, I'm calling it, this is just the power of just she getting his Lis in. It's insane, man. Void Seeker didn't connect onto Disaster, but that is not gonna help with anything. No stun's gonna connect as well. Arisen is gonna split push at the Baron lane. He does not care, right? Asol with the passive. Yes, you can clear out the minion wave just as quickly, but you know, a fight can pop anytime soon. Disaster. Oh, that's a ward right there. But just you're gonna jump in. I will not be surprised if he does, but looks like he did not. They just want to opt with getting the neutral jungle creeps, and again, minion wave discipline, and that's gonna be a catalyst connecting on the flash up. But look at that knock-up! Goodness me! Nexplay Esports as belongs to the Shopee Galaxy Racer. Oh no, Alistar got left behind. Arisen does say hi, but nope, Galaxy Racer was able to disengage just as quickly. However, at least Nexplay Esports was able to get one kill, and that is on to the support.
Hey, hi, hello. It's a surprise NXP GXR taking a kill in their favor. And with that pressure in from NXP, they're now going in for the tier 1 turret into the mid lane.
They got one turret. Just she solo killed the dragon. A lot of bullying, a lot of win conditions being checked by Nexplay right now. Dragon jumped in. He flashed in, committing a lot of things onto Arisen, but nope, I am safe, said Arisen right here. So Galaxy Racer, there is just left to look for the next point of, or the next target yet again, which is the Rift Scuttler. But Arisen, those kunais hurt a lot. 5-point strike. Look at how fast he can just play this game. But looks like they were able to put different fright. Oh goodness me, that was a lot of damage being taken by Disaster. And the Nexplay, they went with the disengage. Nexplay coming over to Uzi, but Uzi did get taken out by Kaisa. That is gonna be a 2-for-1 in favor of Galaxy Racer. Catalyst being popped there as well. But just she, very mobile on this Lee Sin, was able to get out of the alive. Arisen jumped in, and of course, Damage is right there as well. You thought you're gonna get away? No, says Arisen. I jump in, I jump out, and I get to still try to shot being popped there as well. Ikaros already using his barrel, but apparently no one is hiding there. This is the 10-minute mark. A lot at stake here, but a lot of advantages is at the side of Nexplay Esports. Baron is alive, and now they are just gonna get that red buff. Here's the thing. Obviously, you can see that Joshi and Arisen is online, not going online. They are now online. They are just waiting for Uzi on this Draven to dish out so much damage too. And if you have 3 damage dealers and an Orianna Shockwave to back you up, what could you do as Galaxy Racer?
And when the force of nature with Disaster as well, that just decreases the attack speed of GXR. Or I mean, it's just a matter of magic resistance coming right through. So JC is not gonna have a great time, and Icarus is not gonna have a great time as well when it comes to bursting down disaster in the blink of an eye. And I think that was a mistake as well from Xpear, going back to the latest engagement wherein he went in for the Cataclysm onto Just G. And we all know that Just G could just jump out of walls, just jump out of that Cataclysm like it was nothing. And I think that was a waste. So at the end, Nexplay Esports responded very quickly, put down Xpear, and that was another kill in their pockets.
Vision provided. They did see that Gragas is up there. Arisen just committing himself to split push. However, I love that. Oh, wait, looks like that is the yellow coming in from Mitch, and she is just Oriana is just dishing out damage onto Alistar. What could they do? She threw out her orb, and look at that two-man shockwave. Beautiful play for Nexplay. They're gonna go there in case. Here comes, of course, Gragas. Will you be able to do anything? He did throughout his barrel, but was not able to translate that to a kill. Kali got Gur, Kali this Gur, of course, it's on the different part of the map, able to take out that turret, and that's just Arisen doing Arisen thing. So now Galaxy Racer, they have to keep two things in check. Number one is where the other four members of Nexplay Esports are. They have so much CC, they have so much map control, and they also need to keep an eye on Arisen, which can just be anywhere in the map at this point. But Expert chasing him down. Looks like someone got caught out here. Disaster is out of damage. Will you be able to get out of there alive? Beautiful flash out! Goodness me, what was that? And then he jumped in, he became golden. Look at that being dished out by Nexplay here yet again. Ace already popping his ultimate kill this week coming over for Akali. Rampage onto Oriana. Oriana's soul is now forced to go back. Disaster does get eliminated right here. Oriana at the front line. Lee Sin just doing Lee Sin things, and that is gonna be a 1-2 in favor of Nexplay. And the dragon is up, the Baron is up. No, well, one more outer turret left for Galaxy Racer.
And Nexplay Esports with the plays, putting down Ziv and the Xpear. When a Baron Nashor is alive, when an Infernal Dragon is alive. So Nexplay Esports literally got the dominance from that engagement coming into their favor. And that Infernal Dragon is just gonna exponentially increase the damage banning speed. Considering that 8%, that's pretty massive.
A lot. Exactly, and can I just say that it was the perfect dragon for them at this point. Like, how can you be this lucky, man?
Yeah, with Akali having a lot of core items already, Lichbane, Rabadon, Burning Geese, that is a lot of damage. The Hextech Gunblade and a penetration item as well. This is just gonna decimate the HP of Galaxy Racer.
Disaster jumps in, goes with that ultimate Galaxy Grip up there as well, but looks like they were able to get Galaxy Racer out of their 5v5 position. Unstoppable coming over for the Oriana. Joshi in the backline, penetrating the backlines of Galaxy Racer, and look at that, they could not do anything. Gragas gets taken out. That was a 4-0, and even a Baron for Nexplay Esports. Alistar, the only one left alive. I'm not sure if he has great flare, but looks like Akali is gonna try to go near the last mid lane turret. Plus Baron buff for Nexplay Esports, and everything. All of their win condition is just on point. Yes, go with the headbutt, but will not be enough. 5-point strike. Of course, Arisen. The kunais, they hurt a lot. What was that? Alistar was very tanky, I have to tell you. Did you see his life bars? It just got bursted out by Arisen. He is the definition of birthday and damage today.
Raw damage indeed, but we have Uzi gonna get pinned down. But
oh no, he got stunned, he became golden, he boxed in, but no, he's a that's gonna be a no. He tried to get Zivs. It was a nice try, but apparently if you have 4 champions, it's a big no-no. But it's like they committed a lot of skills onto Uzi. Contact is being pop right there, and the fight is happening on the right side of your screen. Look at that. Nexplay Esports, it's very smart because they are able to separate the champions of Galaxy Racer and gods like this going over to our screens. Legendary even, Flag and Jag, but Just Chi as well as Disaster said, hi, we stunned you. What are you gonna do? Die.
What a word!
No,
Because
they're not gonna
we've seen
stop
it.
anytime soon. They went to the knockup and they still try to chase out that Alistar. He did get stunned, but looks like Nexplay Esports, they are gonna get that turret. It's bare. They have no more turrets at the mid lane and at the Baron lane. The passive for Alistar did get proc. Yes, he did get the healing, but is it enough? Oh, no, it is not enough, especially if you're dealing with this kind of damage. Force, he's gonna pop that ultimate. Will it be enough? And the minions is just disseminating that Nexus, and that is gonna be game number 2 in favor of Nexplay Esports. Man, series number 3. A lot has happened, beautiful plays, and I'm just very honored to be able to catch that. But Infinity, can I just say that my 2-0 prediction, it was correct.
And I was wrong. I thought I was gonna go at 2-1, and I was looking forward to it because game 1 was absolutely looking great for Galaxy Razor, but it just went upside down when it comes to mid game, late game fight. But now we're looking into game 2. What happened there? And I think Horizon is just a menacing of a champion. He just went into the back lanes, destroying the HP bars of even an Alistar, the tanky champion of GXR, an absolutely raw damage of a champion. And I think they received that early game lead, just brought it into a mid game, late game advantage. Just G with the Lee Sin, also with Uzi, with the Raven, and with a Braum, that just peaks out early game for them. Braum can just stun when it comes to the early game because of the concussive blows. Just Chi is just too strong when it comes to the early game, and Raven, damage massive. So I think they utilized that very well. They got the jungle invade, they got a blue buff, they got the red buff, and on top of all that, they just lost Jarvan 4 in terms of the potential gold that they could farm up when it comes to their very own jungle. So they went in for the early punish, they got the early lead, and overall they got the objectives that they wanted.
And that was the story of series number 3. Honestly, I can see Galaxy Racer. They put up an amazing fight. Jarvan's Cataclysm is very on point. However, he was able to get 2-3 champions within his ultimate, but the problem is Gragas was not there most of the time, and Kaisa as well as Alistar was not able to do the follow-up damage, so it was a setup that basically got burned, or it just wasn't worth it. But that is basically where Nexplay shines. Like, yeah, you did some plays that were not good, we're gonna capitalize on that. And can I just say that casters and panelists has been saying this time and time again, but goodness me, Just G on that Lee Sin, it was perfect. Okay, it surprises me that the high caliber champions, they're very difficult to play, right? But it was never a tedious task to Nexplay. They can just play it like the back of their own hand, and it just shows how much they mastered this game and even the champions. And I like the build path or the items that they're buying. It's very smart. It changes all the time depending on the lineup of their opponents. And of course, we're gonna jump into the highlights. We've seen a lot of highlights in game number 1. We will most probably see a lot of highlights in game number 2. Do you have any favorite moment there, Infinity? Because honestly, this was my favorite highlight. That outplay from the guy.
I think my favorite part is just literally every single move of Horizon in this specific game, because it was just too much to handle. Look at Horizon just going into the back lines, decimating the ADC, decimating the front lines, decimating back lines. Oh hell, it's everything that you can look forward to from an Akali. Just the raw damage, and it's just too much. Right? When you look at this fight, look at that. Kaisa got removed. Like in a blink of an eye, the ADC was gone. And without the Kaisa in that matchup, there's no damage coming in from GXR. And Gragas was just busy going into the front lines, defending the back lines. We're in Horizon that just came through already. So that's just my favorite part. Horizon just dominating when it comes to raw damage.
So your favorite fight was Horizon.
Yeah, Horizon.
Well, you know what they say in the song, Kali don't stop, Kali don't skirt. And it looks like Horizon was just able to put that into, or translate that into the game. Also, I have to highlight the ultimates from disaster. Yes, he does not get all 5 champions, but the idea was, I said this earlier, they're able to separate Galaxy Racer, and it just gives so much problem to Galaxy Racer because they don't know who to focus, how to get out of there. They are being boxed in, and of course, a master of the match. We have been seeing his name. We told you guys it's his birthday. It is Arise, KD of 16.00, KP of 67%, and the damage 1,549. It's just, you know what? You don't even need to look at the stats. Just look at game 1 and 2. You'll understand. That's it. That's the analysis.
Yeah, it's just damage output. If you can't punish Horizon with an Akali or maybe a Camille, when it comes to the early mid-game type of fights, you're just not gonna have a great time when it comes to the late game. And that is just what we saw from game 2. In Horizon, damage, Horizon, they're similar in terms of meaning.
Definitely. And I think Galaxy Racer was not able to do the mental, I could be wrong, but they were not able to do the mental reset. It was a tiring, very tiring game number 1. But in game 2, Nexplay was just able to out-rotate them. Thus, they were able to keep to make Horizon go online earlier, as well as Trusty. And of course, even though we have been seeing Uzi use that Draven, they still made it work. And apparently, the switch onto the mid laner, Zimich, beautiful Orianna plays. I would love to commend this player as well as the team. But still, Galaxy Racer, that was a beautiful series. Thank you so much for showing it to us casters and to the viewers.
Thank you very much indeed. And I want to see Horizon get nerfed. I don't know. Nexplay Esports, nerf Horizon. We can't have him in the tournament. It's just too much to handle. But also on top of all that, I wanna also give huge shoutouts to the king of the jungle, Just G. I think
George?
he went in for what? Who was that? Just G. I think he just played it also well when it comes to the early game. That just led for a very good setup for Horizon. I think there is a lot of scenarios wherein Dragon Rage was just initiated by Lee Sin, then Horizon just from the sidelines went in for the ultimate onto that certain champion that just gets Dragon Rage and HP, full HP, half HP, 0. It's just a matter of a millisecond for Horizon to scale out in mid-game, late-game fights. And he can't do it without Just G, the king of the jungle that set it up for him.
Yeah, no matter how tanky, no matter how many health bars you have, of course, it is gonna be decimated or burned out by Nexplay. And I don't know, maybe realize what could our teams do to be able to at least win a series against Nexplay Esports. Because if you're gonna look back, Team Secret, yes, they were able to win against Nexplay, but the moment that they faced head-to-head again, Nexplay won 2-0. So are we gonna go with unorthodox pick? Are you gonna try to go with a different draft? Or are you gonna cut the Wi-Fi of Nexplay's bootcamp? I don't know, it's an option, I guess.
Cancel it out, right? from that match. So yeah, it's gonna be super exciting. Nexplay Esports versus Team Secret in a rematch. With the patch 2.2a, we saw unconventional, untraditional picks, and some may say it's unorthodox, with Team Secret picking out a lot of new champions, right? Katarina, Draven, Yasuo, and the Draven was picked up by Nexplay Esports once again in this series. So in the rematch, who is gonna pick out the Draven? Who's gonna pick out maybe the Katarina, right? Maybe Yasuo wouldn't be picked out by Nexplay Esports because it was only been picked up by Sunsparks and Team Secret in the past. So maybe it's gonna be different. Maybe it's gonna be very interesting to see what the draft is gonna be.
I actually want to know if Chule knows how to play Katarina. But anyway, we will be seeing our panelists in a bit. But before we do see their beautiful and handsome faces, we will be jumping into a short break. We have been your casters. I'm Yuko alongside Miss Infinity. We will be taking our leave to infinity and beyond.
Why don't you watch me do my thing? Reinvent control the world, yeah. Choose to be more, choose to be better, choose to evolve, choose to be more, choose to be better, choose to evolve, choose to evolve. Every time the world spins.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
I love my curves and the skin I'm in. Switch it up, turn around, take it up again. I know you feel me, keep up on me. Come on, let's keep winning till the world stops spinning. Come on, now let's get it. I'ma keep winning till the world stops spinning.
When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
please, babe.
thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
The birthday buff prevails for the birthday boy, and Nexplay Esports proving once again why they are the team to beat, not just in the North Luzon group stages, but in the Philippines. I mean, when you are playing against Nexplay Esports, you have to be nothing short of perfect. The smallest mistake will spell your doom, and that is what happened to Galaxy Racer. All of us were cheering for Galaxy Racer. It makes a great story, you know, if they were able to score one against Nexplay Esports, but my goodness, Nexplay Esports, they are just on another level. Congratulations to them. They have won 50,000 Globe Cup points to their already, amazing wins over here at the Sea Icon series. And, just jumping into our series highlights over here, this was a match that I actually thought GXR, they actually gave me hope just a little bit, especially during game one. I really thought that, we were going to be proven right and get that 2-1 score. Unfortunately, though, Nexplay Esports, they were able to turn it around. And Osiris, how exactly were they able to do that?
It feels like there's so many factors that affected the Galaxy Racer's performance. The stolen dragons again and again, the misposition from Aurelian Soul and the other members. it's fairly different than Series 1. We've seen them move as a squad with the Janna, but this time around, it feels like everyone's scattered. Everyone's doing their own thing. They're trying to peel while others wanted to take down the key players of NXP. And I think that's something that they need to consider, that they need to move as a five-man, especially that this is Nexplay. This is the squad to beat. This is the top one. And Galaxy Racer excels a lot in team fighting. It's just that there's a bit of I believe there's a miscommunication, I guess, because there's a time that Aurelion Sol was kept onto the Dragon Pit instead of rejoining the team alongside with the other members. So yeah, that's one thing that they need to note, that the team fighting is something that they need to watch out.
Yeah, well, it all started with Horizon on Zatakali, the birthday buff, right?
Yeah.
Super cute. Plus, I just would like to, emphasize on how Disaster played this Braum. This player just knows Braum like it's the back of his hand, right? He's very good in peeling. His glacial fissures is almost always on point, and he knows who to target, right? And if you are a Braum player, the most impactful skill of this champion is the concussive blows, right? You mark a player and Nexplay knows what to do next. They will just target that player down and lock it down with the crowd control of the concussive blows.
I love, by the way, that Galaxy Racer is really owning the Aurelion Sol pick. We pointed that out the first time they used it. Really owning that Galaxy branding. But you mentioned Autolus Disaster. And just this guy, Disaster, spelling disaster for Galaxy Racer. I feel like Game 2 was a lot more definitive than the first one was. What do you think was lacking with Galaxy Racer?
Okay, well, Galaxy Racer went into that game with a draft that has 3 losing lanes, right? Okay, so when we talk about Kaisa, which is basically what we have highlighted in the past couple of days or in the past week as the number 1 AD carry, that can actually be punished by a Draven. The amount of damage that Draven can dish out is just surreal. And again, with the patch 2.2a being in full effect, the Dragon Laners are now stuck into the Dragon Laners, so you can no longer hide your Dragon Laners in a losing matchup. We talk about the mid lane, the Aurelion Sol. Yes, that's a very good pick, but it's not really the best pick when it comes to, bullying out your mid lane opponent, right? Orianna can even outrange the Aurelion Sol, so that's also a matchup that I will favor Orianna 9 out of 10 times. Now on the top lane, that's a given. You have an Akali on the Horizon, and that's a cheat code.
That's it. That's it. That's all you have to say.
Yeah, and then considering also that you have Aurelion Sol with the Janna on Series 1. So you have this free-flowing type of movement speed that can go back and forth. It's just that right now with the Xin Zhao pick, it makes everything harder because there's someone who's going to jump in and use the Crescent Guard and might prop also Disaster's Braum, the concussive blows with a 3 Talon Strike. There's so many things that you don't want to come close to you as an Aurelion Sol. And if you're going to look at the lineup, you have Camille and Gragas. So you kind of need to wait for the setup before you can go as Aurelion Sol, who's flying all around looking for the right target. And going back to the draft, that's how 2 things went on. Galaxy Racer banned out the Lee Sin on the first match, but then on the second match, they are forced to take out the Galio. So it opens up the Nexplay on the blue side to take the Lee Sin so we can see just Chi Sin right there, who's taking advantage of the jungle aggression again and again. And it was fairly Nexplay who's playing in their own style and their own comfort and their own picks, and they're just styling all around, and there's a reason why they are top 1.
Just Chi of the jungle, just Chi Sin, however way you want to call him, he was just amazing. And I think it just goes to show, all the luck in the world, even with all of the right cards in your hand, even with no mistakes on your side, Nexplay Esports will still give you hell. And they're just on a whole other level. I mean, we were talking behind the scenes about just how good they are on a global scale, especially since Wild Rift has now, entered a more global scale, including North America. And Nexplay Esports are definitely one of the teams that have made a mark in the Wild Rift scene overall, internationally. And just checking out the standings that we have right now, of course, Nexplay Esports and Team Secret. No surprise there, they are still on top. We can see that little bit of a rivalry brewing between them. I mean, already there, fully fleshed out. Check out that score. They're just, I can kind of feel them eyeing each other over here. Galaxy Racer in third and Action PH in fourth, yet to score a win on their side. I actually want to ask you guys, we have 2 days left over here for the North Luzon group stage. Do you actually think that Action PH might be able to score at least one win? Osiris, what do you think?
Yeah, I think the Action PH is promising. They have a very good lineup. The players are talented enough to show their skills. It's just that they have this kind of misplace. They also have their overcommitment, so they just need to tweak on that. Aiko is fairly really good. It's just that there are also times that he's being caught off guard with how Galaxy Racer went in. So just a matter of growth and experience right there.
Adalus, what about you? What do you think?
Action PH, we're talking about Action PH here, and you're going to ask me, man, I'm the biggest stan of this team, right?
Yes.
And yes, my full heart is with this team because I still believe in their ability to take off games from not just from Galaxy Racer but also from Nexplay Esports and Team Secret. I believe in my guy, or in the Muse and Moxie PH. Moxie can turn this around, alongside with the supporting cast of the coach and in Prey. So in the next 2 days, expect a better Action PH. That's one thing I can assure you.
Believe, and you know what? They didn't make this group stage for nothing, right? There is still that. There's still a reason why they are in this group. And just checking out the Globe Cup points that we have over here. Again, 1 Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso. So as we can see, Nexplay Esports and Team Secret with 250,000 Globe Cup points, Galaxy Racer with 100,000 Globe Cup points, and Action PH, Audelus cheering them on. Action PH, we are still waiting for them to get on the board. And as Yuko and Infinity have mentioned, this is this is quite the prize pool that we have over here. Just repeating this here at the Icon series. Yeah, exactly. This is 10 million Globe Cup points. And again, 1 Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso. That is 10 million pesos. One of the biggest prize pools that I've actually seen in this country. And you know what? That also means that we are very generous over here at the Icon series. We do have 4 winners for today, 4 winners of 380 wild cores, and let's get them up on the screen. We do have Razel Andre Pancito, Ram Christopher Daradal, Christian J, and Kenneth Dofelez. Congratulations to you guys.
Woohoo!
You have won 380 wild cores. That is enough for a good discount, in the store. So I hope you guys do enjoy that. Please do message the PPGL Facebook page to find out how to claim your prize. Let's actually check out what we have in store tomorrow as we head into day 5 of the North Luzon group stages. This should be really exciting, especially as I feel the rivalry between Nexplay Esports and Team Secret is heating up. And we do also have Galaxy Racer just, wanting to prove themselves so much, and Action PH as well. We do have Team Secret versus Galaxy Racer, Nexplay Esports versus Action PH, and once again, that great rivalry since the preseason,
the tiebreaker.
Nexplay Esports versus Team Secret. That is right, the tiebreaker. So this is gonna get pretty intense. We do have big matches as Team Secret and Nexplay Esports are doing double duties tomorrow. So this is gonna be one epic day. I can feel it already with all of the matches that we have over here. And you know what? It is just about time for us to wrap up over here at the Sea Icon series. Of course, none of this would be possible without our sponsors. We have PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the Philippines, organized by Minesti Philippines and Globe Telecom.
And of course, our official mobile partner in Oppo. Get the ultimate gaming experience with the all-new Oppo Reno 5 and Oppo A94. Enjoy all-day gaming with long-lasting and fast-charging battery, a powerful processor, and a vivid screen display. Picture life together with Oppo Reno 5 for only 18,999. The Oppo Reno 5 5G comes with a price of 23,999, and you might also want to get the Oppo A94 for only 13,999. The best way to get your hands on these phones is by going to the Globe online shop. Get the Oppo Reno 5 with Globe's G Plan 1499. It comes with a freebie EB51 wireless earbuds. For Oppo Reno 5 5G, you can get it with Globe's G Plan 1999, comes with a free T3 Pro smartwatch and a 1,200 peso cash out. The best deal that we have for April for Oppo is getting the Oppo A94 with Globe's G Plan 999, also comes with 1,200 peso cash out. So what are you guys waiting for? Get that G Plan today.
At syempre, nandito din ang sikreto ng mga gwapo. Kahit buong araw nang naglalaro, hindi mo kang na-GG. Fresh pa rin at fresh all day. Bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash that cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
I don't know whether to say like if I'm proud to have you as a friend or not right now, Osiris. But you know what? We should.
I would like to just shout out the people that haven't won yet. Do not worry, because you can always win, or you still have an opportunity to win tomorrow or on Sunday. And if you actually are in a rush in getting those wild cores, what better way to do it than going to Kodo Shop and topping up using your Globe SIM?
That's right. You could get that special buff that Horizon has over there by getting yourself the sweet skin. And you can also up your game even more as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Just download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on hashtag OL Together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Once again, congratulations to all of the winners for today. That includes our wonderful fans who have won 380 wildcores, and of course, to the teams who have played today. That just about wraps up day 4 here at the Wild Rift Sea Icon series. We will see you back here tomorrow as we head into the second to the last day of the North Luzon group stages. Same time, same virtual place here at PPGL. Till then, stay safe, stay healthy, and we will see you in the Rift.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. we fall.